the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. As always, we thank you for being with us, and we look forward to another day here. Come on in, Greg. That's I love it. It's all right. It's all right, kid. It's all right, kid. Hey, by the way, I think you and I are dressed just alike. I mean, I know it's game day for you, but we both have gray slacks on.
Well, I try to dress like you every day.
We have gray slacks on and a black shirt.
Ooh, the gray slack.
We're gonna look purty in our pictures today.
We did get pictures today.
Oh, me. All right, so Helmsy off. Should be back on Monday, Lord willing. Golden ticket seats today. I know some of you are headed this way. We've already heard from you. Drive safely. Willamette should spin today. RBU this week is with author Richard Lyons. He had a 2019 book but by the Chance of War, and he is about to release a second edition that focuses more on centers on the appeasement and war and peace of the Middle East. And so it was a great discussion with Richard. That is RBU for this week. We want to sound the alarm on Beth Mowens. Now, last time Rick didn't do it, but this time I think he might. Now, it'd be fine with me if we didn't, since Beth is my friend.
Yeah.
But
you're tired of all that harassment.
Yeah, but if you're an NFL fan, we need to give you a heads up, especially if you live in the Southeast and you follow a few of the big teams.
Yeah.
And I'll leave it at that. But
so it's a little special deal.
Yeah. Apparently she's got
Moving
the
on
NFL
up.
on CBS.
Moving on up.
Yeah, moving on up.
Ever since you talked to her, her career's just took off.
Well,
like a rocket.
I'm not bragging. That's just kind of how.
That's just what happened.
That's just what happened, buddy.
This next song.
But we hope all of you are doing well today. Busy day for me today. A lot of moving parts. So I mentioned we're trying to organize. When you've got, and you know this because you've got 2 adult children that have their families and kids and all that, but trying to organize everybody under one roof can be somewhat complicated
everybody's
because
going different directions.
Well, you got a lot of moving parts and a lot of lives that are happening, and everybody's pretty busy. I don't know, so
what they're doing is important to them.
So today, we have JC came to us, I guess about a month ago, and said, "Dad, UAH baseball is putting on a golf tournament, and a lot of organizations do this.
You'll jump on a golf tournament.
Well, it's a fundraiser, is what it is, and every player is responsible for a certain amount.
Yeah,
and so he's like, it doesn't really matter how we get there, but I've either got to get a foursome together or sell signs or something, and so." So I call Tyler and I call Reese, and I'm like, "Hey, JC is on us. We need to get a foursome together. Would y'all be available? We'll ride up and play." And
they're like, "Oh, dude."
And then Jacob Peters is one of his roommates, also from Helena, and plays. And his dad Ben, he was like, "Hey, I'm in." So that's the foursome. But that's an 8 a.m. tee time on Saturday morning, which means that. You need to
in
be
Huntsville.
Yeah, you need to be up there. I mean, you don't want to leave at 4:30 in the morning to go ride up there, then warm up and play at 8. No, who wants that? So, but my parents are extremely excited because everybody's coming to their house.
Oh, okay. That's
a
good idea.
You got Reese who's working, all right, and he's like, "Dad, I'm working. They got me in Chelsea this week. I'm working, but I'll drive from work straight there."
Yeah.
Then you got me and Terry, and then you got Tyler Mabry and River, and we're all headed to Huntsville later. And then you got JC's birthdays tomorrow.
Okay,
turns 22.
You might as well do all that.
And that makes you feel old, doesn't it?
It does.
And so Terry's made a little cake for him, and we got a wedding tomorrow. Landon Green, as we talked about, and Gracie are getting married.
What time?
That one is I think late afternoon in Ohatchee, Alabama.
Oh, I know where that place is.
Yeah, and so our plan is that Terry and I head out. We ease up, and we're on the front. We get there and get settled. Reese, hey, get there whenever you can. JC has a ball game today. He's got to play. Just come on over around dinner time. Tyler, Mabry, River, just get there when you can. And we think around 6 o'clock tonight, by the time it's all said and done, we can blow out some candles and very low key, happy birthday, whatever, and then wake up Saturday morning, go play golf, come back, change for the wedding, and head out. But anytime you got that much going on with everybody,
and you got travel in that to get to the wedding. You got to get home, and then you got to travel again.
Right. And it
if you counted this up, is this doable? That's a lot of hours.
We're trying, and you hate when it happens, but it just the way it happens. Everybody's got to drive, so we'll have about 4 cars there,
like
and we're all going to the same place. And you wish. Hey, man, I wish we could all jump in together, but there's no way.
Oh, I hate when we can't all ride together.
No, we're all coming from different directions. And then on the back end of the golf tournament, Reese has to get back to Birmingham because he's got a big event he's got to go to, so he can't go. So I got to drive there.
The neighbors are going to wonder what's going on. Why are all these cars?
Yeah, what's happening?
Something going on?
But it's as I told Terry, but it is fun because the family is rarely all together.
Yeah, once they
and so if we can somewhere find deep in there, it's going to be fun. We just got to get there.
Yeah, once you get everybody gets there,
right.
And then you think, we got to get up.
Yeah. And there's other people that are having a really tough day today. That's not hard.
Oh no, it's not. It's just busy.
It's just busy. That's all. So that's my day today. You don't have a remote. That was last week.
That was
right?
last week.
Okay,
so I'm clear
you won't tell us. Last night I didn't catch any of the NFL game. I know it was on Amazon Prime, so you didn't. But it was the Bucks and the Bills, which just sounds weird.
Yeah.
And there's a story out today that Baker Mayfield threw a Hail Mary, and I think it was a perfect Hail Mary, a perfect throw, perfect distance and everything. But the receiver, I guess, failed to look up in time and lets it drop.
So he had a shot. He could have caught it.
Yeah, and the Bills hung on to beat the Bucks 24-18. But from all the reports here, it looks like they could have won it if the receiver was looking up at time.
Let me ask him this. Did it surprise him that the ball was coming?
I know.
Wouldn't he be looking up? The minute I get in the end zone, I'm looking up. Oh, I didn't know he was going to throw it. What?
I know.
Hey, buddy. Everybody's looking up. Everybody but you.
Yeah, the Bucks suffered their third straight loss last night for Thursday night football, with the NFL moving to 3-4. The defense just couldn't stop Josh Allen. I think he threw for like over 300
yards. And he
yards.
needed that because I didn't realize. I followed a little bit of NFL this year. A lot of people have them picked to win the whole thing, and they were about to go 4-4 if they'd have lost, right? He has not played great.
Yeah,
from what I've been following. Not that I'm that into it, but I know they were disappointed in what they were expecting to happen. And then now you got the Niners, who a lot of people thought were the best team in the league. Well, their quarterback's out with a concussion, and they just dropped 2 in a row. Anyway.
All right, so real quick, if you watched it, but if you didn't, so the Bucks were down 24-18, 4 seconds left. Baker drops back and scanned the field, and then here come the Bills defenders, and so he squirts between 2 of them and finds him, gets a good base to where he can sling it. And there were 3 Bucks receivers and about 5 blue jerseys that were with the Bills. So you got everybody congregating.
There's that big pile of everybody, and one guy not looking up.
Right, and as the ball came down, Godwin turned around and looked up a split second too late, and the ball hit the turf. But he had
a shot.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurt.
But that was your NFL game Thursday night. Yeah. And as I said, Beth Mowens, she takes the weekend off from college football, and she moves to the NFL.
Headed to the big time.
You kind of dialing in on
I'm
that.
working on case Rick's off when his voice is going.
One more time, say it again.
Heading to the big time.
Okay, that's not bad. Not bad. It's like a low budget, Beth. Yeah, we'll be right back. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. It's Raycon's 6th anniversary, and they're celebrating with a sale you don't want to miss. 20% off everything on their site with select products, up to 40% off. Raycon made a name for themselves in the premium audio space, and this year they expanded their business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. Use the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link under sponsors at rickandbubba.com. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of my coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We talked about a number of things coming up today. Golden ticket seats, if you're headed this way, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you. We know the Wheel of Meat will spin. Going to be a lot of fun. We're going to try to make it as fun on Friday as we can, which means that we just don't do the news of the day because that's not fun. But we'll cover everything, keep you up to date. We'll sound the alarm on Beth Mowens. I guess she's got the NFL, not college. And last time Rick didn't want to do that, which I'm okay with since I told you she's my friend. But these two NFL teams. These two NFL teams are big follows for most of our audience. So we'll have to have that discussion today. I'm not sure.
What? So it's NFL. What?
I'm not sure.
Network.
CBS.
CBS.
Yeah, I don't know what her deal is. This is the second one this year that she's done, so I don't know. But
Okay.
I'm just proud of you. I really am. Because if you can ever get pointed in the right direction, you do really good. But sometimes you're scared of stuff, and,
I am. I'm trying
and you talk about things, and you never get started. And then once you do, you do really well. And I want to talk to you about Instagram right now.
Okay.
For a long time, you frowned and said, I need to get one of them. And I'm
loving those videos you keep sending of like.
Oh, do you? I knew you would. I knew you would, friend. That was one of the main reasons I wanted to, so I could just direct message you different things.
Those are good.
And so we sat down on that little couch in there. I would call it a love seat, but that sounds weird.
It does, especially with us both sitting on it.
Right. And we found that the account Real Greg Burgess on Instagram was available, so we snatched it up.
Yeah.
And
not shocking that it was available.
And so now you have one, and everybody needs to give you a follow. And so you have said, I don't understand some of the things that go on with Instagram and how it works. The posting thing kind of scares me, and I don't know how to do a story.
Yeah.
And that's okay. I mean, I'm not saying this to make fun of you because you're new to the app. And so the first couple of posts that you've had, it's been very obvious that Lisa wrote them for you because they're very thoughtful posts.
Which it's turned into this.
Right.
Look at it and you decide whether it's me or whether it's Lisa.
Right.
Because people start debating it, which I think that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
But watch her try to adapt and be me.
Yeah. That's funny.
She can go too far sometimes. I say, oh my gosh.
Right.
And in this case, I believe she.
Yeah. So you have a new post, and it's a picture of you and Lisa, and it's a throwback.
That's right. See, and that ought to be a clue for you right there.
Right.
I don't know.
Now, did you do this Thursday throwback thing?
Well, that's my point. Yeah, that's what that is.
Because you did it last night.
So really, you really think that I would know what that is?
No.
So that's a clue.
Okay.
But
the content and what you said, it makes me think you did it.
Well, which I'm going to pull the curtain back. I actually didn't, but that's her trying to be me. And to be honest, it kind of hurt my feelings a little bit. I said, "Wow, you think I'm?" But I would have said that. But
yeah,
I was like, you went a little far with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think she fooled a lot of people. A lot of people thought it was me.
If you ever see Greg Burgess post something and it's got a very thoughtful, long paragraph, you know Greg didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you see just a few words, it makes you think you did. And what did this one say?
Well,
y'all, he's waking his phone up, and this is where he squints at his phone.
Oh, where do I go? Right here?
Yeah, just right
okay.
there.
Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute.
Picture of you and Lisa.
Okay,
just
it's a picture of me
on
and Lisa. This was years ago.
The picture was.
Because it's Throwback Thursday. I didn't even know what that was.
Okay.
See, that's your key to know the hashtag Throwback Thursday.
Right, yeah.
It said, who is that red-faced jackass?
Oh.
If you look, I'm sunburned in the picture.
Okay.
And it says, must have forgot my hat. Would you think that was me or Lisa?
I think that was you.
Okay, so she's getting better.
Uh-huh.
But again, if you pay attention, when it said hashtag Throwback Thursday, that should have been, well, Greg don't know what that is.
No, right, for sure.
But that was a little much.
I think
she overcorrected a little.
Wow, I wasn't expecting you to read it just
Who's
like
that
Ron Burgundy.
Jackass? Of course, jackass is
twice.
not a bad word. I've told you that. It's an animal.
Okay.
It's not. Just like asphalt's not a bad word. I have to tell you this every time.
Okay.
It's all in context. But anyway, and actually, this was from years ago, and I believe, and Lisa confirmed it, the night that first night we met, ended up being my daughter-in-law.
Right.
When Taylor and Kelsey first started dating, we went all went out to eat. And I think this is from that night.
Okay.
Now, Again,
and you are a little red-faced.
I know I must have been outside that day.
Must
got
have
burned.
been, yeah.
Because it's got that. You see where my glasses were?
I do.
That
You can see it too by going to Instagram and searching "Real Greg Burgess" all together.
But I've had a lot of comments of people guessing whether it was me or not.
Right.
And I'm gonna pull the curtain back. She did better trying to be me. I got to give her this. She's learning. See, them last ones were like, "There's no way that's Greg," especially the emoji.
Right.
I mean, that's a dead giver because I don't even know where you find emojis.
Emojis.
I don't know where you find them.
Any type of day theme of any kind, that's going to give it away that it's Lisa, either her idea. But do you talk out loud and go, "This is the content I want you to," or "This is what I want you to write"?
Pretty much. This one she snuck on me because it was funny.
And is it because you're scared to post something?
Well, I physically don't know how, but that's got a lot to do with it.
All right.
And instead of showing me, she goes, "Just let me do it."
Okay.
But then she'll change stuff. But that was her attempt at trying to be more like me, and I think she did pretty good.
Well, I'm just proud that you posted something. And in the last commercial break, we really stepped out. We have edited a video, the original, little long. And we're going to attempt, and I'm going to show Greg how to post a story on Instagram, not a post.
Okay.
Not like an official in my feed, but it's a story, and that story stays active for 24 hours from when you post it.
Oh, okay.
On the story. So it's almost like a story is almost like a location check, or this is what's going on right now, but it might not be post worthy.
Yeah.
But it's just this is what's happening.
A post stays.
Yeah.
Story goes away.
Right. But if you want to see how Greg starts the day here at the studio, it's about to be on his story.
Maybe.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. In this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary complimentary towing and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866 We Be Big. Stop it, Greg. Greg's got a headline that he just can't get away from. We next break we got busy there. We'll have to try to get that story posted, bud. There's a story here that's just scaring me to death. Do you remember when Bubba got that moth in his ear?
I do.
And you
Boy, it was quite a day.
Yeah. You came in and you were like,
yeah, they're going to have to get in there with some tweezers to get a hold of them.
and
Yeah, that
you
was
were
good. That
for
sounds
some
real good,
reason
don't
you became an ER doctor and started helping him try to get the moth out. Nothing worked. He ended up having to go to the ER and get it out. You remember that?
I do. I mean, he had to go before the show.
Yeah, bug in ear, something like that. That's always
I don't like bugs in my ear
No.
or up my nose.
A woman. This is a headline today. A woman in urgent care waiting to find out what's in her ear, and then gets emotional after finding out it's a black spider
I
in
wonder how
her
long
ear.
it's been there.
Guys,
How long has it been in her
no,
ear?
sir. No,
What
sir.
were the symptoms? Just tickling?
Oh.
She looks like somebody would have a spider in her
Does
ear.
she? I'm playing the video here off air.
She does.
If
If you said pick who may have had a spider in their ear and you put her in a lineup, people would pick her. I think.
it was a wolf spider.
What is that? Don't sound good.
No, that sounds awful.
Oh,
A
my
wolf spider was in her ear, Greg.
God. So she was laying there sleeping. It crawled in her ear. That could happen to anybody.
Straight up, whose ear's itching?
I don't want
My
to
ear's
anybody.
itching right now.
You remember Bubba's? What was so crazy? It flew in the air
Uh-huh.
and hit him in the ear and went right inside his ear. Remember that?
Yeah, I
it
do.
flew in it. It didn't like he didn't wake up with it.
No.
He actually felt it
Yeah.
go in his ear.
Yeah, he was.
My goodness, what's that at the door?
He was walking in.
Box head?
He was walking in, and that happened.
Yeah, on the way in, it's like they attacked him.
Yeah.
You know, like an aerial attack from a plane right into his ear.
Yeah, and for those of you who want to know about box head, Rick walked in carrying a box.
You can't see him.
and-
All we could see was a shirt and a box.
And baby brother called big brother boxhead.
That's what it looked like.
That's the way to start the day. That's the first thing we've said to him.
I know it.
But anyway, that I thought about that because I know how you tried to help Bubba get that out, and that moth was not coming out.
No, he had to go. They had to get some tweezers, like I
Yeah.
said.
Well,
I'm sure it had a medical term for it, but it was just a pair of
You want to know
tweezers.
why we had to send him to the ER?
Why?
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
It's because we didn't have the tools to pull it off.
And it's like I was trying to exaggerate my voice, but that I wasn't. I was that's just how I sound. When you hear it back, I'm like, it's like somebody trying to be Gary or something.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
That's terrible. But now you're a professional.
Yeah, it's changed a lot.
Now you got your broadcast voice. Huh?
Yeah.
You could do liners if you wanted to.
I'm not getting a whole lot of requests for that.
I'm
hope that's not a career choice that I'm considering.
Raise your hand if you're Taylor Swifted out.
I'm gonna get in there
a little bit.
I'm a little bit.
And for all you Swifties, don't email us. We're not saying we hate the lady.
No, I'm just.
We're just saying she's in the news a lot.
Overexposure.
And congratulations to her
and
what she's been able to accomplish. But she's a part of an elite group now.
Oh yeah.
And this has made the news today, so I wanted to make sure that we talk about it. She is now a billionaire.
Wow.
She's only 33 and joins the 10-digit club after releasing music catalog and embarking on epic erase tour. We've talked about the tour, and I know that Aaron, Adler's wife, is a Swiftie.
Yeah,
which
Adler's kind of a Swiftie.
He's kind of a little bit a part of a
Swiftie in law.
I've had to tell y'all that for the show, I did listen to an album just so I know what's going on and found myself enjoying it.
Oh, wow. Didn't hear that.
Sorry about that.
Anyway,
that
to yourself.
Yeah, the multi-Grammy award-winning singer has got the Erase Tour coming up, and it's on track to becoming the highest-grossing tour in history. It's currently doing it, and it is got her net worth in the billionaire club.
Could you? And I know these performers; they constantly want to create.
Mm-hmm.
They constantly want to perform. But I wonder if she ever considers going, you know what? I ain't gonna do nothing the rest of my life. I got it.
I guess
covered.
you could.
Well,
Yeah.
she could have done it way before she became a billionaire.
Yeah.
But definitely now. Just go. Why travel around everywhere and be rushed in and out? And I get to go to some ball games now, but
My ear's itching.
I'm just going. But they love that attention
They do.
and all that.
But all right, so you know how if you've watched sports, and we've talked about this, how big like SoFi Stadium is.
Yeah,
it's ginormous.
It's a big one.
She'll go into somewhere and have multiple concerts, night after night after night, and every one of them is sold out. Every one of them. And I talked to you about, I know she, in the Southeast, she recently, not too long ago, went to Atlanta and then to Nashville too. We have some friends that have a teenage daughter, and all of the little girlfriends and the moms, they all went up to Nashville.
Yeah.
And they were going to get
You were jealous.
They were going to get a hotel like in Brentwood or somewhere, Franklin or Brentwood, one of the two. And the moms were going to drop off the girls because her concerts are long. I mean, they're hours, 3 to 4, 5 hours long.
I don't know about 5.
Yeah, it's a little long.
I think 3.
Okay. And they
you got her playing 5
Well,
hours.
for some reason, I got her.
That'd be a heck of a
got her
concert.
playing. I could drive.
I don't know if I could watch anybody for 5 hours.
I'll tell you this: you could drive to the beach from here, and she's still playing.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, they were going to drop them off. It was about 3 or 4 girls, and then just come back and pick them up. Well, the traffic was so bad when they got in to where they needed to drop them off. All of the police that were running traffic and everything else, they suggest, ladies, if y'all leave this area, you're not going to get back in. In other words, if you come back in a couple of hours, you can't get anywhere near where you need to be to pick them up. Your best bet is to go do something, downtown, walk around, eat,
get you parking space,
and stay in this area because you won't get back in. So they did. They had to change their plans and everything because they were just going to go back and hang out at the hotel and do some other things. But that's the type of fandom she's got. But she's now part of the billionaire club at 33 years of age.
Not bad.
And how did she? Sorry, Swifties. How did she start? Was it like when her career started?
Well, I would say this. She had
was she on
song? Tim McGraw was the name of the song.
Yeah,
I think that was her first song. The reason I know that. Her first video was out. She played Sachs High School, which is in the same county I live in. And Chandler, my daughter Chandler, was like, 12. I don't remember when it was. And went and saw her and got her picture made with her at Sachs High School.
Golly.
And
that
now,
is crazy.
Yeah, in the gymnasium at Sachs. And stood there and met people. And it wasn't a big mob scene. I bet she never thought that she would end up where she is.
Right.
But a few years later, boom.
And you've got cities begging for her concert to come because they know it's going to boost the economy.
Hotels, restaurants.
Listen to this. Along with boosting her net worth, we just talked about that. Bloomberg reported that the 53 concert tour that she's doing, Swift's performed in the United States this year, has added $4.3 billion to the country's gross domestic product.
Good night.
So if you own hotels, run hotels, restaurants,
that show comes to town,
you are set.
Yeah.
Good gracious alive.
You're pretty darn successful. You can pull that off.
The
You're
tour,
all excited about
the
it.
tour is predicted to net the star Taylor Swift a staggering $4.1 billion, the most an artist has ever made from a single tour in history.
Daggone.
Golly. Her already massive paycheck is also set to expand. The Erased Tour film hit theaters on October 13th after raking in $80 million in advance sales alone.
Good.
Now it's grossed a whopping $130 million worldwide. That's the one that's in theaters that Adler went and saw.
Just people going to watch it.
Golly, it was filmed during one of the 6 of her sold out Erased Tour shows at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles in August. So she had 6 straight shows at SoFi and they all sold out.
Unreal.
That is insane.
Wow.
All right.
More power to
Yeah,
her.
good gracious alive. That is something else. Wow.
Sit down, write a song, and away we go.
866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Just thought that was worth bringing up because I know with her and Kelsey and all that, everybody's like, oh, okay. But that's impressive.
Oh, it's very impressive. I mean, hats off to her.
Yeah.
I mean, wow.
So you like her?
I
can
really
tell.
like her music, but I appreciate somebody being successful.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
At Simply Safe, our 24/7 lifeguard protection helps stop crime in real time. Because during a break-in, every second counts. And these days, every dollar counts. Right now, get 45% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. It's U.S. News and World Report's best home security of 2023. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention! This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose?
Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. In this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show, sponsored by MyPillow.com/Bubba. Look, this is an American-made company we've been talking to you about for quite some time now, and they're all about saving money for you, the consumer, because we know that money is tight now. And they provide great products, though, but at a better price. So here's some of the things that kind of caught our attention right now. If you're in the market for maybe new MyPillow towels, you got the My Towels 6-piece set and all types of colors, 50% off, just $29.98. Yeah. They're My Towels. You can have them. But, you know, and I talk about the holidays coming up, but I know that for some of you want to buy fresh towels and stuff for the family coming in. Maybe you just need some new ones. All new MyPillow bed sheets are as low as $24.98. Maybe you want some new bed sheets for the guest bedroom or something. King and Queen MyPillow 2.0s are 50% off. Christmas products just landed, too, so order early to ensure you get exactly what you want. I could go on and on and on, but you just need to go to MyPillow.com/Bubba and enjoy all the savings you'll receive on great products and just enjoy. You can also go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button if that's easier for you, or you can go to go directly to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Or it could be a My Directly.
Well, it works.
Yeah, it does. You've got a story over there that that I know you're just dying to talk about. You dance around it?
Well,
That's going to be interesting. But do we attempt it?
As you read it,
yeah.
Let me just give you the headline.
All right.
Okay. Drunk man.
Okay.
Of course, he's in Florida. You know the joke's about, hey, Florida man.
Yeah.
Drunk man drops his pants, exposes himself to police while yelling, "Where's my weapon?" Yeah. Basically, he's got on a pair of shorts, and that's all. And he was arguing with a woman out in the street in the neighborhood. That neighbors called the police. Well, he's offended that 4 police have shown up he says, "Roll up on me." And what have I done? And he's carrying on. He's like, "What?" So to show them that he doesn't have a weapon, he drops his drawers, and they go, "Well, I tell you," because he's asked, "What did I do wrong?" They said, "Well, one thing, you can't pull your pants off in the middle of the road. That's against the law.
Can't do that."
He finally, I'll give him this. In the end, you need to watch the video, but in the end, he finally just lays face down on the ground and goes spread eagle so they can cuff him.
naked.
But he yelled at him, but like I said, it was pretty good. At first, he said he's swinging at everybody. He was going to fight them. Like, come on! Not before he exposed himself.
His knuckles.
Let me reiterate that.
Thank you, buddy.
This is before he pulled his pants off and asked where the weapon was.
Okay.
I guess he was showing like, y'all, why are y'all arresting me? It ain't like I got a weapon here. I'll show you. But before that, he said he said I'm swinging on all y'all. Like, come on. I mean, he was going to fight all four of them. And but it's quite the scene. Mr. Right here in the neighborhood, right there in somebody's driveway. You know, everybody was on the front porch watching.
Oh, you know it.
What about when he sobers up and they show him this video? And he's like,
I didn't do that.
Probably not my best moment.
No.
The headline, though. I love a good headline.
Oh, yeah. But he, to show he had no weapon, he stripped down naked. But him screaming naked, where's my weapon now? Where's my weapon?
While standing like this.
Yeah.
And
look, you officers, the story.
They stayed so patient with him. You ought to hear them. They're going, sir. You know, they were being calm.
I don't know what you can openly discuss. I'm sure investigation stuff. But just what y'all are called to, I bet y'all are the me monster of parties.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you want to know what I did today?
Yeah, you can believe what I
rolled up on a naked man in a subdivision screaming, where's my weapon?
Yeah, let us know he didn't have a weapon and showed us.
Yeah.
But that was funny when he was like, what have I done? They go, well, pulling your pants down in the middle of the road, that's one thing you've done this against the law.
That's one thing.
Yeah. But I love stuff like that. You know, how you read that headline. And first of all, I misread the headline. You know what I thought he was saying.
Yeah.
That he had a weapon.
Yeah.
But then I went back and read. He was actually, where is my weapon? I thought he was claiming, here's my weapon.
Right, and that's what you wanted it to say.
Originally, that's what I thought it was.
So badly.
I was so disappointed, I'll be honest.
Yeah. Oh,
it would have been a better story.
Alive. Here's something else.
Here's my weapon, pal.
Here's my weapon. So badly. You even screamed, look.
Yeah, and then I read it again.
Yeah,
I went, that's still funny.
Like,
still funny.
866 We Be Big, our number. You're always welcome to chime in. You know, when you look at different things that are out in the news today, this one here jumped out at me because we all have the delivery people, and I think sometimes there's good delivery people out there, but a couple of them just ruin it for you.
You tell me the ones that throw it from the truck and let it land on the porch.
Yeah.
Well, them Ring cameras have messed a lot of that up for them. Now.
Oh boy, they're busted now.
Yeah.
A California woman caught her Amazon delivery driver on security camera, to your point, violently throwing and stomping on a package he had just delivered.
Was he mad at?
He had just delivered for the lady, and it totally destroys everything in it. And my point to the delivery people, if you've gone that far, why are you stomping on it now? Wouldn't stomp on it.
What did it do to you?
Right.
I mean, why are you mad at it?
I don't understand these people. And here's the new thing, too. Because, you know, these porch pirates, that's a real thing.
It is.
And I've noticed that some of the delivery people, they don't put it in the mailbox. And they don't put it on the front porch. They put it on the grass by the mailbox. Yeah. Just out there on the road for anybody to take.
Yeah, I had that happen.
Is it just because, man, I'm in and out of this thing so much, I am so tired of going in? Now, some of them, I will say this, you might have a dog out or a pet out, and they're like, I'm not going in there.
Yeah, Millie's run a couple of them off.
Yeah.
She's turned.
And I get that, okay, but I'm talking about that's not the case. I don't have a pet out that maybe scares them or something, and
I had one.
But I just leave it out there?
There's one of the drivers that's really scared of my dogs, and they just bark.
Do they really?
Well, listen, it was pouring down. Pouring down rain. Obviously not within the past few weeks because we haven't had rain, but it wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
And he'll pull up close to my garbage can and set stuff on top of the garbage can. And I had to get out. And he set that on there in a downpour. And it was a light fixture. I go in there and I pick it up and the box just falls apart in my hand.
Really?
Yeah, he wouldn't get out. At night.
Well, there's times that, like, I have the pet stop invisible fence.
Yeah.
So if you're a delivery driver and you see, you know, our two dogs out, you might think, well, man, they're not fenced up. And I get that. Now, some of the regulars, they know, and they come over and start petting them because they know they're not meaning harm. But there's some people that might just be afraid of dogs, and they're not going to jump into that area. There's a video out, and it's not new, but a delivery person is, I guess, on a deck or something like that, and is trying to deliver it, and the dog, the owner's like German Shepherd or something, and it scares her so much that she climbs on the other side of the rail of the deck and is scared to death of the dog.
Trapped.
And all the dog wants to do is lick her. But anytime you see something like a German Shepherd, you're like, hold on now.
Yeah.
So
Look, I used to have to go in people's yards, and you can tell when one's serious.
Yeah.
They just have a whole different demeanor about them.
Yeah.
One is just yapping at you.
Oh, yeah.
But, boy, that one that stares you down, gives you that kind of low, kind of like that.
Yeah, is that what it's doing? Yeah.
Oh, my God. You better leave in.
Yeah. All right, so
I got bit by a few.
You have doing the power thing?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I know you ran over a number of them.
I did that, too. I guess they were getting me back.
Yeah, didn't mean to.
No, I
don't
didn't
want people
run
to
over
think you
any
did
of
it on purpose.
No.
But seeing everybody on the front porch happy that the power company's there to
That
turn
was
their power
terrible.
back on, and they're suddenly their face go from smiling to
joy to
shock.
Yeah, it was terrible. That was a terrible moment.
What do you get out of the truck and say when you just ran over somebody's
Sorry.
dog?
I'm really sorry.
Seriously, what did you do?
Well, I mean, I couldn't help it.
Right, but what did you do?
I couldn't see it. I apologize.
Did you go over the dog and act like, oh my gosh?
I know. The lady was doing that.
Did you just
That
leave?
made me feel
Did you
bad.
just back out?
I apologized.
Did you get their power back on, I hope?
Yeah, at least I did that. Here, by the way, I'm fixing to close the switch. Get your lights back on. Sorry about your dog. I didn't mean to. It jumped off the porch and I couldn't see it. It was real little.
Big truck.
Oh, no. I was in pickup.
I'm trying to make it sound better, but
I know. I couldn't see it, though. Boy, the look on their face.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
Was it immediate or did the dog suffer?
No, it was immediate.
Okay. Man, I hate
Thanks
that.
for bringing it up. Appreciate
Well, I
it.
hate that. Well, we're talking about dogs and delivering, but you got bit by some too.
Oh, yeah. They don't like you.
Mm.
Come up and bite you in the calf.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they like to do, sneak up on you.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
So there.
866 We Be Big is our number. The main show starts next. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right there. That's the Newsboys version of that one. So there you go. I don't know what it is
Very good.
because that's a great song, and I certainly have seen the Newsboys and have listened to them. That pretty much sums it up right there. That's the Newsboys version of that one. So there you go. I don't know what it is because that's a great song, and I certainly have seen the Newsboys and have listened to them. But there's something that there's a burr between them and the Babylon Bee that I haven't figured out. Have you seen that? The Babylon Bee throws them under the bus all the time. Did you see Did you see the time it had them and it had the Newsboys and it showed a little kid like he was terrified, and it says Newsboys threatened to release a new album, and
don't they throw everybody under the bus?
Well, they do, but I mean, I just wonder what's their burr with the Newsboys. I laugh every time I see it because I see they've.
I mean, they wear everybody out.
Oh, Bubba.
They wear everybody out. It's funny.
Oh, look, and let me tell you, nobody's exempt. They'll have a little fun with getting the worship of the country and the worship of God out of whack too. They'll jump right on that too. They claim that somebody came forward at First Baptist Church in Dallas and submitted to the lordship of Donald Trump.
See, that's funny. I don't care who you are.
There was it. Heartbreaking. This deaf child was healed, but the first thing you heard was the Newsboys. I mean, what is it with the Newsboys? I don't. Am I not advanced enough musically to know I should be making fun of the Newsboys? I mean, did y'all not just enjoy what we just heard?
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's funny though. I don't care who you are.
So
Look,
they're the Nickelback of Christian music.
I think that's it. I think that might be it.
Huh.
You know what? It's something like that, and I'm not in on the joke, but I still understand it because I see what they're doing. Yeah. And by golly, I don't care what group you just put right there, whatever group you want to make fun of.
saying that a deaf child was
That's
healed,
funny.
and he's crying because the first thing he heard was the Newsboys. Gosh, that's good.
And Greg, you welcome back, by the way.
Hey, buddy.
You bring up a great point. What was the thing where everybody was hacking on Nickelback?
I know it became the thing.
I actually like them.
They look like my cousins.
Yeah.
You know, the whole group looks like a family reunion or something.
But I think they got a lot of airplay at one time.
Phil
and people
Bussey
got
on
sick
lead.
of it. It's almost like, I mean, gosh forbid you have some success.
Right.
And I don't know what else, but it became the thing to say you hate them. And I don't know. I don't know where it came from.
Are you on it because were they supposed to be something? Nickelback was edgy when only a few of us knew them, and then they became mainstream. So then we had to act like we didn't like them. Is that what happened?
I don't know. They had that run where they were you heard them a lot, like the song rock. You know.
But isn't that what?
But
But here's what I don't understand. Isn't that what every writer, musician, and songwriter is trying to do?
And
Is for everybody to love them, be heard a lot.
And it just came the thing to be cool to dislike Nickelback.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, somehow that made you more.
That was another musical joke. I guess I wasn't advanced enough to get.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of them, but I don't dislike them.
People used to joke
another band to me.
about Hall & Oates and their videos because they were about every third video back when we had music video channels. I don't think we have those anymore, do we?
You go on the YouTube, they got them. That's where they play videos now.
Yeah, but you remember how much fun it used to be to watch MTV
are you
and
kidding me?
you'd see all
I
that
loved
stuff come up. Yeah, we loved it.
That was great. Yeah, Hall & Oates, they got sick of them because they were on every video.
But I thought they were good ones. I mean, they all were good. They gave you a lot of different looks. And
Don't forget to remember this when Letterman was funny, that during that era where he was very, very funny, and he had Phil Collins on the show, and he came out and he's in his opening monologue. He said, last night I just laid in my bed and I just prayed to God, please let Phil Collins have a hit.
Yeah,
when he was on fire,
Yeah, I mean, it was every other. Yeah.
he got on a roll
every 2 weeks.
I know it. So I don't know.
Number one.
I don't know. In Christian music, I don't get the newsboy joke. But I kind of hate it because Michael Tate, he joined them, in recent history. He's been there a while now from DC Talk, But I don't get
like
it.
The Nickelback thing. I don't know.
Is it because they're overexposed, or the newsboy? Is it like every event you go to, the newsboys are playing?
According, and we're going to go back to Nickelback here, but
look at that one.
Trying to figure out why people don't like Nickelback.
Newsboys threaten new album.
That's funny.
I don't get it, but it's funny.
The main argument people online are saying about the Newsboys is that their music is bland and generic.
Okay.
And all their songs sound the same.
Newsboys or Nickelback?
That's Nickelback. Now I don't know if Newsboys falls into this.
Okay.
I have no idea. But
well, you can say that about a lot of bands.
most definitely. And they haven't mentioned that here. I don't know why it's Nickelback because others sound the same. But they're just
I'm a huge
that
Boston fan, but let's be honest, a lot of their songs sound the same.
And you know why?
That
though?
commercialized music on the airwaves is what they're making fun of.
Yeah, well, let me tell you
let
me tell you where you got to be funny. You got to be careful in the entertainment business because the people can be so fickle. What'll happen is, especially if you're in music, people will hate you for not delivering why they like you. Then they'll hate you for sounding too much the way they like you.
Yeah. Right.
Hey, mix it up a little bit.
And then
you mix it up and go, hey, man, that ain't what we like about you.
But somehow the Rolling Stones have been able to thread the needle.
Oh, yeah. And then there's those who think that if they like obscure people, that somehow makes them a more serious.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Because they like John Prine or somebody.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. How about the Rolling Stones? If there's ever been an example on Earth of considering that there are people in music that made a deal with the devil, the Rolling Stones would be the first case I would put before everybody.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Brand new hour on a brand new day as we try to wrap up another week together. Here's the national anthem. Get us started.
7.5 minutes past the hour. Who's ready? 866 We Be Big. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, they've knocked out the kickoff hour for you today. Eddie Van Adler joins the fray. He's got the YouTube experience for you live and archived. And we also will say hello to our guest in the golden ticket seats today. And those that will be arriving a little bit later on. The wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat will spin today. So opportunities to win in Rick and Bubba land. We'll update you on the latest stories from the last time we were together, from around the world, down the road, and within the show. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
Good morning, Rick Burgess, friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Kitty got claws.
You never heard that. Here we go. There it is, Kenny Loggins. So, Bubba, tell everybody why you said Kitty got claws.
Well, armed forces from the United States have engaged and destroyed two positions, at least two that we know of, run by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard inside Syria.
Okay.
They were destroyed overnight. Apparently, 2 planes were used in the raids. This is a source where drone and rocket attacks have been coming toward and hitting U.S. military assets in the area. We've had several soldiers hurt. I think the last number I saw was 21, and one civilian contractor died of a cardiac event. Iran had been warned if this continued, we would take action, and we did destroy 2 of their locations last night. Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense, sent a message to the Ayatollah. This can be it, or we can bring more. It's your choice.
Okay, so there we are. So we engaged because Iran was trying to do a little end around there.
And that inspired you to say Kitty's got claws.
Kitty, have y'all ever got into something and the backlash was worse than you thought it was going to be?
Yeah.
And the running joke is,
kitty.
well, Kitty got claws.
Yeah, she got claws.
It scratches
so
back.
sweet.
Yeah, that's right. That's
So,
right. Well, the only drawback to this is we should have put a cruise missile down the Ayatollah's office and bedroom, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
So does that?
claws.
I know some of them. Everybody out there that every little move on this breeds a little more anxiety. So we discussed, and we'll discuss in the podcast this weekend with Richard Lyons, our guest, that we have kind of. When you look back over the world wars, you don't like when you see, I mean, they've been called, axis of evil and all this. But right now, you've got Iran, China, and Russia saying, we got each other's back. We're all in. We're with each other. So
another axis of evil.
Right. So then when you look and go, okay.
Historically, they haven't done well.
No. But when you see, so then you go, okay, well, you got Israel, you've got the United States, you've got Great Britain. I don't know what other allies will get involved. Probably, Canada, Australia. I mean, the normal, the normal
crew, the NATO,
the normal bunch.
Yeah.
And so, when you have that, it does harken back to that's what world wars are made of. So we'll see. So that would that be counted as Iran and the U.S. just got involved?
The only part of this is I hope we did enough.
Yeah.
We have this concept of limited battle, which is good, but you just take away their ability to make war. But you need to rattle that cage for them too sometimes.
No, on the.
I'll tell you this too. I'll tell you one of the times we did a good job with that. Well, 2 times. When Ronald Reagan was in and Libya was giving us a handle. You remember Momar was out there in his bass boat declaring the line of death. I actually know some people that were in that operation, and when we flew those cruise missiles in his bedroom window, that was a wake up call for old Momar.
Yeah, he kind of quieted down after that.
Yeah, he didn't hear much from him. And I will say this: when Bill Clinton was in, and we carried out the airstrikes on Yugoslavia and shut them down when they were getting a little rowdy over there, that was. I think that was good. We actually never put anybody on the ground, and we got the guy out. So that was a good action too. But we have tremendous power, which requires tremendous restraint. But there's time to use it and time to make a believer out of somebody.
Well, you're asking a bigger question. It's one thing to say, let's dabble. It's another thing to say, are you ready to count the cost and do you have the stomach for what needs to be done? And that question is still yet to be answered.
Yep.
But
a good start.
But a good start, and it was the right thing to do. If you'd like to, I kind of veered into this weekend's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. I'd never had the pleasure of meeting Richard Lyons. Bubba, I'm not sure if I had not heard of him.
No, I hadn't either. It was a real pleasure.
Really, 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 because I think people like Richard Lyons are so important right now because they know world history, and unfortunately, we have a generation that hasn't been taught world history. So they don't understand the origin of all that is going on. They don't know how our Constitution works. They don't know how our country works. They don't know how the world works. And he has written some really, really valuable books by the Chance of War, which is already out. It was out in 2019. The DNA of Democracy, also in 2019. Shadows of the Acropolis, which I struggled with through the whole podcast. Acropolis.
I just love hearing you say it.
It's just hard for me to say, but you know what I mean. And that's how socialism has been creeping. This started way back at Woodrow Wilson, and we just haven't put the brakes on it. We've let it just continue. But anyway, very, very interesting interview, but we do also delve into the current situation in the Middle East because it's nothing new. And you have to know history in order to prevent it from happening again, or know what to do when it happens again.
Yep.
So there you go.
That's why we're supposed to learn history, right? So we don't repeat the mistakes of it.
Or be prepared for it on what's going to happen because we know because there's a forecast that's already there. So catch that this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
Rick and Bubba.
Week, but the takeoff was today, and Speedy had pulled up a really great package on this that highlighted some of that. And I was thinking too, Rick, and it just, I don't know. I get this way sometimes. I think, we're chasing one of the greatest accomplishments in the history of mankind from a science standpoint and a travel standpoint. And then I look at where we are 50 years down the road, and we have the squad having a press conference yesterday. That was the big story. So, I think, unfortunately, I want to be an optimist, but sometimes the facts are just so glaring, you have to pull back a little bit. I'm not too sure as a civilization we haven't gone over the top of the roller coaster and we're headed down.
I absolutely believe that. And I know some people, think that we're moving forward, and in my humble opinion, I think I can make a pretty good case based on examples that there's no evidence that we're moving forward.
I think we're sliding down. I think we peaked and we're sliding down. But let's look at this. This is a package Speedy's pulled up.
It's courtesy of CBS, and basically it's highlighted. This is what the viewer saw July 16th, 1969.
And watch part of this. It's key to what we've been talking about.
T-minus 1 hour, 29 minutes, and 53 seconds and counting in just an hour and a half. If all goes well, Apollo 11 astronauts, Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins are to lift off from pad 39A out there on the voyage man always has dreamed about. Next stop for them, the moon.
10, 9, ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy, it looks good, Wally.
Somebody must be leaving town.
What a moment. Man on the way to the moon. If news is defined as the unexpected or the unpredictable in human affairs, then tonight the flight of Apollo 11 just does not qualify. For however exciting a space flight may be, even if, as in this case, it is one of the towering events of our history. Nevertheless, once a spaceship leaves its booster, except for such minor corrections as Apollo 11's engines provided today, it's just another little planet, as predictable in its course as Mars, or Jupiter, or the Moon.
We copy you down, Eagle.
See that footage? That's what was shot out in the desert. Simulation.
The Eagle has landed.
What?
Okay, we're going to be busy for a minute. Here.
On this July 20th, 1969.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Oh, geez, that's great. Is the lighting halfway decent?
Yes, indeed. They've got the flag up now, and you can see the stars and stripes on the lunar surface.
Up now, and you can see the stars and stripes on the lunar surface. Beautiful, just beautiful.
It's a fair assessment.
I know,
fair question.
But I'm talking about we didn't.
You know, Walter was a pretty big lib, but he didn't let you see that when he did the news. You know, he was tolerable.
Yeah.
It was a far cry from what you have on CNN and MSNBC today.
Well, also
we go over there now for comedy relief.
Yeah,
yeah.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. A lot to do. I mentioned some of the things that are coming up on the show today and this weekend. I do look forward to going out and getting back out on the road a little bit this weekend. Been off for several weeks and speaking at a couple of churches this weekend. One Sunday morning over in Leeds, Alabama, the home of 104.7 WZZK. And I'll be there at Valley View Church and be doing they do one service, 10 a.m. local time. That's Central if you're coming in from over in Georgia or you're visiting. And I'm honored to be speaking, and I see the series they're on too will be in Colossians, so I'm kind of fired up about that. So that's Sunday morning if you're in that area, going to be in that area. And then Sunday night, the men's discipleship strategy kicks off. So I get this a lot. Hey, can I find a church near me that's doing this? Well, I'll tell you one thing. First Methodist Clanton and one Tommy Lenore in the gang, they're doing that coming up. And I talked to Gary yesterday. I mean, you know, Tommy ain't asked me to come, but I mean, I said, Gary, we're going to be in Clanton. Well, you know, I swear I gave my life to Jesus. I know. Why don't you come? Well, I might. I don't know. So anyway, so Gary may be there, but we'll be kicking off. It's good to be there. We'll have a great service. They're going to have a great meal. Let them know if you're coming. They'll give you food, no charge for anything. But you'll also be able to plug into one of their small groups because they start the curriculum as well on Sunday night. Or if you're another church and you'd like to come and see what it looks like, I got an email like that this week. Somebody said, what do you think would serve me better if I'm trying to kick the tires on this? Come into the conferences or come into one of the man churches? I said, well, if you want to see how the actual strategy works, really one of the man churches. The conferences will showing you some resources and you can network with people surely. But if you want to see it in action,
go to one of the man churches. So that's a good opportunity coming up on Sunday night, Clanton, Alabama. You know, in Clanton, do they listen? You think mainly to ZZK or I-92? They can kind of do both, can't they?
Yeah, they're right in the middle.
Yeah, so they can do it. All right, so, Bubba, you and I had a meeting on Monday, and we haven't really talked about it. So in January, Lord willing, when we come back from the break, we will celebrate our 30th anniversary. It'll be like our 30th birthday.
30th birthday, start our 31st year.
Yep, and so we will have completed 30. We're looking at some merch to kind of celebrate that, because that's a milestone.
Yeah.
That's your big boy.
It really is, Rick.
That is your big boy. And,
in our industry especially.
So Bubba and I went to a meeting to try to look at some options. And I will tell you, our merch team, the creative department, they really showed out this time.
Yeah, they do a great job.
They do a great
JDA.
job. But they had a whole they gave us like a pamphlet we could look through. It was all ready to go at some of the things, and not all of it made it, but most of it did. And one thing that is hilarious is these tea glasses, which is it's an old school thing. I like when we do old school, like when we do these retro lunch boxes. We're going to do another one of those that's going to have the 30-year thing,
30th anniversary.
Yeah. Cool. It'll have
commemorative.
Yeah, it'll have covers of all the CDs over the years on it and all that. It'll be a lot of fun. And all the logos over the years.
I didn't realize lunch boxes were such a big deal with people.
I really,
just as collector,
I like it. Like I've got the one we had. I love the one that we had, and this was going to be just as good. And I have them set up like as little keepsakes.
I have ours. I have one that James Spann was on. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. So anyway, this tea glass series we're going to be doing, and this is old school. I remember when we were little boys. I think it was Hardee's, was it? And they would have
when you ordered a drink,
the Flintstones collectible glasses, and they'd have different Flintstone characters and all that, and you collected all of them. And so we're going to do that with our tea glass. We have one now, but we're going to do a collective series, and we were looking at how the series will roll out, and it was pretty funny.
Yeah, the artwork was incredible, really exciting. And my favorite one, I think, so far was the pontoon boat.
No doubt.
And it's got like me driving, Rick riding gun, we're driving the boat, whatever. And then we are pulling behind the boat Speedy, Greg, and Adler.
All right.
Yeah, Helms is not on it because it was a Friday. And,
Bubba, that right there is a good one. Yes.
Yes.
Where's Helms? I said
but they're all they have several that are going to be really impressive. I'm excited about the artwork.
Yeah.
It was really impressive.
Yeah, it was. And another one that's being considered, I can't remember if we approved it or not, or we're still trying to figure out exactly how to do it. But you talk about funny, is another deck of playing cards.
Yes.
But this time it's not just the logo on the back of the card and on the box. Like if you go to a king, like my face or Bubba's face is the king, and then Greg's face is a jack and all this kind of stuff. Of course, and Adler's a queen, of course. But it's so
what was funny? We had a discussion. We can't make anybody the queen.
Yeah, we didn't know what to do. We're like, we can't make anybody the queen. So
and then we talked about maybe putting our wives on there or whatever. Yeah. And then there was even one time talking about making the whole set like diamonds. Would be Rick's whole family, and Hearts would be mine, and one would be, and so we were playing different ideas about how we could do that, but it was pretty funny.
Yeah, if anybody's the queen, I'm the queen. It's fine.
No,
your hair's longer than everybody.
Adler, they actually had you as the Joker.
Yeah,
in the original artwork.
No, they really did. You should have seen that Joker.
It's funny.
The Joker look, and it's got Adler's face in it. Pretty funny.
Can we see this stuff?
No,
or is it
I'm sorry, you can't.
Okay. Sorry. Only Bubba and I can see it.
I get it.
No, I think I may have brought that. I may have that in my office. I think.
I'm down.
Yeah, I've got it in some stuff. I brought merchandise, but it's not. I don't have it with me. I'll have it Monday. I'm in the wrong vehicle for it.
Yeah. I mean, we don't really have any merchandise left. Bubba left with most all of it.
Well, I wish I had done a better job of this over 30 years of getting one of everything.
Yeah.
And I sometimes I try to do that.
So hard to do.
But what'll happen is then we'll end up using it, or it'll end up in a car, on a boat, or somebody comes by and sees it, and I give it to them or whatever, and then you end up with nothing.
Well,
and I'm like, wait a minute, where's my stuff?
My
go?
problem is, and it happens every time, I'll get something like a hat that I think that we really like, and it was really well done, and I'll be fired up about it, and I'll have like an extra copy or two just for collectible. And all of a sudden, somebody will be down the farm or something, and they'll go, "Hey, man, I like that hat," and I'll give it to them. And then the one I'm wearing gets all sweaty and ratty, and then I'll go, "I need to get one of those hats," and then I'll look, and we've discontinued. So it's really hard. There's been so many different items.
You almost have to get it, put it behind glass, so nobody ever get it.
I don't have all of our CDs. I don't have all of our books. I don't have all the shirts. I tried in my office right now because I started thinking about, as you said, I thought about this 29 years too late, is that I would put every hat we ever had on the top in my office. And all I did was said, how many hats we got right now? And I bought one, we do pay the cost for them because we have to, for each hat. And basically they said, well, these are all the hats we have right now. And I look and I realize how many I missed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's been a lot of hats over the years.
Yeah. And I'll find one every now and then, stuck in a hunting bag or something. I go, wow, I forgot we had that.
I tell you what'll break your heart is when you get a hat that you really think looks cool, but the audience apparently didn't agree with you.
Right.
And it gets discontinued, and you're like, man, that went quick. Mine was that, and I forget the name of it. It wasn't a true hunting hat. Like it wouldn't be something you would wear to be legally enough orange, but it had black and the hunter's orange and Team Rick and Bubba on it. It was a really cool hat.
Well, you have hats that you actually...
It just didn't move, but I thought it was really, really cool.
There's hats you wear actually for hunting that legally meet the requirement. And then there's hats you wear when you're around hunting, that just look sharp.
Somebody sees you and they know you're about to hunt, but you're not going to wear that when you do hunt. So anyway, the 30-year stuff coming... and we may have some of it available for Christmas, but we'll tell you more about that later.
Rick and Bubba.
Also, he said this is the longest broadcast we've done. It's a short history of television. We've been on the air for 32 hours straight. Maybe he was also sending a message, this shouldn't be done every day. like we have now.
Remember when they used to sign off and they'd play the national anthem? And,
Maybe it's okay for news just to be in little increments. There's no need for it to be going 24/7.
And one of the key parts of this, Speedy, back up to where
this is important right here.
This is one of those things where I think we have solved the mystery. We hear about these things, and as we talked about earlier, the networks were absolutely afraid they would have nothing to show. And NASA was saying, well, we're going to try to shoot you some pictures back, but honestly, we've never shot anything from there, so we don't know. The networks went out and shot some simulations, and you saw part of that in this package.
Right.
Well, they took all that stuff away, and 30 years down the road, 40 years down the road, somebody's cleaning out an office at CBS, and they find this footage, and they see all this going on. They see astronauts hopping around, and you see somebody say cut, and they take their helmets off and go eat. You go, well, my gosh, they faked the whole thing. No, it was actually just footage they shot to have in case they didn't have video, and they didn't have anything when it landed. So there was no camera there.
And
so
in this footage, for those
they had to show you a simulation.
Right. But then after that, this right here is real.
Yes.
Yes.
The bad stuff is real.
Right.
That's the real stuff.
Right.
Yeah. But so in other words,
and there was a problem with that. The reason it looked that way too, because the way they were having to send it back. But now that's 70 millimeter film that was shot out the window, which is much better. That's a camera that's wired to the lunar module. They went out and set up.
So there were simulations in case they couldn't get a signal. And yes, they did go shoot those somewhere. And yes, those do look.
And they hired Hollywood people to do it and to do a good job with it. Nobody's denying that. But it didn't mean they faked the real landing.
Right.
Well, no.
Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba.
866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we make our way back. We do have a Trump update coming up. Get that for you here quickly, but I do want to point you to Butcher Box right now.
I don't wear it to play. It's my hair.
Bubba, let me warn you, there's not an ounce of sincerity in those who are against Trump on this particular statement. All this is more the gotcha mentality. anything that anyone that I oppose says, I'm going to find some way to twist it into something that I don't even believe is true. But it really will stir a lot of people. And this is when we'd had another protesting group take a flag off and do something to the flag, and Trump was asked about these types of protests and his opinion on them, and he made the following statement. Here we go.
Happy here, then you can leave. As far as I'm concerned, if you hate our country, if you're not happy here, you can leave. And that's what I say all the time. That's what I said in a tweet, which I guess some people think is controversial. A lot of people love it, by the way. A lot of people love it. But if you're not happy in the U.S., if you're complaining all the time, very simply, you can leave. You can leave right now. Come back if you want. Don't come back. It's okay, too. But if you're not happy, you can leave. When I
So, is there more?
And in one case, you have somebody that comes from Somalia, which is a failed government, a failed state, who left Somalia, who ultimately came here, and now is a congresswoman who's never happy, says horrible things about Israel, hates Jews, hates Jews. It's very simple. And if the Democrats want to wrap their bows around this group of 4 people, one of them kept Amazon out of New York, tens of thousands of jobs, would have been a great thing. And she kept Amazon from going, would have been a good deal. I mean, could he have made better? Maybe. But tens of thousands of jobs. And New York has not been the same since that happened. If they want to gear their wagons around these 4 people, I think they're going to have a very tough election, because I don't think the people of the United States will stand for it.
By the way, he couldn't get the word "circle their wagons." I've been there before. He was trying so hard. At first, he said put a bow around it, and then at the end, he said gear their wagons. He was trying so hard off the cuff. And I've been there. Look, I've been there many times. You've heard it several times on the show. He couldn't. You can't get the analogy in your mind. He was looking for "circle their wagons," but we all got it. The bottom line is, if this is what the Democrats want to be the face of their party, he says, I do not believe that the American people in a majority will stand for that. There certainly will be. Rick and Bubba show. We're back. So we're rolling out stuff quick. Yeah. If you're listening to the program or watching the program live, and you're like, man, I missed it. What? They did what? I missed that. Every day you can get your archives, video or audio on your own time, either on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel or on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. Also, don't forget Blaze TV subscribers get a best of hour every day as well, an hour of the Rick and Bubba show for you to enjoy. Some of the ways you can enjoy the audio is on buyraycon.com/Bubba. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. You don't have Raycons yet? What are you doing? Look, I'll be honest with you. I saw somebody here that we interact with other people in a building here where our studios and offices are located. That's been well documented. And I saw a guy just yesterday, and he's got those cyborg earbuds in, and all I could think of when I saw him walk by me is that looks ridiculous, and he really overpaid. That's all I could think about. Because if he had Raycons, I probably wouldn't even noticed them, because they're discreet, they fit comfortably, they've got the customized gel tips to fit even the most bizarre ear canal, and of course you have all the sound profiles. You can say I'm listening to music right now, and I'm using Bubba's Friday playlist, so I need some thump. Or maybe you're going, I'm over here listening to the Rick and Bubba audio archive, so I'm going to set that profile. You can have awareness mode, meaning I can hear what I'm listening to, but I know what's going on around me. Or you can say, I want to be isolated. I really want to concentrate on, say, maybe the Bible study archive this week, or something like that, or whatever you're listening to. And there's also a guarantee that you got to love them. If you don't, then you get refunded. So go right now and take advantage of 20% off site-wide. Now, don't forget, they're already about half the price of the other premium audio brands. And then we get you another 20% off site-wide at buyraycon.com/Bubba. And you can take advantage of that right now. Also, that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. If you're not listening with Raycon earbuds, your experience could be better. All right, so a couple things we need to also update you on. We have a killer on the run. They have not found the main shooter that walked into a bowling alley and just began to slaughter people. Right now, 18 confirmed dead. I think there's 13 injured in some way, shape, or form on different severity levels. And so the FBI, they went to his house. Robert Card is the name. He was not there. He did leave behind a cell phone, which threw the cops off because they, I guess, pinged it. And he just left it behind. I'm sure they'll find some interesting things there. And then there is going to be a border alert because they think because of where he is in our country, he may try to flee into Canada. So that's kind of where we are. And they've alerted the Canadian Border Patrol to be looking for him. So his online search history, no surprise here. Now, the word conspiracy theory, you have to be careful. We used to know what that means. But now, things that were called conspiracy theories, especially during the pandemic, have turned out maybe not to be so.
Yeah.
But he did have they said, great fear about the financial crisis, the plunge in the stock market. They got to get this in. LGBTQ issues, gun rights, something about Democrat public officials, including Joe Biden. Of course, there's a lot of people, and this is what they're trying to paint the picture here. I see the picture they're trying to paint. But there's a lot of people that sit around drinking coffee that discuss these things too, but they don't go shoot and kill anybody.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Right. And I noticed that we're very selective on manifestos.
Yeah.
And on online searches. We still have not been allowed to read the manifesto of the crazed trans killer up in Tennessee.
Right.
So everybody.
Isn't that strange?
Yeah. Everybody. Apparently, the mainstream news. They pick and choose the online searches and the manifestos that we get to be aware of. But the bottom line is, I couldn't care less about his motive because what he did was evil. Because there is no justification for cold-blooded killing of people that are totally innocent just because you've got a screw loose. Or for whatever reason.
Yeah. There's two other articles here that those that knew him called him a gun nut psycho, and that he was just off. And there's another story out. It's kind of strange here that did he target his deaf friends? He had recently been given hearing aids and claimed the hearing aids let him hear people criticizing him at one of the bars/restaurants that he went. He went to the bowling alley and to another location where on cornhole night, he could hear people making fun of him. And that's where he returned and murdered 4 of his deaf friends.
You're saying deaf?
Deaf,
Whoa.
yeah.
Like
deaf friends.
Hey,
deaf.
I got to ask you.
How do you hear deaf people talking about you?
No, well, I mean,
what I
the
was
friends were deaf, but others were criticizing. Not everybody at the bar was deaf.
Well, why is he mad at the deaf people?
I don't know. That's the article. I'm reading the article.
Hear, right?
Well,
I mean, mute would be they can't speak.
It says that he target his deaf.
Have you ever heard someone who's deaf try to communicate?
Sometimes there's different levels of it.
I'm just reading the article. There's the deaf friends that he killed. He murdered them. They were 4 of the 18 that he murdered.
Good night.
And a lot of folks were wondering, did he target them? And it's weird. He had just ordered hearing aids, and it allowed him to hear people making fun of him when he would go out.
I think he's probably hearing voices
that
weren't in the hearing aids.
Yeah. Correct.
But
no, I think you're all.
But what I'm
that.
saying is, I don't understand why he would want to target deaf people. For what reason?
Yeah. I don't know.
Because
he didn't. His friends.
He didn't like that he was losing his hearing. I don't. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know what that's got to do with this. I mean, why? The fact he had 4 deaf friends is kind of odd. I mean,
it's a big number.
It is.
Yeah,
that is a big number. So anyway, the bottom line is he's wicked, he's evil, and I hope that they are able to apprehend him and then us punish him and make an example of him where others who may think they hear voices or may be upset online won't do the same thing.
Did you mention, because I was scanning this story trying to find more detail while you were talking, you mentioned that they found a suicide note, right?
No, I did not, no.
This one story says suicide note found at suspect Robert Card's home during search.
Okay.
So we don't know. I mean, that may be to throw people off. So.
Well, and also it may be that they find him, and that's what he finally does to himself. They say he's a deer hunter, I want to get that in. Army reservist and is well equipped to survive in the wild, and could even be planning a new attack. So I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of people
armed and dangerous.
Apparently, there's a lot of woods and mountains and stuff where a lot of people were comparing Eric Rudolph to what he might do, and that's disappear and off into the wilderness and try to.
You can survive for a period of time, but long term without help, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, because supplies of some kind. You're going. First of all, the biggie is how much clean, drinkable water do you have?
You got to have that.
That's
one.
A biggie.
Second, food.
Yeah,
and third, shelter.
And I'm sure with Maine being a pretty pristine place, he probably knows some creeks that have water he can drink out of, probably. But then all the other, there's more than that. So he probably, I don't know how good he is or what's available to him, but he probably could survive without bottled water if he's pretty savvy out there. But the rest of it is still going to be a problem.
Well, like Rudolph, he was working the dumpster at eating joints, But in that part of the world too, weather is going to become an issue very quickly.
Oh yes, maybe even already.
Right.
And any shelter you build could be spotted. That's the problem.
Well, think about this too. If you kill a deer or kill an animal, you got to cook it, or you can't really eat it, according to what kind of animal it is. So that's going to bring attention to yourself. So yeah, you're right. Eventually, he's going to have to be supplied some way, shape, or form, or get some shelter beyond what he can do. I don't know, though. I mean, maybe he can survive out there. I don't know.
One of the things that I have read about this that is a great hiding place for people on the run like this is crawl spaces in people's houses.
Oh, boy.
Because
that's a big uplifting thing.
Well, I'm just telling you because most of the time they're not locked. They may have a latch on them or something to keep them closed. It's very warm under there. I don't know if you've ever been under there in the winter.
I have not. No, I normally do not go in crawl spaces.
If you just get in there and lay down, don't make noise. Nobody will ever know you're in there. And
but again,
you can shelter that way.
But again, shelter. But I still got to eat and get water.
If they have a house that long, if they have a hose pipe, you could probably get water that way too. But you'd have to come and go and not be seen.
Yeah, because that's not going to be much of a quality of life.
No. But if you're on the run,
it's for
it might beat being under a log.
I think I stay under a crawl space too long. I think I may just come out shooting. And just see.
The reporting, Rick. You've been very critical of it, trying to read stories and how badly they're written. It goes into the cornhole tournament that was going on. It's every Wednesday night for the deaf community in that area, and that's why they think it was a target, but it really doesn't explain much more.
Why would he target the deaf?
I don't know.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
People who agree with him, he said, but I don't think I don't think these are the attitudes of what the American people want right now. And I think there are a lot of people on the job sites working very hard that have said the very same thing the president just said, and that's who he's resonating with.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he wasn't done. He had one parting comment here.
They hate our country. They hate it, I think, with a passion. Now, it's possible I'm wrong. The voter will decide. But when I hear the way they talk about our country, when I hear the anti-Semitic language they use, when I hear the hatred they have for Israel, and the love they have for enemies like Al-Qaeda, then you know what? I will tell you that I do not believe this is good for the Democrat Party. Certainly it's not the party that I've known over the years.
It's a good point. And I think there's people in the Democratic Party that know he's right. They just don't know what to do.
No.
Because you saw Nancy Pelosi attempt it, and before she knew it, she was pummeled with racist rocks that she somehow was a racist, and you're like, uh-oh. And like we said, that's the environment they created. Yeah. Now they're trying to figure out how to fix it.
And Rick, if you're on the left, it doesn't get any worse than being called a racist. I mean, that is
Bubba.
There's no further notch on the pole you can slide down than that.
Oh, you're not even allowed to defend it and say, I don't think there's any evidence of that in my life. You're not even allowed to do that. Once you've been labeled, it's over.
Yeah.
But it is strange to me. I certainly see why anybody from Somalia would want to come to the United States. I got that. Mm-hmm. But once you get here, why do you want to turn it into Somalia? That's what I don't get.
That
They're
I
the
don't
same
follow.
failed policies and ideas, and that's what he's talking
Now,
about.
see, they would consider what you just said racist. That's how they
Well,
spin things.
they can take that.
You know what I'm saying?
and
But that's
cram
where
it
they
as far
are.
as I'm
Just
concerned.
because
How about
you
that?
anything you do to criticize.
I'm tired of being called something every time I have a thought about something.
If you criticize,
I can think just like they can.
Absolutely.
And
you
frankly, I think I'm smarter than some of them.
if you criticize their
Honestly.
behavior, it has
And that's
nothing
not
to do
saying
with
much.
their actions. They claim it has to do with the race. That's their go-to. It always has been.
No, it's
and
not
that's
about
what they're
race.
spinning out. I know it's not.
It's
but
not
that's
about race.
that's what they're screaming.
Yeah.
Is they stand there yesterday in their
let
little
them scream
presser.
it. Let them
Look,
scream
see,
it.
I don't care what the color of their skin is. I don't even
amen.
care what their sex is. I care about stupid ideas.
Exactly.
That's right.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Well, this, like we all said, this has been in their playbook for a long time, and what they've discovered, not everybody can do it. They tried to do it with Hillary, saying they were successful with Obama. To be anti-Obama is to be racist. Doesn't matter if it's about his policies or how you see the world, how you see the role of government. You cannot say anything negative against him because he's a person of color, and if you do, you're a racist. Well, they tried that same thing with Hillary. If you say anything against her, it's because you're a misogynist, and it just didn't stick. Because, I mean, her husband is a nightmare when it comes to this topic and the way she acted about it, and they just couldn't make it work. She was just a bad candidate.
Well, the problem...
And during that but they tried it. It was still, they tried the same old stuff. It just didn't.
All these
she's
ideas,
too bad a person.
all these ideas, the ideas they're putting forward: open borders, free education, free medical, no idea how to pay for it. All of this junk has been tried over and over again, and it fails every time. I just don't understand the logic of keep trying something that doesn't work over and over again.
It's called insanity.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we the common sense is a superpower thing is really, I know we've used it a lot. I know others have, and I don't know who originally said it, but it's so true. And we've adopted it here at Rick and Bubba University because it really, we think it's almost like one of the things we've been told to do. Please bring this logic back. So when you're dealing with people who are emotional, one of the things, you remember like in The Wizard of Oz when they finally dumped water on the Wicked Witch of is it the West that was bad?
The Wicked Witch of the
West. Was
yeah.
she the bad one?
I think so.
Yeah, and so she would just start screaming. You've heard us play this in our Hillary update and all this. But these emotional charged people, if you use logic and truth, it's almost like you've dumped water on them.
Yeah.
And it's like they can't even comprehend what you've said. And so here is this the notorious AOC?
Yeah,
again?
here's what you got. You got the House Oversight Committee. They're having a hearing on the treatment of migrant families. And Thomas Homan, who's the former acting director of ICE, is there speaking to them and being grilled. And she's trying to say that he recommended family separation, and that's the problem because, the Trump administration's hardline immigration policy, they claim, is the result of why the migrant family separation is taking place, even though that was an Obama thing that he's just enforcing. But don't let the facts get in the way there.
Well, again, you can't have that because that's going to make people scream, ah!
So they're going back and forth on this, and
Let's go with it. 9 minutes to the top. Thank you for being with us. Coming up later in the program, the wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat. Yes, you too could win Spam. Or maybe Bubba reaches into the drawer of various canned meats and pulls out a doozy. All that still coming later in the program when our golden ticket seat guests will be here today. All right, so we do need to make a correction. I can't believe that this correction is needed, but apparently there is a Taylor Swift story today that Greg and Speedy covered in the kickoff hour.
Oh, yeah.
I would not have known this either, Speedy, but
yeah, I couldn't even make fun of it.
When you guys were trying to do the story that she has been deemed a billionaire now. Correct? Am I right on that?
That is correct. Yeah, at 33 years of age.
And I have emailers saying that Speedy spent an entire segment with no one correcting him.
Greg.
Yeah, well, I mean, calling Taylor Swift's tour the Erase Tour when it is the Eras Tour.
Yeah, because Erase would have an E on it. And so that's on me.
Did you?
Getting close. And Erase doesn't really make sense.
It doesn't. It doesn't. But you didn't correct me.
No.
I know.
Thanks, Greg. That's way to be my friend. And Adler, who's a part-time Swiftie, didn't even.
He should know.
He didn't even text me.
Did you hear it?
I heard it.
Why would you text a man?
You left
It
him
was
hanging.
funny.
I'm your
Yeah,
best
you wanted
friend.
to let him keep doing it.
And it's because she goes through different eras of her career.
Well, what's she
and
trying to
music
erase?
catalog.
How many errors can you have if you're only 33?
I mean, she's got when
She
you're at
started
it since
young.
you're 15, you got a few.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy. That's way to be my workplace
The
best
Erase
friend.
Tour.
So you were calling
making
it
so
Erase?
much money.
I did. And don't you smile.
I
You
didn't know
spent
the
10 minutes
difference.
with me on it.
I didn't know the difference. I'm going to act like I did, but I really didn't. I thought you were right.
I actually have some emailers that reached out to me too, Rick,
Yeah,
and we're like, hey, just want to let you know. One guy said he was actually mad at himself for knowing that I'd made a mistake.
Right.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
I didn't.
Adler.
I guess I missed some of those with the various men who hate me for Virgin River. One guy, it just overnight, he says, I have to get up at 5. What am I doing? Thanks, Rick.
Rick, one thing we haven't touched on Virgin River, do you realize Jack looks just like Oscar, the pilot?
100%.
I mean,
Yes.
He really does.
They look
Now,
the
thanks for that. That was not in my head yet, but now it will.
Does he
be.
not? Because I remember I kept watching. I said, he looks like somebody.
Right.
And all of a sudden, Oscar.
Right. Boy, he's in a real issue. Man, he's got issues. He's got all kinds of issues.
No, you're talking about Oscar.
Not
right?
Oscar.
Well, not Oscar. Well, Oscar does, but I'd rather not get into
All
it.
right.
I haven't been given permission.
I'm shutting her down.
The other thing we saw last night, speaking of entertainment that we're all ashamed of, is Bubba, you sent out a red flag. Was that a caution flag? Was that a
No, I thought y'all might enjoy some of the comedy.
right? Did you want us to watch the Old Fart Bachelor?
Well,
It's not the
I ended up sitting down and Betty had flipped it on.
It's hard to look at.
And
Boy, it is.
and they were out. He'd been on the
hey, no
what?
Just
no
what-
spoilers. I mean,
yeah.
I don't care.
Has it aired?
Oh, I thought you said it was on. I thought you said you were watching it last night.
I was.
It was.
Well, then how do you know? You know it aired then.
Yeah. How do you? What he doesn't want to tell
Well,
you.
it aired because it was on TV last
I
night.
know, but
Well,
Bubba, listen. This
He
is
hasn't
he's
watched it
embarrassed.
yet.
He's shedding light on something he didn't want us to know.
Yeah.
He and his wife actually record it.
And then watch it.
And then watch it, which
No,
means
I'm not
means
gonna
you're
tell you-
really into it.
I'm not going to tell
record
you.
it.
I'm not going to tell you what happened because I wasn't watching it that
Good,
close.
because I don't care because
But
I don't watch it.
I will
don't
say
watch it.
this: the Golden Bachelor will tear that sugar up now.
Really? I bet
He's
that's
serious
what
about it.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
gonna
I
tell-
mean, on a group date, he'll go on one. They went to it's like
Gary?
a park or something. I don't know if it was a fair or
Did he
park
keep
or
his
something.
teeth
Sorry,
in?
Adler. He's talking about it.
But he'd tear that sugar up on one ride, then he'd be on that Ferris wheel tearing that sugar up again.
Well,
So-
that's kind
He's
of the
mixing a lot of stuff.
But that's kind of the bachelorette
Yeah.
gig. You signed up that you'll tear up sugar with various people in the same day.
Not worried
Now-
about COVID.
Now here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing I'm worried that gets me because
Gary's worried about pneumococcal pneumonia,
is that his name?
isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Hey, why does
Rick
everybody
calls him
think
old fart.
why does everybody think I'm on the Golden Bachelor? but anyway, so Sherry, this happened last night because of you. So I was like, Bubba's telling us the Gold Fart Bachelor's on, and then I saw the Adler line, which I laughed at, and then Sherry says, "Well, I know you're kind of tired of watching Virgin River. Do you want to just watch the
Let's go to this.
Do you want to watch Golden Bachelor?" I said, "Baby, I don't want to watch. I don't think I can do that." And she goes, "Why? What do you mean you can't do that?" I said, first of all, I think some of these women, they're saying things to him that they're really pouring their heart out, and he can't hear them.
Yeah.
I said, he's got a hearing aid, and they're whispering that they love him, and I don't think he heard it. and so,
You don't have
and
intuition.
then about the time she said, "Well, let's just see if we can get in." I'm not making this up. She turns it on. And I know this is going to upset some of y'all. And I don't intentionally upset people.
No, you
y'all
don't.
know
Not
that.
normally.
I wouldn't pick at somebody for anything.
No, sir.
And I don't know whose sugar he was tearing up, but one of them, and God love them. I mean, they're best case they're mid 60s, okay, but there's some in their 70s, okay,
Yeah.
and I think he's in his 70s, right?
He is.
Yeah.
And he'd gone after one.
I mean, I think he is.
He'd gone after one that had a little bit of a sizable nose.
Okay.
And they went
Another one you talk.
they went to turn their heads, and her nose just raked across his face.
Rick.
And I told Sherry, I said, you got to change it. I can't look at
A
it.
nose rake, and you have to change it.
I can't. I said,
Well-
I said, did you see that nose go across his face? And she's like, what? And she goes, well, I never even noticed her nose till now. Thank you. And I'm like, man, she's got a snout on her. And
You know, your nose and your ears keep growing.
that's what I mean.
So
And they'll try to wear like they'll try to dress too young.
Oh, so young.
And things
Cover your back up.
I would like to say to everybody involved in the Old Fart Bachelor, I understand that we're trying to say that we're all still vibrant, and I think that's great.
Yeah.
But we also, there is a certain amount of dignity that needs to come with us that are older. And we can still age graciously, and let's be dignified. I mean, when we get a bunch of women in there trying to act like that they're at a cocktail party and they're dressing like they're in college and they're in their 70s and late 60s, I just don't think that's the most dignified thing we could do.
This is one thing I've noticed about this the couple of times Betty's had it on, and you saw it last night. It was even more glaring. The women appear to be, I don't want to use the term desperate, but
But they seem desperate. Whatever.
It's
but
almost,
I can't think of another word to use.
It's almost like
panicky.
If I don't make this work,
Oh yeah.
I'm out of options. I will never be with anybody.
My last
else.
shot.
The
Unless I get to
young
be the
ones,
Bachelorette.
the young girls seem to do it because they don't want to be embarrassed or they don't want to go back and go, I didn't win.
Right.
Look bad on social media when I didn't win. But these appear like this is my last chance to spend my life with somebody. It's going to be me and a cat if I don't win this. You know what I mean?
Oh my God!
I know I'll be blamed for this commentary, but he's right.
I know.
See, because like you say, the younger ones, I mean, they'll end up on what is it,
Oh, yeah.
Bachelor in Paradise?
Yeah,
which is the complete opposite of the Golden. It comes on right after, I think. If you
Yeah.
want to go,
How do you know that?
You're talking about going from low to high?
yes, I
Yeah,
mean your
it's
mind
high
has to
octane
your
on
mind
that
has
one,
to refocus.
To me, it seems like the Bachelor in Paradise, and I've only seen that they start promoting it during the
Oh,
show.
my goodness.
It's like if you weren't skank enough for the Bachelor, we got something for you.
Yeah.
Well, there's one more thing. There's one more thing about the Golden Bachelor we got to talk about when we come back.
I just hope Jerry finds love.
Is it Jerry or Gary?
It's Gary.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'll take it from there. Take a listen to this.
What I'm saying, this is not the only paper where we've given the Secretary numerous options to secure the border and save lives.
And so the recommendation of the many that you recommended family separation,
I recommend a zero tolerance.
which includes family separation.
The same as is with every U.S. citizen parent gets arrested when they're with a child.
Zero tolerance was interpreted as the policy that separated children from their
If I get arrested for DUI and I have a young child in the car, I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that father
Mr.
from his
Holman,
family.
with all due respect, legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
When you're into the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum, you go through the port of entry, do it the legal way. The Attorney General of the United States has made that clear.
Okay.
So unprepared, so clueless.
Okay. I didn't think you'd have that answer. Okay.
What she's
okay.
what she's
Wait a
trying
minute.
Yeah, what she's trying to do is get him to say, yes, I recommended separating kids from their parents at the border. A law that was passed and installed during the Obama years.
Guys, we have Obama. You can simply search it for yourself.
Yeah, go watch it.
He says if you bring your children to the border illegally, we will send them back. That Barack Hussein Obama, leader of the free world for 8 years, said the same thing, and he was right when he said it, because if you try to come into this country illegally, then we have to respond the way we would to any illegal act. And I agree with President Obama when he said that. We continue to do that. But what we cannot have is that President Obama says, let's do it, and it's okay. President Trump says, let's continue to do it, and it's not. That we can't have.
I mean,
that's just
pretty
unacceptable.
straightforward. Pretty straightforward.
And she claims seeking asylum is not a crime, but when you swim the Rio Grande and run up in the woods, you're not seeking asylum. You can scream that all day long when they catch you.
That's right.
But if you're actually seeking asylum, like he said, you go through the process to try to do that.
And if you don't, we have to treat it like an illegal act.
Yeah, because everybody be screaming it.
We've already got rules in place, and I don't know if you saw Trump announce yesterday they would start enforcing this. If you are seeking asylum in the United States, you have to apply in the first country you come into, getting out of the danger that you were in. So, in other words, if you're in Guatemala, you apply in Mexico. If you are in whoever's on the other side of them, you apply in Guatemala. You do not do – the only people who will apply for asylum at our border are Canadians and Mexicans. Yeah. That's all.
Well said. Scott in Atlanta. Scott, thanks for your patience, buddy. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I was watching that news conference with them four ladies. I'm trying to be politically correct by calling them that. But they asked that one lady, do you support Al-Qaeda? Well, she blatantly says that I am not at liberty to answer that. So that ought to tell the American people who she's supporting at that point.
Well, and plus the point that President Trump made about her as part of these four horsewomen of the new Democrat apocalypse.
Or the squad, as they call
the
themselves.
squad, is that this if let's say today that I decided I'm going to embrace the modern Democratic Party. Okay, first of all, please get me help immediately because something's exploded in my head at this point.
Yeah.
Because I'm too old to still be that stupid. So anyway, so I decide I'm going to do that. Well, inside this world, I thought we're supposed to be the party. I'm now a Democrat. That we're supposed to be the party of all loving, all caring, all gentle, all kind, all accepting, right? Why have they not turned on this particular person who like if you said, and it would be fair, now I'm back over being who I really am. Hey, I tell you, watch Burgess. He's got a biblical worldview, so there's going to be certain things in Scripture that Burgess is going to be against. That'd be fair. You go, yeah. And I said, yeah, that's correct, because I'm answering to a higher call or calling than you. And it doesn't mean that I hate you. I just love God, and I believe that's what He has said. And but so in her religious view, and she's uttered this, she says she hates Jewish people. She hates Israel. But I thought that wasn't allowed in the Democratic Party. I thought you're not allowed to be hateful to any group of people. So are the Democrats telling me with this person that they keep lifting up as one of their, this is, hey, we're now, see, this is where they mess up with their emotion. I know how they see it because I know this line of thinking because I was, I've gone through my life hopefully trying to learn and become wiser as time goes on. I remember having kind of a very goofy point of view on things because I didn't know much yet. So what the Democrats were saying is we're showing you how, and they don't think it through, how open-minded we are, so we're letting a Muslim represent a district in the United States of America. Look how far we've come. But see, just like emotion always does, they didn't think about the fact, hey, wait a minute, they hate people too. You know what I mean? So now we've given a platform to a worldview that hates a certain race of people and a certain country. So on one end, look at us. We are open-minded. We'll let them do whatever they want to, unless, of course, they're Christian. But if they're Muslim, they're allowed to do whatever. Oh, wait a minute. She seems to be saying things. So I guess Jewish people don't get the same standing of other people. You're allowed to hate Jewish people and still be considered all loving, all caring, and the face of our country. But I thought this party said we don't like people who are hateful and mean and fundamental when it comes to their religious convictions. It is 6 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us today from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get to your phone calls this hour. Our website's Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. We interview author Richard Lyons about the second edition of his book, But by the Chance of War. We talk about world history, all the wars throughout the world that have been going on, and the significance of war and peace in the Middle East. all that this weekend. You get educated on a lot. I mean, Richard is full of information. So catch that this weekend. Speedy, Greg Adler here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Yeah, Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. The little party we call Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we mentioned that Old Fart Bachelor was on last night. Bubba thought, does anybody want to watch it? Adler and his wife, they watch it delayed, I guess, on the app. Which one is it? Hulu that carries the ABC stuff? Hulu?
I think so.
Yeah, and so he doesn't want to know what happened, but yet he doesn't care. He just still doesn't want to know.
Well, they were supposed to. They were supposed to get down to 3 last night because he's going on hometown dates. You remember, you get down to 3 and you do the hometown dates.
Who's alive for him?
Well,
to talk to?
that's what's funny.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you really didn't think about it. When you have the Bachelor, they go to meet their parents.
Right.
This one, they go to meet their kids and grandkids.
They would have to.
That's sweet. I mean,
it's flipped. It's flipped. It's 180 degrees.
Yeah. I mean, because you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not going to meet your parents.
And I'm sure, I mean, from the highlights I saw, that like the sons are going to, pull him aside and go, what's your intentions with my mom? It's kind of a weird dynamic.
I would say to those sons, how old is this Bachelor guy?
What is he,
70 something?
71, 72, something like that?
72.
It's so funny, Adler. You own me just then, where you act like you're not quite sure when you know exactly how old he is.
Knows.
You know exactly how old he is.
I don't watch this show. It's stupid.
So anyway, he's in his 70s, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Gary.
And that's not that old now.
No,
I mean,
not now for us. I thought it was.
I keep calling him Jerry because it's Gerry, and he calls him Gary.
Are you serious?
Yes, it's spelled.
Well, that's not Gary. That's Jerry.
I know.
No. Gary would be G-A-R.
It's his name is spelled Gerry, and they call him Gary.
That's not Gary. That's Jerry.
I know. That's why I keep calling him Jerry.
Why would it be Jerry? It's a G.
Greg, you know the G has 2 sounds.
I don't know.
Look at your name, Greg.
My name isn't Jareg.
I know that,
but
Greg.
your name
I've
is
discussed
Burgess.
that.
Is it not Jareg?
It's like giblets.
But anyway.
Kiss me, Gary.
But anyway,
Tear that sugar up, Gary.
to the point I was going to make about Bubba's question, when a 71, 72-year-old man is after your mama, do you really have to ask him what his intentions are?
That's good.
He doesn't have much time. We know exactly what his intentions are.
Now, whether he can fulfill it, I don't know.
That's a wasted question.
And
that's what he's trying.
And they're not historically known for long engagements. Because I was told one time, hey, we ain't got a lot of time left. We got to move this thing forward.
And Greg does have one concern.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got toes here to pull this off.
Yeah, right.
Hey.
So
Garrett got bad news.
He's still young.
Guys.
To the elderly.
He's young at heart.
Yeah, he might live 20 more years.
Yeah, maybe.
Easily. Yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
He takes care of himself, plays pickleball.
Yeah.
Yeah, this pickleball thing.
Yeah. He'll what's it called? Bink it in a second.
Did I see
Is
last?
that what they say?
Did I see?
Well, no,
I don't know if you should use that term.
Let's go dink. I think is what.
Well,
they
you
say.
also know,
bink.
like I know back on the other Bachelor, Bachelorette, when they have the more youthful people.
But he sent the pickleball girl home.
You look and that's what I was going to get to. You look and they show who they are, and they're some sort of executive, or they're a salesperson, or they're marketing. Well, you realize all these people, they don't have jobs anymore. So, like one of the person underneath where normally the job was is pickleball captain.
Yeah, I know. That's funny.
Yeah,
I will say this: there, when he gets down to the final 3, there is a certain certain style.
We haven't
and
seen
look
it yet.
That he's
the audience.
He's
Are we already down to 3?
Hasn't
he's
seen
literally
it
been
Are
begging
we already
you.
down to 3?
didn't give it away.
Wait just a minute.
At the end of the show,
He sent pickleball captain home. You just told him.
I didn't say
What
that.
they're not going to do is go visit the parents.
This
like
is
they do
for
in
the
other
audience, not me.
But you know
you're
what
spoiling it.
You know what that tells me?
Yeah, we just talked about it. They're going to. He's doing hometown dates on.
But I'm talking about their parents are probably not.
Yeah, we just talked about
we just talked about. He's going to meet their kids and grandkids.
I got a call on the phone. There.
Yeah, we
were off there. I think it may have something to do with what happened. But anyway,
no.
Well, something happened.
Yeah, because all that stuff fell on me back this way. It didn't go that way.
You didn't hit a tater, maybe?
I don't think so. Might hit the mouse, but that's just the callers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But anyway,
Mystery.
yeah. But anyway,
But what I'm saying is, I doubt any of them's parents are going to be there.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
They're
That's
not,
my
Greg.
point.
That
And
was-
the other one, everybody goes visits the parents.
Yeah,
Right. We just talked about
that's
that.
what we just said. And then what we were.
Welcome back.
But that's what I
Wasn't in here.
I know.
But that's
Still funny, though.
I'll just leave us off there next time.
Yeah. But what we were talking about is when the sons asked what his intentions were. I think that's a wasted question.
Come on.
So anyway,
The same one he had when he
I'm so
decided to be
glad
on
I
the
can't
show.
watch
don't get
shows
attached
like
to the
this.
pickleball, Captain Adler. I'm sorry.
I didn't say that.
Look, I don't trust the radio show host. I don't think she's in it for love. She's in
You
it for
just
her
promoting
career.
her career.
Who's
She's
the radio
promoting-
host? Is one of
she's
them radio
the
hosts?
youngest one. She's like
in the
60
final three, Adler.
She's like 61 or something like that, and I don't trust her. She's in it for something else. She's got bad intentions.
Is that short haircut, been in the sun too long? That one?
No.
No.
Long brown hair.
Yeah.
Well, you're really in it.
I don't know who that is.
I was sitting there watching it last night. Betty wanted to see
It's a great
it.
show. I mean, it's a terrible show.
Also, let me tell you this: when it went
Greatly
off,
terrible.
we caught up on some episodes of Frasier, and I'm telling you, the new one is good. I like it. It's funny, and they are
getting locked
developing
in.
so many good characters in so many circles. I don't know how they're going to keep them all going.
What if Gary was on Frasier?
The firehouse is funny, by the way. The
Maybe.
son that works at the firehouse,
Yeah. You know, I haven't watched that
and
yet. I
those
need to.
characters, they are a sight now at the firehouse, as you would expect.
Right. So, I haven't. How many episodes they got now?
I think 4, maybe. Was it 4? Because I think we watched 2 the first time and 2 last night. I think that's right.
Yeah.
I got confused. Watching the Golden Bachelor threw me off.
Yeah, and you're watching it on Paramount, is that right?
Paramount.
Okay.
Paramount Plus.
So Paramount is that. Hulu is what Adler watches for Old Fart Bachelor.
It's the Golden Bachelor.
Yes.
And then Virgin River's Netflix.
Yes.
You know,
I'm glad this streaming thing simplified everything. Aren't y'all?
Well, all you're doing, you talking about streaming services like you talk about channels.
Yeah. And Paramount
Networks,
is a
same
network.
thing.
Paramount Plus is the app. Is the stream.
Oh, ooh.
I'm just telling you.
Okay.
I tell you what's not.
I know
gonna
about
happen.
apps.
I tell you what's not going.
Don't know about Taylor Swift, but I know about apps.
I don't know.
You know, Bachelor in Paradise are people who's been kicked off the regular Bachelor.
Here we go. Back
So I bet none of these off the Golden are
Oh,
going
no,
go
Greg,
strolling
you
in.
can't throw them
You know,
on
they
the
wait for the person to show up and they come walking down the trail.
No,
No,
Greg, you can't throw them out there.
Bachelor in Paradise is the closest thing to spring break. you
It
can
really
have on
Oh, yeah.
TV.
Hedonism.
Well, yeah, like I said, Bachelor in Paradise is basically I was too skank for the Bachelor or the Bachelorette, but I can.
They
go with
haven't
it.
said the term Burning Man, but it's real close. You know, I mean, they're
Burning Man
they're
to
one
beat.
bonfire away.
All right, we'll come back. Phone calls are next.
Oh, look at me. I'm Greg.
866 We Be Big is our number. I'm going to continue to clean up my breakfast that I spilt on myself, apparently all
Knocked
over.
us off the air.
Knocked us off the air. Your phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I can't figure you out, and I know what it is. You think things through about a half a step, and we just saw that happen in this situation. And we're up against the break, and I'm putting you on the spot, so I don't mean to. But this same ICE person, at another time during this, somebody of Latin descent starts trying to give him a speech about not caring about children because they're not the same color as him, and he has had enough. And he launches into this guy, and I'm talking about how you sit there and go, how the Burgesses do. Hey, you don't mean that. Hey, that's one. Yeah. And he just kept going, and you know how somebody want to ask a question, they want to give a monologue.
Yeah.
And he's giving a monologue about how evil. I tell you, Mark Levin had it on the Blaze Twitter feed. If you want to try to find it, same guy. So this must have been the same session. And he finally has said, "And you're not going to sit here and call me that." And he goes off. But when I saw who it was, I thought, okay, there's another quote from him. This is a guy who sat down and said, I know why y'all brought me here, and I'm not going to let you do it. Some of us are finally going to get offended that you're calling us a bunch of evil people when we're just doing our job to try to protect the sovereignty of this country, and these people are putting themselves in this situation. You're not going to call us evil for doing our job.
Rick and
wild every time I look around. I feel good. So, look, photo bombs can be fun. They can.
Yeah, Rick.
They're funny.
They can.
We're on record around here that if there's a live news camera, we're going to walk through.
Oh, yeah.
We'll
Bubba,
do it shirtless usually.
You've done it. Bubba and I have done it. People sometimes love it. Sometimes they don't.
Yeah. Of course, we're men.
We are men. But if you're going to photobomb a family that's getting together for a picture, you want to gather. Let me say this. I think we all can say that if you are male or female and your photobomb is going to include something lewd, meaning you're going to expose something for us, first, let's just say we probably shouldn't do that ever. Let's go ahead and put that on the list. Like all of you out there that keep getting in trouble and your life keeps being ruined for you sending lewd pictures to people, can I give all of you a heads up? That has never worked. Okay, it's never received well. It always leads to trouble. I have not had one documented instance of anyone who said, I didn't really feel good about going out with you until you sent me that photo.
Yeah.
And
once I saw that picture.
Right. Now I'm ready for a dinner reservation and a movie of time.
What are you
elapsed.
doing Friday night?
Right. It's normally a pushback. People find that to be a little creepy. But anyway, this is back to a photo bomb. But again, let's keep our photo bombs out of the lewd category in general.
That'd be nice.
But let's say that you just can't meet that standard. You have to be lewd and you have to photo bomb. Let's at least make sure you're photo bombing a lighthearted situation to try to minimize the blowback. You definitely don't want to come lift your shirt up in the back of a picture of a family who's grieving over the death of a loved one.
Now, in the flasher's defense, it was hard to tell that they were grieving.
Well,
it was.
Again, if she just followed my rule and said, let's don't do lewd photo bombs at all.
That's
the fact now that they're looking for it.
So
we need that woman.
Unfortunately,
I hate to ask this, but
go right ahead. You have the floor.
Well, how are they? How are they trying to identify her?
You know what? There's going to be an uncomfortable. When they bring people in for the perp walk and everybody lines up. This is going to be uncomfortable because there's going to be some women who are innocent, and they're going to say, "Everybody, pull your shirt up." All right. Does you recognize any of these?
Number one, step forward.
Number one, step forward. Lift your shirt up. What do you think?
The picture's blurred.
That's not them.
The picture is blurred, but to be honest, it's not that impressive.
Okay,
but I thought it was a guy at first.
Straight up, I did too. I did too.
We even mentioned if someone's using that to photo bomb, I'm proud.
Yeah,
I look like a 13-year-old boy.
Greg. Most lewd photo bombs, you can see the person seems to have some confidence. But and a lot of times you're kind of like
saying we're ruling out Dolly Parton.
Exactly. That bunch, you're right. I mean, you can walk it. That ain't her. I can promise you that.
Right. You could probably in this particular case just two. All right, here we go to the phones. 20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we want to chat with you. Come on. Calvin Speedy Wilburn on the phones. He'll take your phone calls at 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program ends. The next person gets a chance. No meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, baby predictions, anything like that. That won't happen during the phone troll. They'll get an instant buzzer because what we're going to try to do is hear from the most people. There's 10 lines, so if you move now, you can get in. And once you're in line because of the phone troll and our friend the buzzer, borders are a blessing. We'll move to the next caller quickly. Let's start with Lou in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Lou, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Taylor Swift, the economic impact is huge.
Yep.
She's got 60 trucks moving her from show to show, 3 shows per town, and she just recently tipped her drivers $100,000 each. Do the math. That's $6 million.
Well, and then what's so sad though? She'll vote for people that say trickle down economics doesn't work.
Yeah.
That's the weird part. Her own life is trickle down economics. 866 We Be Big. Tommy in the great state of Georgia. Tommy, go ahead.
Hey guys, this is Tommy from CE Joe's. How are you?
We're good, man. How you doing?
Doing good. I was just calling to check with Bubba about Hunter's kidney stone. I started having them when I was 21. I'm 42 now, and I've had them average about once a year. So I know it's pain for sure.
Well, I will report that he went to the doctor yesterday, and they believe he has passed it.
Really?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
Bubba, that's a
Yeah.
good update.
Yeah, it is a good update. And not sure, not completely sure, but they think he has passed it. He's, back into his regular routine now. And but
Feeling better?
We're watching. Yes, much better. Much
Good,
better.
good.
He had a bad day. It was right after he got out of the hospital.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they're thinking that may have been the day that it passed because you're on so much pain medicine
Right,
and everything
right.
that maybe he didn't realize he passed it. But he's off all that now. He's feeling good and back in his regular.
Praise
routine.
God for
So,
that.
Yeah,
That's great.
And,
Thanks for all your prayers.
We're still
out there.
looking at some other things just to double check. So and he was a little behind on his physicals, so they're working through all that.
Well, I hope he doesn't have the Tommy situation where it reoccurs every year.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't really know what causes them, and we haven't had them in the immediate family that we know of. So we're going to keep an eye on it.
John in Birmingham, ZZK. John, go ahead.
Hey,
Bubba, what about that gal that come out of Auburn basketball that was a bachelorette? Did she ever make a go of it with that fella?
No. She ended up getting married to somebody else, though. She is married now.
Brad.
Doing very well.
Brad in Florida. Brad, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning. How you guys?
Good, good.
Hey, you keep playing that clip of Tommy Lee Jones, and we ain't got the tools to pull this off. What movie is that from?
Are you kidding around?
No, I'm asking.
Yeah, that's Greg Burgess.
That's actually Greg. That's not Tommy Lee Jones.
Also known as Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah, right, yeah.
That's
yeah.
what Lisa
He thought that was from a movie.
Yeah, that's actually Greg from our show.
Yeah.
Okay.
The morning the
Bubba-
moth flew in my ear.
Bubba had a
that's
moth in his ear, and I didn't think we could get it out.
Yeah,
and we
you
couldn't.
You talking about a weird morning?
That was a weird one.
Jay in Sweet Home, Alabama. Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, y'all was talking about Taylor Swift a while ago. I know she votes for all these liberals. How about the 6 trucks? What's her carbon footprint?
Taylor Swift's
big
Swift's carbon footprint is a large one. It's almost as big as John Kerry's.
This is what I find funny about how people look at things too. Now think about this. We're talking about what an economic impact that her tour has been on the country. All these hotels and all this. Guess what? People had to drive there.
Yeah, a bunch
Her
of them.
carbon footprint for this tour has been huge.
Yeah, not just what her people put out. The people come to the show.
Forget the buses, forget her
Airplanes.
flying, all that. Think about the thousands and thousands of people going to the concert each night who are driving in probably pretty good distances to these arenas downtown
print.
and all these big
Bubba, I've
cities.
seen videos of a bunch of
But they planted some trees, Bubba. It's good.
teenage girls on airplanes.
They
They fly into it because that's the closest place it was, and they fly to it. Yeah.
But it is strange to me how so many people are praising the economic impact of it, but yet they turn around and complain and want everything to be mandatory battery cars.
Right.
You can't have it both ways. Look, and I've said this before, everything is like a balance sheet. You got to look at your assets and your debts, and then you get the bottom line. If you're only looking at one column, you don't have the whole picture.
We continue. Let's go to Christian in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering what y'all thought about the F-16s hitting their ammunition and gun supplies up there in Iraq yesterday. And that's all I was wondering. I'm going to hang up now.
It was actually Syria, wasn't it? It wasn't in Iraq, was it?
Yeah, it was actually Iranian Revolutionary Guards and the people that they are training in Syria.
Right.
What I saw. Now, and I know we hit 2 geographic locations. We were told about 2 F-16s in the attack, but we don't know if that was all of them or not. And we know the Secretary of Defense sent word to the Ayatollah, that can be it, or we can bring more. Your call.
Yeah, we talked about that last hour, so we actually thought that was good, and hopefully we will continue to have that kind of resolve. AJ in Florida. AJ, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
You just need deaf. Deaf is the inability to hear. They can still speak and read lips.
Yeah, but you understand what I'm talking about. If I'm picking up people talking, sometimes because of the inability to hear, people talking sometimes that are deaf. If they've been deaf their whole life.
The talkers.
Yeah, he said he could hear them
But
talking.
he got hearing aids. He got hearing aids, and he could hear the other.
Never mind.
I can tell you don't understand what I'm saying. But thank you. Got it. Appreciate it. We continue. Let's go to Larry. Larry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Monkey grass and Green Acres, guys.
Thank you for the call. Go ahead.
He got hearing aids, and he could hear
I think you heard the radio, pal.
Yeah, it's almost like sometimes calling this show is just too big a task for some people. It's really not. It doesn't feel that complicated.
Rick, step one, turn your radio down.
Right.
Step one,
turn your radio
Listen to
down.
the phone.
We continue. Let's go to Nathan in Alabama. Nathan, go ahead.
It's Nathan.
Do you remember him from
the Jerk?
We continue. Let's go to Jimmy in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jimmy, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Monkey Grass, Green Acres.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You talking about the Golden Bachelor there. I was just came on there, and it'd be funny, because when they go home, they're not going to see their parents. It's just going to be their kids and stuff. So, normally they see their parents,
That's good, Jimmy. That's real good. we continue.
I don't know if y'all know that.
Mark in Pensacola. Mark, go ahead.
Good morning, y'all.
Hey,
listen,
David.
this morning I have to drive a big truck, and I was heading back from Coleman back to Pensacola listening to Red Eye Radio, and they made a comment that fossil fuel vehicles versus electric vehicles, once you plug it in and it's all said and done, it averages out to $17.3 you're paying for a gallon of gas. That's pretty incredible, and I've never heard that before. I can't.
That's something to look forward to.
Well, you're going to hear a lot of stats from a lot of different people. And what's the break-even point on all that? Again, really, we're just exchanging where the smoke is coming from, out of a tailpipe or out of a power plant. So,
yep, that ain't gonna change none of that.
We'll be back. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Walk in and they haven't even gotten lined up. You said, I can tell you those two aren't in.
Yeah, I can tell you right now.
Yeah, those two don't need them coming in here.
Yeah,
don't put them in that situation. But anyway,
can't they see their face in the picture?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's blurred out, and other things.
We're blurring out the face and other
Rick,
things here.
But now, please
Thankfully.
look, Rick, they were taking a solemn picture. Evidently, there's some significance on this trip with a loved one who's passed on, right?
Yeah.
So they're going to take a group picture, I guess, commemorating it.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't notice this till after they were back home, so they couldn't reshoot the picture.
I don't know how.
Don't you know they looked at it and they went, hey.
I got to go back to something else. The person taking the picture, do they not see?
I guess.
Well, you know how sometimes you're trying to get the family in there. They did say that
it's peeking around
Greg,
the block.
And if you're a good photo bomber, though, you jump right in at the last
Greg,
second.
there is one guy member of the family who's 14 said he'd like to have a copy so he can make sure and rule out anything.
He wants to enlarge it.
Yeah, I'm offended too. Give me a copy of that. Can you somebody send that to me?
8 by 10.
I want to see how bad this really is.
Well, what if you're the bomber's friends and you know they dared them to do it, and then now this hits and you go, hey. Did you photo bomb a grieving family?
Dang the luck.
Well, there's
no way to tell.
They're at a state park, and undoubtedly their loved one who passed away, which was a grandmother, for the children.
That makes it even worse.
I mean, for the husband,
Granny.
Undoubtedly, this is a place they used to go with her.
Yeah,
and so
that's
they
the first trip they made without.
You're right.
Well, they made a nice picture to commemorate it.
So they said, let's take a picture. It's our first time Mama's not with us.
Right there on the steps.
And
Dang it.
And then we get our photo bomber. And it says
we lost one family member, but we gained another one.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Or in this case, a couple more.
Okay.
Oh, my.
All right.
So good.
So in this particular case, they keep saying they want this person to be held accountable for what? Did you get in trouble for this? Is this exposure?
I guess so.
Is it
Indecent.
I would think so.
Well, I'm just saying.
Well,
I mean,
we got a group that's arguing that they
what
want.
kind of charge are we getting here? Is there a charge for being rude, or is this just for lewdness?
We have a group arguing that they want the same rights that shouldn't be considered.
No,
lewd.
I know, I understand.
We've got that group out there.
Yeah. Right. But let me be
Speedy said he don't get behind many causes, but he may back that one.
Okay. I've been in a lineup before. It's tough.
Yeah. By the way, I'm reading now some of the comments from family members.
A bunch of bald guys with goatees.
Right.
Step forward.
Incident at Mississippi State. We want to talk about
have you read the comment from one of the women?
Yeah, Rick. You know what she was describing what she saw?
We're trying to recreate memories.
Yeah.
Please read it.
Now we got some chicks, you know what, and she uses the word, not allowing us to do that.
I'm looking at the picture. I think it can be cropped out.
Probably can.
No doubt.
I definitely think
That's an
they
easy
can,
crop.
They can
Guys,
zero in because it's just peeking around the rock wall. You know what I mean? I'd say cut it off at the wall.
It's just,
And
I
maybe
know
we
it's
can get it.
wrong.
That's
Rick,
an easy
it's so
crop.
wrong for me to laugh. It
Yeah,
is.
I know, it is.
Somebody said they should have nipped it at the bud. But the
Sorry, but I can't help but find humor in it. I can't.
I do. I mean, look,
Sorry, I'm not gonna fake and act like I'm offended. I'm not. That's
Oh,
funny.
I'm not,
It's
yeah.
funny.
No,
That's a funny story.
it is. It is. It's not like, you know.
That's a funny story.
Because it's not like we're not at a funeral.
I'll be honest with you. If that was my family and we were taking that photo and that happened, I would think it was funny.
Do you think anybody has said Mama would have thought it was funny too yet?
Yeah, no, we're not sure about Mama's personality, but maybe.
What if they don't know it, but they've gone back in time and that is Grandma?
What in the world?
Good night.
They've time traveled and they don't know it. She's like, here I am.
So Mama,
you know what?
so Mama came back in her younger years when she used to follow NASCAR.
You know what?
She liked them bees.
I think.
Whoa.
You get a bee.
If you look closely, Greg, the shirt she's pulling up actually has Darryl Walter.
When he was in the Mountain Dew car. Says, do it, Darryl.
Rick, I'm worried.
Whatever you want to talk about, now is the time. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we roll on. If you are catching the old Rick and Bubba Show, dudes, let's say Meridian, Mississippi, Starkville, Mississippi, all in that part of the world, a Man Church Conference coming your way in 2024. March 8th and 9th, Mississippi State University, Bettersworth Theater, James Spann speaking, Scott Dawson, old number one, I'll be there, and also Andy Blanks, Chuck Hooten leading worship. We'll be introducing the new resources for 2024 and having a great time. It's about half the room already gone, but if you and your men want to be there with us, go to themanchurch.com. You'll see the logo up there. Click on that and get your tickets. We'll also be in Birmingham next year, too, February 16th and 17th in the land of 104.7 WZZK. Robbie Gallaty will be there. Also, Andy Blanks, Rich Wingo. I'll be speaking in Chuck Hooten, and we'll also be rolling out our new resources in Birmingham, February 16th and 17th. Be sure and grab up those tickets before they're gone by going to themanchurch.com. So, Bubba, we have good news, bad news.
What?
We have good news, bad news. If you are a college football fan, you are safe this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's no Beth Mowens. There's no Beth Mowens for you. Okay, so that is safe. No college football fan has to be afraid unless you are also an NFL fan.
Oh boy.
Or you're just an NFL fan. You are not safe. You are not.
Oh no.
You are not safe.
Oh no.
I said it was good news,
Speedy,
bad
you can
news.
leave.
And Bubba, this is right smack dab in the middle of Rick and Bubba land. Atlanta Falcons, Tennessee Titans.
Come on.
Gonna be going there and checking out the Titans and the Falcons. Couple of NFL franchises.
Speedy, I thought you were canceling
Kicking
this
it off
segment.
at 12 noon Central Time on CBS. I'll be alongside James Lofton and Amanda Guerrara.
Speedy, I thought you were canceling this segment because you like Beth now, and my ears are bleeding.
Yeah, she's so sweet.
Yeah,
I enjoyed
Speedy said
meeting
cut her a little
Speedy
slack.
down there in Birmingham. There was more than just the UAB team blazing. Calvin Speedy Wilburn's a blazer. Blazing hot. Mama light.
Nice guy.
Nice guy. Big hugger. Square you up. Square you up. And you know how what it is, Bubba? Squeezing me hard.
All right. I wasn't ready for that.
Like a 4th and short. Yard.
Hey.
He need less than a yard.
Oh.
Oh, they're going to get a timeout. Discuss it over on the sideline. Big play. Greg, I'll be with the Falcons and the Titans.
Is it in Atlanta or Nashville?
Nashville.
It'll be in Nashville to Music City. Here comes Mama. You are looking live at Music City, USA. James Lofton, Amanda Guerrara, and Beth Mowens on the play-by-play. NFL action.
Big time.
I wonder I wonder Beth if Henry is going to be Derrick Henry is going to be traded this week.
Let me tell you, that's a workhorse, Derrick Henry from
I think he's
the
out.
Crimson
Really?
Tide.
Why
He
are
played
they-
for the Tide.
Why they want to get rid of him?
Just the trade deadline. They feel like they
And
might
get
get something for him. That's the big rumor.
Valuable player.
Will he be here by the end
Lots
of the
for
week?
Derrick Henry.
We heard they were getting rid of the whole Vikings team. I don't know how many. What's
Trading
the
them all,
limit?
Bubba.
What's the limit
What's
you
the
can
limit?
trade
Give them
on
some
that?
credit.
Do you
They
know?
just won. Good
So,
night.
what's the limit? Do y'all know?
I think maybe 6 or 7.
Yeah.
So college football, Mom, will see you next week.
All right, so it looks like college, you're safe. NFL, danger.
Big time.
Big time. That's a big play right there, Greg.
I noticed Greg
Pastor
wants to.
Thompson Warriors. Who they playing tonight?
The Bucks, Hoover.
The Hoover Bucks.
Hoover Bucks.
Rivalry.
Oh, yeah.
Rivalry.
Big rival.
Mama caught some high school. Got my start. That's where I got my start. Your boy still coaching the Warriors.
Hey,
Play in the box. Here come the Banditos.
Hey, Beth, have you noticed Greg wants to be like your little sister? He's been trying to do Beth, the voice. Go ahead, Greg.
You trying to do a little Beth Mowens?
You got a lot of work to do.
You're working on
Yards.
Well, okay, I don't have not as raspy.
You know what? That
Little
sounded
raspy
like
for Mama.
Greg screaming yard.
You know what? That's my best.
Greg, you're impressing me. Raspy. Raspy.
I'm gonna let you.
He's
have
showing
that.
out
We
earlier.
don't need but one person to do that.
Well, we don't need anybody.
Listen,
doing
I
it.
wish we'd all lose our ability to do that
right.
one.
But I'd like to say you start.
Bubba, not a
No.
fan of Mama.
No.
You going down to the lake this weekend, Bubba? Where you headed?
Speedy is the only one that's heard it live in face to face.
Beth Mowens spending time at Lake Martin.
On the pontoon boat.
Yes, Bubba. We're out here pontooning, just motorboat.
Time to winterize.
Winterize the boat, get ready for action.
Hang out with him and Pearl.
Me and Bruce Pearl, Gus Malzahn. All down here with Mama, Bubba, and the gang.
You know what I am looking forward to in a curious way? The water is going down. It started going down
dropping it
a week or so ago, and I'm anxious to see how much of our furniture we find out in the lake
That's a good point.
from the tornado.
Oh,
We don't
that
have
is a
any
good
idea what's out there.
Oh, there's a couch.
So this weekend, I mean, honestly, there's not really.
Speedy, you like her with her curly hair straight. Since you are
natural.
tight now.
You like Mama have his natural curl?
So they got the pictures behind us and shit.
Kind of like Charlie Brown.
Yeah.
Naturally curly hair.
Yeah, we took a picture. I think it was natural.
Yeah. Mama had it teased a little. Greg, Mama had it teased for the Blazers.
Oh yeah.
So
She
sweet.
heard.
So sweet.
Killed you with kindness. That hurt. That hurt.
Jacksonville,
So
Florida, Georgia, and Florida play. Will Florida's
ruined.
offer any any
Gators.
What's wrong?
Florida's ruined.
But
this
Rick,
game
when
for
it's a
me.
rivalry game, you have to throw out the record.
You throw out the records
take
when
the
it's a
records and throw
rivalry.
'em
You know when you throw out the records when it's a rivalry. But yeah, I just I don't know. That game's just kind of dead for me right now. Duke, Louisville. I mean, both of them had pretty good seasons.
Tennessee, Kentucky got a little border war going there.
Probably the best game will be Oregon, Utah.
Smelled good too.
Yeah. That's where game day.
You got to watch them Utes.
Yeah, the old Utes are pretty good.
Oregon's shockingly
good.
well.
What are y'all doing?
I'm not doing anything.
Right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm in here with you.
I'm just showing a picture of Beth Mowens because we're talking about football. That's it.
Look, Spinny.
Is Speedy in the picture? Yes, Speedy is in the picture.
Hey,
If
you'll
Rick,
notice-
if you could have a jackass eating Sawbriars and put him beside Speedy,
Look,
he's
look,
grinning. He's grinning.
I
just
tell you
like
why
him.
he's
I
grinning,
can't
because
believe
he's
I'm
spending
standing
time with Mama. Hey, tell you what we had for the
Mission
game.
accomplished.
You know what I had for the Blazers? Got me some highlights. Got me some highlights.
I couldn't believe I was
Curly
standing there.
highlights.
I was in the ESPN booth. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I know.
You were thinking that the guys are going to
But-
believe it.
but Bubba,
Mission accomplished.
other than the connection to Bo Nix, can you make yourself get excited to see Oregon and Utah play?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good game.
Yeah, I mean, it's
By the way,
always
that's a no.
it's
That was a
always
Never mind.
interesting.
Go watch that
Bubba,
great
just
game
say
between
no.
Auburn and Mississippi State.
Can I tell you what you just
Well, I
did?
started saying now there.
Bubba, ask me if I'm excited about the Oregon Utah game. I'm going to be you. What you just did.
Are you excited about the Oregon Utah game?
Hey, Greg.
That's stretch.
I don't know. Either that or eat a protein bar.
Yeah, well,
You know, I mean that's how excited you are. Of course, you know, as far as two fan groups that are going to get together and say, let's all, I guess, console each other, Mississippi State, Auburn.
that ought to be a high-scoring affair.
I bet those offenses will roll it out.
I tell you what,
That's
2 touchdowns wins.
whoever's keeping the stats is going to have a boring day.
that's the old paddle game. Get the paddles out and say who's alive.
I'm predicting 10-7.
Try to get one of them.
It's not bad. man.
Tennessee, Kentucky, excite anybody?
Well, it's always a good game.
Kentucky's doing their
it's
typical.
and it's a rivalry. Both teams have had a good year. Now they've had a loss that kind of hurt them a little bit in the last few weeks, but I think they'll have a good game.
Kentucky is as good as Kentucky can be. That's just who they are. I mean, if they are. They're as good as they can be, but it's never enough.
You know what?
They fade every
and
year.
I think they'll be all right, but there's something about BYU is one of those teams you're like, you know what? I like to make fun of y'all. I don't really respect you, but I'd rather not play you.
Yeah.
Because y'all can be problematic.
Yeah.
And
you know, Rick, it's funny you mention it because I was looking at that game and I thought, I saw BYU play somebody a week or two ago. I don't even know what their record is. Maybe horrible.
but I think I saw that same game.
Yeah. But I was, the drive I saw, they were getting after them pretty good. I don't know. Does anybody know their record? I'm going to tell you that one. Circle that one. That one's got kind of an upset.
Just got a little looksy at it.
It
Just
does.
a little bit
I know,
of
and they're
looksy.
playing at Texas,
Yeah.
but it doesn't seem to bother BYU.
And by the way, I will go ahead and say this too, even though they're not very good this year, if you're a Florida State fan, we're all officially saying y'all are back, but this would be typical for y'all to drop this game against Wake Forest at 11, uninspired, come out a little flat.
Could happen.
Yeah,
Come out
and
a
they're
little
playing.
flat.
They're playing on the road.
I know,
Y'all
out a
talking
little
about
flat.
BYU, the section where the coach's wife said, you ought to see it, it's crowded.
Greg, you're terrible.
You got to fit them all in there.
You're terrible, Greg. You're terrible.
They got
Send the
3 or 4
email
more rows.
directly to Greg. I'm not going forward. Not a one of them.
This is the head coach's 4 wives.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey.
We'll be back 15 minutes
Hey,
to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we have a couple of stories here, and Bubba and I, now look, we do not promote that this is the thing you should do, but
How bizarre.
Name is Danielle Reno.
I got a question.
Yep.
So if she could do all that, why not the authorities that she had reported it to do it?
Well,
it sounds like she had a plan. Maybe they would go, hey.
Here he goes again.
Well, Greg and I.
Do y'all agree or disagree? My car's been stolen. I got to go get it back.
I'm going to tell you what I think.
If her house caught on fire, I guess you had to put it out too.
Greg,
can I tell you what I think, and then we can. It's just an opinion. She probably thought that the police were not working on it quick enough.
Yeah.
Well, I know they got
because they got a lot
that's
to
not
do.
life or death.
I understand that.
A lot of cars, a lot of stolen
but
cars.
It sounded pretty simple what she did.
Nice forerunner.
So it took her 2 days. Took her 48 hours. She told a Quick Trip attendant told Reno the car thieves were on their way to an Applebee's. At the restaurant, Reno said she saw one of the suspects walked in with her wallet and keys, got our waters, and she walked in the door. Reno said, I about had a heart attack. Reno said she left the restaurant and took back her car. She said that the interior of the car had been trashed and she didn't want to drive it anymore. So I guess she still had a key to it. Was that it? And she just went out and cranked it up and drove it off?
Well, I guess so that you could do that. Yeah.
Now, the police apparently are urging citizens that it is ill-advised to conduct your own investigation.
Yeah.
Now, Reno says she never put herself in danger.
Right. And she got it back. And she's and look, is that her right there?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
With tats blazing.
Sure.
She just,
I did trash the place. Look at that.
Look, it may have been that this is totally Munchausen, as you're suggesting, Greg.
Yeah, they may have made this whole thing.
But what I'm saying is, to Bubba's point, another car is stolen, and you're kind of like, I really don't want to wait around on that. I'm gonna go ahead and
I guess
and see if I can't, because I think maybe let's look at this. This is possible. I certainly wouldn't start some cold investigation, but sometimes thieves are not all. If they do things that kind of boggle the mind, and one of them is she goes, they don't realize the phone they have of mine. I have the Life 360 or I have a tracking device on it. I actually see where my car is located, but I don't know why you wouldn't just tell the police that.
Did they come arrest these people? Did it say?
Yeah, they were handcuffed there by the front door of the business they went to.
So
she didn't have to do that.
Greg.
Yeah, I don't think it's wise to do that. I would let the pros handle it. But
if you did find it, maybe sit in the car and call the cops.
There's a side of you though that kind of wants to clap.
If it all worked out, you definitely want that. And here's what she said.
There I am doing it. There all my buddies are. They're doing it too. And we're all doing it together.
Citizens arrest.
I got them.
Another story. We have a Canadian couple, and it's sad to see this because we know the Canadians are normally. That's who the left aspire for us to be.
Yes,
is more Canadian. But we have a couple that is in a bind here because once again the crazy animal people are after them. Look, they went in, and it may be your thing, it may not be your thing, but there are places in Africa and other parts of the world that do really well financially, and places that really need money on. People paying to do wild game hunts. That's what they do. Now, if you want to be against wild game hunting, you certainly can be. But if it's legal, and they go out and they take a giant line like they did in this particular picture.
Hey, it is a monster.
They got.
What are they sitting half a mile behind that thing?
They Mufasa.
Are they doing that when they put it close?
That's funny.
I think there's a touch of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that is a.
I'm just thankful it's man and wife.
Look at that.
Thank you.
I mean,
I'll tell you one thing.
Look at that Paul.
If you watch the ESPYs, you saw the same kind of kissing, but
I know.
But it was all same gender. But
no line.
People are mad at them because they kissed each other behind the line. They killed.
It's disrespectful.
Well, I think because they put the picture out.
So what?
Now the couple run a taxidermy business. Mm-hmm. They've described themselves as passionate conservationists. Despite taking parts in hunts. See, that doesn't make sense. Conservationists do hunt.
Yeah.
Of course
they're just not wacko environmentalists.
Well, the people that are mad at them,
they don't even know their lingo.
Right. They don't understand
They don't understand the dog whistles.
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us. This weekend, looking forward to being in Leeds, Alabama, Sunday morning, Valley View Church. Honored to be bringing the message Sunday morning. If you want to join us, 10 o'clock local time, and then Sunday night down in Clanton, Alabama, First Methodist Church, Man Church. I'm honored to speak there as they kick off the men's discipleship strategy this Sunday night. Find those details at themanchurch.com under events, or you can go to rickandbubba.com for Sunday morning in Leeds and find the information there if you want to join us. All right, so I do want to hit on a couple things before we get to this clip of new speaker Mike Johnson. Somebody just sent me a picture, and it's actually Raymond, who's a big fan of the show over in Starkville, Mississippi. He's actually works there on the campus and helping us with the Man Church Conference coming up there at that theater. He said, if you want to have fun with this carbon footprint thing, he just sent me a picture, and it is the thing that Kamala is so fired up about, the electric buses. She just can't get enough of it.
Well, she talks about them quite a bit.
Here's the picture. It is an electric bus that is being charged by a diesel generator. Mm-hmm. The diesel generator is being pulled by a diesel truck.
So, again, I go back to there's credits and debits.
Right,
there's two columns on the paper. What is our net gain here, folks?
Yeah, you just laid
maybe
out.
Maybe our net loss.
You just laid out that you got to know both columns, and this is a picture of those columns.
Yeah.
And it's I sent it to Adler, but I mean I don't know the picture's important. It kind of me telling you about it's really all you needed to know. But so thank you, Raymond. That's funny.
Yeah. We had that story on the compressed air engine.
Yeah.
Jeep's really leading the charge on that, so that may be a big breakthrough. I mean, I'm all for the technologies and looking at things to make it as clean as possible. But that's the thing. If we're just swapping dirt for dirt, we haven't gained anything, and it just appears that's the case in a lot of this stuff. So we'll have to see.
There's Bubba, what he told you right there before your very eyes. Yeah. There it is.
You ain't saving anything. You're probably backing up, if anything.
Right.
It's really looked at.
So anyway, and then they did say, though, this is good news. I do want nobody to panic. They said the bus driver and the diesel truck driver with the diesel generator, while they were charging the electric bus, both got flu shots and COVID shots.
Okay. All at the same time.
All
they
canceled.
So their union. So everything's right.
Bubba, Mike Johnson, he is out. He is letting his voice be heard. We do have some things that we don't have audio of. One of the things I saw today, a headline saying, which I love, that he wants everyone to know that he does have a biblical worldview and he won't be apologizing for that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
But in this clip, he is taking on the Biden presidency head on. Here he is.
Is there any one thing you can think of, policy, that you would say he's done a really good job on this or that?
I can't. I think it's been a failed presidency, and all the problems, some of those that you've articulated already at the outset of the program here, were caused by policy choices. And that's the problem I have with him. It's philosophical.
Also, when you speak of Biden, photo 2, Adler, this is not new, but they just keep getting more and more confirmations of what we all already know. Is that he is given a note card that tells him which journalist he's supposed to call on.
That. Even got their picture on there.
It's got their picture.
Somebody helped that.
All right, that's a good cheat sheet.
Yeah, it's whoever put that cheat sheet together, that's really a good one.
Yeah.
And so he knows who he's supposed to call on. Notice
doesn't that kind of take away from the concept of a press conference? All they are is running a play.
Right.
I mean, it's scripted.
Yeah,
he knows who to call. They know what they're going to ask. He knows what he's going to say. And they're just acting it out for us.
Well, here's another thing that you look at that. Don't miss the fact that they've included a picture. That's important.
Yeah.
He doesn't just have a list of names.
That don't look like you.
This is to try to help him identify who's out there. Also, 3, Adler, photo 3. So here's another thing. We've been talking about the number of illegals who've invaded under Biden. We're about to show you a photo that is going to really, really drive this home. How many illegals have come through the border and
since Biden took office?
Since Biden took office.
Now, since he took office, Bubba, that's a big number. That's 8 million, over 8 million.
That's bigger and larger than how many states?
The population of 38 of our states.
38 states.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'd say that. I mean, that needs to be said again.
Yeah. So the illegal population that has come into the country since President Biden was sworn in is now the 37th largest state.
Oh, think about that.
No, it's the
13th largest
state.
That's right.
I'm sorry, I looked at it backwards. I'm sorry, I was trying to see it up here.
Well,
back here.
math on the fly
13th
is tough. And
right
it's so bad. I went, hey, good point. Yeah. But what about me coming in?
13,
he
even
was
worse.
so confident.
Yeah.
Look at me coming in. Hey, well said.
There's only 12 states that have a higher population than the illegal aliens that have come in since Biden took office.
Somebody else said it this way. It's been 4 Nebraskas. Is what they let
and you
in.
know, we've seen this in Britain. We've seen it in France, where they have out of the goodness of their heart, they have let enormous number of people come into their country, but they have not assimilated into their culture. They have formed their own culture, and now they're in conflict with the French and the British culture, and will eventually take it over.
Yep.
And that's not always good because they don't have the same cultural commitments to various things that those do. Now, I think you can become a mixing bowl, like the United States, the great, that was our whole idea, was to bring in and let everybody contribute and everybody chase that great American dream and get better and it be something that everybody wanted.
Sure.
But it's like running an engine too rich. You can put too much in too quick and it bogs down.
Well, yeah, that's that multiculturalism that we were talking about how many years ago was going to come back to haunt us. If you want to take your family and remember your culture and even, and make sure it's passed on for generations, I applaud that. I think that's great. But when it comes to being a country, everyone, this thing like Bubba just said about a mixing bowl, the mix is the key part of that. Everybody doesn't, say, well, the potatoes always stay potatoes, and the carrots always stay carrots, and the meat always stays meat, and the broth is always going to be broth, and they're sitting there in different bowls on the table. They all mix together to be one thing, which is actually quite powerful.
Well,
or in this case, quite delicious. And I just reminded myself how bad I want some beef stew.
Rick, if you do it in the right combination,
right,
the best of each culture becomes the American culture.
There you go.
If you do it too quickly and too much, you break down the American culture that's already here, and that's not always good either. So and you see the things that all the different cultures of the world have added to our American culture that we love and we celebrate, and it makes us Americans. But you also can see where this can go south, like it has in some of these Eastern European countries.
Oh, yeah.
Who were too liberal with their immigration policy.
Right.
And now we have.
Yeah, and the cities, the very cities, as you pointed out, we have too, the very cities in our own country that claim this was no big deal, now they're mad because they're dealing with it.
And think about this: these big cities, has life in those big cities got better or got worse because of these policies?
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Conservationists also
so tired of the dog whistle.
Also control the herds or the amount of animals to make the animals overall. I've said it before, I'll say it again, and nobody likes it. And we've said it's been one of our Rick and Bubba slogans. If you truly love an animal, then eat it. Because if it becomes viable for people to want to hunt them and eat them, you'll find that everybody wants to work together to be sure you have as many of these as possible.
And if these countries can manage their herds and they want to sell off some hunts to finance their protection of the wildlife, I'm all for it. Again, they're managing it. That means they're keeping up with how many they got, how many they're selling, how many hunts they're selling.
And maybe this is their truth and their freedom expressing themselves in a big old kiss. I thought you were all for people.
That's something they do.
I thought you were all for people doing whatever they want.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Doubt about
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Ain't no doubt about it. Money and fame bring a man to shame. How many times we've seen it?
Ain't no doubt about it.
I found the bottom from the top side down.
You have to think about that a minute.
I love the line, what do you kids know about now? I've made enough to make a young gun proud.
That's a catchy little tune.
I love it. Little snappy, little need to breathe song there. All right, so we have a lot to do. It is Greg's birthday, and of course he's
Happy birthday,
and
Greg.
He's as ill as a hornet about it because we keep making a fuss
he's not even
over it.
here right now.
I told him a minute ago that I talked to Mommy and all of his friends from the neighborhood are coming over, and I'm just having a ball with it because he doesn't want a fuss to be made about it. He keeps saying I'm 53. I'm not 11. And,
well, and two, I kind of goaded you into telling him that we were all going to to Red Lobster to enjoy his lunch today and a birthday lunch. And he knows there's some truth to that because I always enjoy doing that.
Sure.
And I have always been one. I love birthdays. Now, now that I'm facing the 5-6, not as excited as I used to be.
Right.
Especially after my daughter took my picture last night and with some app showed me what I would look like when I got older. Have you seen those?
I have.
Yes.
Disturbing. Very disturbing.
Have you? Well,
that
never mind.
that one out may have changed my whole outlook on birthdays.
Well, I will say this: I didn't know
Rick,
about
you
this.
gotta see
This.
Oh, wait a
app
minute!
challenge.
I got an update for you on that. It's so weird you said that. You now just made me feel strange because something happened last night and you won't believe it.
A lot of people started putting this on Instagram yesterday with their pictures, and I thought, and as I'm scrolling through them, I see a couple of my friends. I'm like, my goodness, what's wrong with them? And then it hit me. Oh, okay, this is some kind of app challenge. Well, then they started. I follow a lot of professional golfers and stuff, and evidently people were doing that with them, and it looked really. I haven't done it yet. But I will at some point because I want to see myself.
Can't believe y'all are talking about this right now for something that happened last night. Can't believe it. I mean, this is really weird for me right now, and I'll tell you in the break why.
Well,
and I would say it on there, but I'm afraid that sometimes you leave well enough alone.
Somebody put out there your 2052 Masters champion Tiger Woods, and it had him like at the age of 80 or something. Of course, it looked rough.
Yeah.
But
it will.
Yeah. So have you've actually not done it yet?
No. I just in the break.
Okay, I'll stop.
In the break.
I'll stop.
In the break. No. In the break. I have to. That's
ish right here.
You will not believe. Y'all ain't gonna believe what just. I mean, that's so strange, y'all.
I said the good news. The good news. I never make it to that age. No way.
So did it come out?
Is that
yesterday?
yours?
Yeah.
Did it come out yesterday or something?
I guess it was because I didn't see it the day before. I scroll through every day at some point.
How's that, Speedy? How's that look?
Yeah, did y'all bring up Don Juan put one out too, and him really old.
Why are they all out yesterday?
Well, that's why I want to know because it explains something happened yesterday, and I'll tell you guys in the break. So we have that. We got Greg's birthday today. We got the winner of the latest Fix Mama's Mouth. We'll see the before and after today, our special guest. But you knew her as contestant number 3. But we'll get the update. The work has been finished. Dudney is here, and we'll look at that today on the program. So we'll talk about that. Will of Meat could spin today. So it hasn't spun this week. Could happen today. So there's a lot out there for us to discuss. As I mentioned, your phone calls will be part of that. You can count on that. So it's the real Greg Burgess birthday celebration today, and you're all invited to be part of it. A great cake today from Edgar's Bakery that you're going to love. A really good cake. They're always good, but this turned out really nice for Greg today. So we'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dr. Dudney's back. Christy from Dudney's team is here today. And Bubba, we're all about to meet the latest winner in Fix Mama's Mouth. Now, before we do so, a lot of you have been sending us pictures now, Bubba. The pictures are coming in. We've been looking at pictures before and after, but you know what I like right now? Now, for those of us that love to pursue the elusive American white-tailed deer, now's the time to get your feeders in position and start getting your cameras out.
minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. It's another Rick and Bubba's show, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Richard Lyons, our guest, the second edition of But by the Chance of War. We'll talk to him about that and other books that he's written. Fascinating guest this weekend with so much information about the state of the world and how we got here and what maybe we need to do going forward. So anyway, the gang here today, except for Helmsy, it's Speedy, Greg, Adler, and there's Bill Bubba Buster. There's
Rick,
William
glad
Buster.
to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Bubba, it's the Fabulous Four here in the golden ticket seats today.
May have a half later.
Yeah, Greg. Hey, buddy. You'll
Four
just,
and a half.
Greg.
Just Oompa Loompa.
I mean, good night, Oompa Loompa.
I'm in a giving mood today.
Greg, you got to be careful.
Giving
Greg,
mood.
Greg,
I keep getting me.
Greg, can I say something to you? Yeah. Okay, I'll have to code this. I'll have to code this. I'll have to code this.
All right.
You remember how you got 8 puppies?
Uh-huh.
You doing it again?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
You,
well, it ain't that bad.
You put water.
No.
Go put water and food by the door. Okay, why don't you do that too? Okay, that's what you're doing.
He'll do it.
That's what you're doing. There's a tenderness to him.
But the good thing is y'all get to share it. Y'all didn't share it all with 8 puppies.
I wish he'd be tender about things that people wish he'd be tender about. The things he's tender about, they just brings hassles to everybody.
So we have a screen that shows the hall outside this door.
And you can't help.
All right, and these two, and I'm pointing at Adler and Greg. It's right over my shoulder. So
Ricky falls for it 100% of the time.
So they keep looking through me or right over me like somebody's there, and it's making me turn every time.
Rick, I just did it and did it again. He couldn't have it. I mean,
no,
there it is.
At one time,
Adler said, "What the."
At one time, the security camera kept tearing up, and it was driving Speedy crazy.
Oh, it was.
And so Bubba could see it, so he would spot that.
I'd let Rick know.
Greg and I'd go, like Speedy.
I almost hurt my neck while ago.
And it wasn't Speedy's problem to fix, but we just kept telling him when it was out.
I know what you're doing, but I can't stop.
I'm not going to do it anymore.
I can't stop it.
Oh my
God! Stop it! All right, so
there they are.
And the gold ticket seats aren't helping. They're laughing.
Oh, they love every minute of it.
They got good seats. They're ready.
Let me tell you what they got: gasoline. I'll tell you what Greg is, a fire. All right,
brought peanuts and goodies.
I mentioned.
Come on.
I mentioned Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. And I mentioned something that he said about his biblical worldview, and Adler has pulled this. And then we've got an anti-Israel protester. We talked about it in the podcast this weekend. We've talked about it on the show, how these young people that claim they're anti-Israel, they don't have any idea what they're talking about. And we'll talk another example of them not being quite as informed as they should be, but and this one a little more lighthearted. But first of all, here's Mike Johnson talking about his biblical worldview. Here we go.
Just to take good care of it. I want to tell all my colleagues here what I told the Republicans in that room last night. I don't believe there are any coincidences in a matter like this. I believe that Scripture, the Bible, is very clear that God is the one that raises up those in authority. He raised up each of you, all of us. And I believe that God has ordained and allowed each one of us to be brought here for this specific moment in this time. This is my belief. I believe that each one of us has a huge responsibility today to use the gifts that God has given us to serve the extraordinary people of this great country, and they deserve it.
Yeah, he is right. But unfortunately, sometimes God raises up leaders to punish us.
Yeah.
But
We've also got a few of those.
And there's some in that room, I'll tell you. So here we go. You know, I tell you what was funny. Babylon Bee's having fun with all these collegers that are protesting Israel. You know, with these kids on colleges and how uninformed they are.
They have no clue.
And we talk about this too. Also, yesterday I give them props for anything involving Joel Osteen. Yesterday, Joel Osteen wears his pastor costume for Halloween again.
I saw that. I saw that.
I cannot get enough of that. But anyway, so one of the things that we have now is an Israeli protester.
Yeah.
But, Bubba, what you're going to love is the Israeli protester is going to call for a boycott of Nike. Now, Babylon Bee said, college graciously offers attics for Jewish students to hide during violent rallies.
Wow.
But anyway, so here she is.
Oh, good night.
Yeah, so here we go. Here is the person telling us that since Nike
does business with Israel that we should boycott them. Here we go.
We calling you to boycott Starbucks,
Who? What? She going through puberty?
McDonald's, Disney, Nestle, Coca-Cola, Pizza Hut, Burger King, Pepsi, Domino's, Papa John's, Nike, CeraVe, and Airbnb, Subway, Walmart, and Dasani, and the list goes on.
No, they can't go anywhere.
The problem
Wait a minute. First,
You can't boycott all that.
I got to help this young lady out. I feel sorry for her. One, if you're going to try to lead the public, you got to have a better speaker.
Yep.
I would prefer a better PA system. That horn not really getting it done. And two, you've asked us to protest too many people. The list is long. I already forgot who the first ones I was supposed to protest.
It was Starbucks.
Yeah.
Can't you just? I mean, give me one that we can latch on to.
You know, she should have said we're boycotting everything. Because she ran a list. I don't think there was nothing they left out.
Well,
so you can't have anything.
Look, honestly, I hope she doesn't go to any of those stores.
Well, Bubba, she's going.
I bet she will.
What
about Hebrew National? She's going to boycott it?
Probably.
She's going to one because she's wearing Nike Air Forces while she's doing it.
No.
Yeah. That was the whole. There's the punchline right there.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, she probably is participating with the others as well because as far as Nike, she has a pair of Nike Air Forces on while telling us to boycott Nike.
Rick, this reminds me of it was a best of bit we had long ago where these the Indians up on the northwest coast was wanting to they wanted to go kill whales like their forefathers had done, and they didn't like that being shut down by regulation, and they wanted to get in their boat and carry a spear out there and stab whales and bring them in because they wanted to live the life and experience the life of their forefathers. But they did this wearing Nike shoes, driving Toyota trucks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, if we're going to go all out for the forefathers, let's do it like they did. We can't pick and choose where we want to go back in history.
No.
Do y'all want to hear her say Starbucks again?
Please. Starbucks.
We calling you to boycott Starbucks, McDonald's, Disney, Nestle, Coca-Cola, Pizza Hut, Burger King, Pepsi, Domino's,
Pepsi
Papa John's, Nike.
Even the people holding the sign are like, what?
Wait a second.
She's wearing Nikes.
Is this on a college campus? Where is this at?
I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing: you're never going to get anybody this age to boycott Starbucks. There's no way.
No way, Rick.
That and Chick-fil-A. Good luck.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. You can't even get gay people to boycott Chick-fil-A.
No.
I mean,
chicken's too good.
Yeah,
And
it's
if you
like you know
boycott-
what? I know they have a biblical worldview, or they did it one time, and but this sure is a good chicken sandwich.
Yeah, I know.
But you.
I'll have a number one.
She wants us to boycott everybody who does business in Israel or with Israel. That's going to be quite a list.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah,
as
quite
you
a
can
list.
hear,
You know what?
it will include Starbucks.
I wish whoever's in charge of this university would go out there and say, go to class, or one, we're going to cut the internet off so you can't get on your social media, and two, we're going to cancel all your Pell Grants. Okay?
There you go.
Class dismissed.
Yeah.
Well,
Get out.
as everybody's pointing out, she can't be too committed to this list, which was just handed to her because she's wearing Nike Air Force shoes while doing it.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable.
I'm wearing Nikes.
You can't make that up.
But she's starting after that pair, then she's going to
You would think common sense would go, well, I can't say Nike, I'm wearing it.
I'm wearing
How
it.
about this? As soon as I finish this coffee from Starbucks, I'm going to be mad. And never again. Phone calls are next. All the lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay. Getting pictures to see what has happened over the last year. Antler growth, how are the bucks looking? I want to see the deer. I want to know what's out there, and that's where Happy Herd really, really helps. You see
Happy Herd.
You see the picture we got just the other day? Guy said, hey, look, I bought it as soon as I heard y'all talking about it. I've used their products, and look at the deer coming into the feed. I used some of the Codal products and sprayed it there on top of the feed. They offer the best deer attractants, minerals, and feed that you're going to find on the market. So if you want to get a good look at what's out there, you need to right now go to happy-herd.com. Happy herd. And so they have the products. Now, I love the Codal. The Codal smells so good. Bubba and I think, are very tempted to eat it. I mean, it really does taste. I mean, that you spray. You know
Can I tell you what I did yesterday?
Yeah.
I sprayed it in our garage.
Did you really?
Oh yeah, just to make it smell better.
Well,
in there.
well,
You know
you-
how garages
well, now
this
you gonna-
time of year. You know.
Now you're gonna have you have a deer coming up there trying to
well,
get in.
at least it'll smell good when they come in there.
Well, let me tell you what they've been saying. If you're hunting on some land,
It really smells good.
This is a good, and I love when they say this, and it's true. If you have hunting land that you have access to, whether it's your families or somebody you know, you're in a club or whatever, if you're not using the Happy Herd products, you better hope your neighbors aren't.
Yep.
Because if your neighbors are using it and you're not, guess who's going to have the deer this year? So
I don't know what it is, but they sure seem to like it.
They love it, and there's a lot of science that goes into it. It's the best on the market. So go to Happy and then use the line. I call it a dash or a hyphen herd.com. If that confuses you, just go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors. Now you want to use the promo code Bubba because let me tell you what that's going to do. That's going to always give you some savings. But right now, all orders over $20 are going to get free shipping. And you're going to save 10% with the promo code Bubba. So find them right now, put them to work for you, start looking at the pictures and getting an idea of what kind of deer you've got because they will come to these products, I promise you.
Happy herd.
And Bubba and I both can speak to it because we're using it. I got a happy herd.
They didn't ask for a jingle, but we may give them one.
I say happy, you say herd. Happy,
herd.
All right, so Bubba, speaking of happy, say hello to Bridget Pinnell. There she is. Hey, Bridget.
Bridget, welcome.
Congratulations. Bridget is here today. Her daughter August is in the audience. Her husband Nathan is here. So tell us about this process.
It was amazing. I'm so pleased and happy with it. Looks great.
Yeah, the before and after pictures, and we'll show you some of those here. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can see it, and we'll put them out today on the website. But the first time
that's amazing, by the way.
Yeah, the first time you look in the mirror and you see this, what was that like?
Tears.
Yeah. I mean, so we hear the same story.
It's amazing to me how your teeth make such a difference in your overall appearance.
Absolutely.
And I went through the same thing. I mean, there was an adjustment period. I told Rick I had to learn to smile.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you were
wasn't
telling,
used to it.
You were telling us you're going through that now. Now, the spontaneous smile, no problem.
Right.
But when you're asked to smile, like for a picture or something like that, this is something now that's new to you.
Yeah, it looks very odd.
Right, and you're trying to figure out how to make it work and all that. Well,
you see the pictures and it makes it easy to go. Yeah, I'm gonna be flashing these.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Amazing. Yes.
Yeah. And look at this
Get
piece
you
of
a
art.
look at this.
Yeah.
So tell us about, and we mentioned this, and I know your daughter's here today, but what was it like to hear your family affirm all these things about you?
I am so blessed with a great family. My daughter is just amazing. She's such a good kid. I'm blessed to have such a great teenager. My husband is the best husband in the world. I have a 6-year-old son. He's the sweetest little thing. I'm truly blessed.
Did you know they had entered you?
Yes, me and my daughter listen to y'all on the way to school in the mornings. And so I had said, enter me in that. I've heard it year after year, and I thought, wow, wouldn't that be wonderful? And so I said, write an essay. She's wanting to be an English teacher one day.
Okay.
And so she wrote the essay. And
She's off to a good start.
I didn't think nothing about it after that. And she come running out of her room one evening, and I thought maybe some cute boy had texted her or something. She looked so excited.
Right.
And she said, you're in the top 3. And I was like, oh, wow, this just got real.
How about that? Yeah.
So then is when I told my husband, August wrote an essay, and I am in the top 3 of the Fix Mama's Mouth contest.
You know what? She probably ran out of that room the way you will, Bubba, when Uber Eats includes your neighborhood.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So the
I look at that map almost every day.
Bubba, you hang
Yeah,
in
look,
there.
there's another one before and after. How about that?
Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866 We Be Big, boy. I tell you what, Ozempic's got its work cut out for it today. I mean, I don't know who brought that, but it's got Bubba. It's got Bubba done. Thank you, Golden Ticket Seats.
That's Miss Sue Reynolds brought
you.
that.
Bubba.
I think he's eating half the pan.
Bubba, you're gonna have to put the brakes on that. I mean, you're gonna have to put the brakes on that. Ozempic can't take that. You know, it's designed to make you sick if you overeat. By the way, we put my new health plan and goodies under documents. Bubba has a good one. He wants his in there, and it's just gonna have to say one word: Ozempic. You all right?
How many you tearing up?
Bubba, you didn't even get back from the break that time. I mean,
he was just right there.
I got to reading something in my office.
Did you? It looked like you got to chewing something.
Well, I was doing
Reading
that
something.
Right. So to the phones we go. 866 We Be Big. Gwen out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Gwen, go right ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Gwen.
Did you ever figure out what happened to your leg?
Well, I hate to say it. What happened was I stretched like a kitty cat. I was just
Yes, but I'm living your pain right now. I know what the electric shock is. It's the meniscus. I pulled mine out of the bone.
Probably something along those lines. Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
Well, and look, I've we have trouble now that we don't address it unless it renders us, we're unable to participate. And right now,
just wait.
Yeah, it's right
Just
now.
wait. It's going to start to feel like a red hot poker, and you won't be able to sleep. And good luck,
Gwen. Thank you.
Great
for that.
uplifting call.
Thank you very much.
Spoken like someone that's had several knee surgeries.
Right. So I appreciate that call. Anything I should be concerned about with my gastrointestinal system this weekend? But we continue. Let's go to Jim in Anniston, Alabama, Calhoun County, checking in. Jim, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hope you're having a good Friday.
We are.
Hey, my wife went up to the Jacksonville, up there, the office of the Highway Patrol to get the little star put on her driver's license the other day.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot believe how much hell she caught. She took a military ID card. She took her tax forms from last year, and I don't know what else, a whole gaggle of stuff. But she didn't have a Social Security card with her last name as my name because we've been married not long. And these unelected bureaucrats making rules and stuff that is just totally, that first of all, that's unconstitutional. You can't tell me I can't go somewhere because I don't have a star on my driver's license. Yeah. I'm an American citizen, for Pete's sake.
Well, they can tell you
we've got to get.
You can go where you want to go, but you may not get to go through an airport.
That's wrong. That's dead wrong. These
no,
I'm sick of this. I understand. I mean, how much freedom do we got to give up in the name of security?
Apparently a bunch.
It's always a trade-off, sadly.
Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Bobby in Alabama. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Good. I got a question for you. See if these two words mean anything to you. Boo mama.
Me scaring my mom?
Boo mama, boo. Is that right? The kid in the washer and dryer? Is that right?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that now.
Rick, you would.
That's about like 30 years ago, wasn't it?
Not quite 30, but you're probably 20. Probably 20. Yeah, that was a hilarious moment.
It's a great bit.
It's on one
That
of
was one of the funniest things I've ever heard. Yeah.
Thanks for that, brother, and thanks for listening for so long.
You acting like the kid, Rick, screaming "Boo Mama" from inside there. It's good stuff.
Oh yeah. Seth in Sweet Home, Alabama. Seth, go ahead.
Rick, Bubba, how's it going?
We're good. How are you doing?
All right, man. I just wanted to say, man, this Beth Mowin impression you do, man, this never fails to crack me up. I think the only way it could possibly be any funnier is if you did like a Gary and Beth Mowin heated argument impression.
We've never done heated argument. We've done them doing a game together before, and Speedy wants us to stop doing that bit now that he's met Beth.
She's just so sweet. She's so sweet.
So does Bubba because it hurts his ears.
I could understand, but boy, like I said, it never fails to crack me up.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks for the call. Let's go to, is it Terrell out of Mississippi? Go right ahead.
Yes, Terrell.
Hey, Terrell.
Hey, the United States prints money and borrows money and gives to other countries to fund wars or whatever. Why do we do that? Why don't the other countries print their own money and drive their inflation up? Why have we got to do it and give it to them, driving our inflation and everything up here?
Well, you make a pretty good point. If printing money is all it takes, why don't they just print theirs?
Well,
That's right.
Here's the thing, and I agree with you on principle. But you know, have you ever owned any property, sir?
Yes.
Have you ever leased or rented any property?
Yes.
You expect payment on that, right?
Well, that's right. Yeah.
A lot of this foreign aid goes to military bases. And so we have landing rights, flyover rights, and all that kind of stuff in other countries. I know it looks ridiculous, the amount of money that we hand out. I got you, and I agree with you, especially in the Middle East right now. But a lot of the countries that we have this aid to is tied to privilege that we get in their country. I mean, not sad but true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's some high rent. That's all I can tell you.
Well, you know, and Terrell, you know, Bubba.
Oh, if you've leased an Air Force base lately, they take up a little room.
Terrell, you know, Bubba leans a little to the left. On the show.
Right.
He's our only moderate on the show.
Yeah.
It used to be Adler, but it's Bubba.
I make Reagan look like a moderate.
Right. Patrick and
no, I love you. I understand it gripes me too, and so much. You know, we've talked about it. You go and look at the numbers. What we give away. I mean, if you give away a dime, it's too much. But the amount of money that our debt is we have loaned it to ourselves. It's not even foreign countries. It's ourselves. We're running a double blind Ponzi scheme, which is 2 levels deeper than what we put people in jail for.
Yeah, I understand what he's saying. Like if you're in Ukraine, I understand what you're saying too. And you keep saying you need money to buy weapons, and the money we're giving you, we're just simply printing. It doesn't, and it drives our inflation up. Couldn't they just print their own money and go buy what they need?
Well, I don't know if we sell airplanes with Ukrainian money, whatever it's called. I don't know if we take that as a form of payment.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It maybe their currency's no good, but of course, if ours is printed, it's not too good, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, look, we could take a much more hardline approach on it and let Russia have it, and then when they went after Sweden, we'd have to send our kids over there to fight on the ground. So I don't know. It's complicated, guys. I don't think there's an easy answer here unless you know, we've kind of muddied the water on these things for so long. Now there's no real clear-cut way to get out of it.
Yep.
And some of these countries have nuclear weapons now, and like North Korea, you can't really dictate terms to them. You know, and Iran's going to be that way. If we're going to straighten them out, it's time to do it right now before they get a launchable nuclear weapon.
True. Patrick, Texas, go ahead.
Hey guys, y'all were talking yesterday about the 2 planes at Hobby Airport in Houston that had the incident.
Yeah.
And this, again, journalism is dead. They didn't clip wings. They showed on the local news. One of them, the wing hit the tail of the other one. So they came within a real close to one hitting the other one broadside.
Yeah, I had a buddy who actually knew someone who was actually there, and they sent me a video of the actual plane sitting there, and you're right. One wing went through the tail of the other plane. They didn't clip wing, and boy, the one that got hit, Bubba, you saw it too. That's going to be an expensive repair right there.
Both of them are.
Yeah. We'll come back. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Before and after you're looking at now. So August is joining us. So August, tell us about your part in all this. You sat down. Now, one thing, you just heard something that's a little bit, you would think, be mutually exclusive. We just heard a mother say that her daughter aspires to teach English, and she openly said the two of them listen to this show. So undoubtedly, you're hoping that all of her education will circumvent the bad grammar and the terrible English that she hears here. So August, please, if you're going to learn English, this is not the place to learn it. So tell us about this process.
Well, when Mom asked me, hey, can you write me an essay, it was, I mean, I didn't know how to feel about it because it was like a big question. It's hard to explain how much I love my mom in just one essay.
Mm-hmm.
And even reading it now, I kind of cry because I'm like, I'm really good. I'm really good at wording this
Tell you
stuff.
what, I read some old stuff, made me cry.
I'm pretty proud of that.
My English teachers used to read my essays, and you know what? They cried too.
Yeah, mine too.
But,
with a lot
Mine
of
didn't
red
read
ink.
mine.
Yeah, I think they cried and said, I have failed miserably. But
move, Lord, move.
So tell me, your mom, said you came out. So what, you went online and saw she'd made the top 3 when we first put them out?
Yes, the first time that I entered, I didn't meet all the requirements. I didn't send in a picture.
August,
Yeah,
we
I know.
clearly laid this out.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Yeah.
We were at T-ball practice, and we had a band meeting at like 6:00 that night.
Mm-hmm.
I said, hey, by the way, Mom, smile for me. I need a picture of you. And then I sent it in, and then like a week later, I looked and I said, Mom, we made top 3. I was like, maybe it's a mistake. Maybe they just put her on there, to put out all the profiles. I was like, no, we're in the top 3. And I was like, I'm pretty good at writing an essay.
Yes, you are. My essay made it to the top 3. Not trying to brag.
But I happen to be
But out of
pretty
the
good.
hundreds that were sent in, I'm in the top 3. And then it won. How about,
I know, awesome.
Yeah, so
amazing.
And so when you saw Mom for the first time with the new teeth, tell me your reaction.
Oh, I cried.
Did you?
I cried in the office, and I kind of hid it because my mom has never been the person to smile in pictures, and I was trying to force her because she's beautiful. I love my mom, and I think the world of her. And when I saw her come out and smile that first time, I was like, that's my mom.
How about that? How's that feel, doesn't it?
It feels great.
How's
That's
that feel,
why,
Christy?
that's why it's so
Christy's
much fun.
crying again. Christy.
She cries easy.
Hold it together, Christy.
She cries more than the patients when they get finished sometimes. But yeah, it's why we love doing this and why it's so rewarding. But it's fun to hear it because you don't always get to hear, the family's reaction. So this is really cool.
Well, watching you be moved and all of us be moved in here, let's be honest, watching Christy be moved, she cries at the Cottonelle commercials about toilet paper and that Bear family.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That they brought their Cottonelle with them to the hotel.
What I said.
They brought their own toilet paper. And that's sweet. So, but yeah, no, it's fine. It's cool. So I know this is a big day, and I'm not trying to build it up too big, but it's about to get even bigger. So we're going to come back from the break, and we have another surprise for you and for August.
Wow.
So just hold what you got, and we'll with the pictures, you'll see those before and afters, and congratulations, Dudney, again, another incredible job by the whole team, everybody involved.
Yeah. Thank you.
And,
Thank you for giving back, Doc.
That's right.
Make it happen.
It's my pleasure.
Another Fix Mama's Mouth winner, and you have benefited by being here on this day, too. We have something else we're going to do when we come back. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Everybody here but Helmsy. Here we go. Wrapping up another week together, our golden ticket seat guests are here with us as well. An opportunity for the giant wheel of canned meat may come your way at any time today. Okay, so I'll tell you something fun I'm having at home. So, we talk about a lot on the program, the empty nest years. For those of you out there that aren't there yet, it is a wonderful, wonderful time. It really is. And so we're having a great time enjoying this. But Sherry, it was about, I guess, I can't remember, maybe 6-7 months ago, she had heard some podcast or something where there was this woman who had taken time, like years, I'm talking about over a long period of time, and she was speaking to a marriage conference, and she was trying to tell these men and women that part of the weekend needed to be, they needed to understand how the other gender was made. That, you know, it was a bizarre concept that men and women are equal, but they're beautifully distinct. And so,
How are we made?
And so she said, I'm going to educate the men on how women are made and why we do the things we do, which will take more time. And she says, but I would like to tell the women that the man you're married to, there's certain stages of his life he's going to go through. And so it was kind of a, hey, you know, I found this to be very informative, and it really was. It was quite fascinating. And one of the things, like she was talking about, that, you know, men do have the ability to compartmentalize and women don't. You know, the women are thinking about everything all the time, nonstop. Said, like, a woman is in her house and the bed that's not made, she's thinking about that, and all day long, everything in the house that's not done is screaming at her at the same time, and everything else she needs to do, where a man might be just thinking about the task that's right in front of him. Little things like that.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I'm really having fun with, she tried to educate the women on the different stages that a man goes through in his life. Well, you know, I'm approaching what many studies have said, if a man has his mental and physical health, that from 60 to 70 can be the most productive decade of his life.
Oh boy!
And so I'm getting, you know, I'm excited about that. And
now, why is that? What is that based on?
Well, it says, first of all, you're not as stupid as you used to be. Now, I've met some people that apparently that didn't happen, but you're wiser. You usually have your finances in better shape. You usually are an empty nester. You don't have as many responsibility to small children. You probably have been doing what you're doing long enough. You're good at it. You probably understand why you do it. And you probably have more freedom, more ability, and more wisdom to get things done that you didn't have when you were younger. So anyway, to accomplish more. So anyway, and it's cool. Now, you also may be different on how you would define a productive era as maybe I would define it. So it may be in the eye of the beholder on what is truly being productive and impactful. But anyway, so one of the things I'm having fun with, and I could tell Sherry's kind of in fear of it, is she told all of the women that, you know, when your husband gets older, he's going to enter what is called the king phase. And she went through all these different phases being go through where we're trying to pursue women and the way we act. And then when we're young and we finally have the woman, you know, and we're princes. And then she goes, but now when he gets to the king era, she goes, I just want to prepare all of you. You can talk him into do stuff and he doesn't want to do, that's going to be over. He's going to start appeasing you a lot less. Now, he'll still serve you and
why is that,
he'll still take care of you. She basically said we get to where we can't really hold it against us anymore. And, I mean, we're not as easily manipulated as we once were. And she said, so just be prepared. There's this thing that you usually could get him to go do, like go to, you know, the Christmas show.
Christmas Village,
and he would always go with you. All of a sudden, he would say, "No, I'm not going." and you go, and you right. Look, you see this. And so Sherry is wondering when I'm entering that phase. So I keep pretending that I'm entering it. And look, I'm having a blast with it. And she goes, "Well, you need to watch this King stuff." I said, "Well, the King ain't doing that."
Hey,
and
what is the stage? What is the stage before the king stage, so I can look at the transition?
I want to say it's the prince. I think you're a prince.
The prince,
yeah.
Okay.
And
so I see
I can't remember.
Here,
I can't remember. It's that royal.
What
thing.
are the? What are the?
Couldn't remember the prince.
What are the signs of the prince stage?
Well,
the change to the king.
Well, the prince will still go to the Christmas Village and he'll watch the girly show.
He's still.
What
was the term? What was the term Sherry would use? Accommodating.
Yes. Well, I would say appeasing. Yeah, because there's a difference. I made the mistake of saying that one time on a vacation. I wish I could pull that back in. when she said something about, well, I mean, all the sons, they seem to agree with me on that. And I said, yeah, there's a difference agreeing with you and appeasing you.
Mm-hmm.
And
that didn't go well.
And boy, I wish I could have reeled that one back in.
Yeah.
The bike stopped and she turned around and she said, what did you just say? And I just went, oh, Lord, what did I say?
That was out loud? I wasn't thinking that?
I'm on vacation, you idiot. And
so you're saying
go back to the Prince stage now.
Prince stage, I watch Virgin River with
Absolutely.
You. King stage, nah.
I ain't watching that.
So evidently there's the page, the knight,
there you go,
the prince,
right,
the king stage.
There you go. That was I couldn't remember all the stages.
So Adler's in the page stage.
What was before knight?
Bubba's right there.
There you go. There you go. There they are. Page, knight, prince, king.
Yep.
Yeah. And the page.
I don't know what page is.
Oh, the
What
page.
is that?
That's when we're just easily run over. I mean, we just
yeah.
They,
do anything.
We got. And then the knight, we're in pursuit of the woman. So we're trying to, be the knight in shining armor.
On a steel
And then the
horse
prince, we have our woman, but we're still in the mode of we're easy to, to.
I think the king stage is kind of a mindset. Been there, done that.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
it don't interest me now.
Right.
Right.
And look, a quote from her, she said, "You're going to hear from your husband. Why don't you find some women to go do that with?"
Yeah, go find some girlfriends.
I'm not doing that.
Right.
And so I'm pretending that I'm leaving the Prince stage and headed to the King, and Sherry's like,
The knight though pursuit. He's in pursuit.
He's in
of the
pursuit.
woman.
Oh yeah, he's
still
in pursuit.
trying to get right.
He's still trying to win her over.
But what are you writing down?
I'm
over
just
there?
studying this. I'd never heard these stages. I thought it was interesting.
And
Draw the little men.
But what's funny is I can tell Sherry doesn't want me to enter the King stage, but I keep pretending it's on.
Yeah. And
It's here.
referring to yourself
and
as
I
the
refer to
king.
myself as King, which she really hates. And
King's not doing
Is
that.
there a stage after King?
yeah, no, the dead.
Yeah, okay. that's what I
But
thought.
the killed in your sleep. But I was murdered. I was just for instance, the
Murder.
like I tried to pull me into the the new. I don't know about all this where they come change the flowers. And they have to go get different flowers. There's
Florists?
No, when they put them in your yard, you have flowers in
Oh,
your yard.
the landscaper.
No,
What?
when your wife says, I'm switching out the flowers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so
Gotcha.
apparently the seasons you switch out the
flowers?
Yeah, apparently.
I don't know about
Apparently.
all that.
Well, see, the prince used to know that. King couldn't get rid of it. Yeah, and so
won't even
King wouldn't
consider
stand
it.
foot
yeah,
out
and
there.
so she tried to get me excited about that, and I said I'm not into that. And she goes, well, there it is. I said, King not interested.
Well, Rick, I will say this.
King's going to the farm. Why? Because he just wants to. King's out.
Betty said that I have entered the King stage prematurely.
You jumped right over the prince.
I've seen. You've been in that stage a while. It seems like.
Yeah.
But you're an only child, so you think you've been the king your entire life.
That's a good point.
Right.
That's it.
Look, just don't touch my stuff.
Right.
That's all.
Right. Yeah.
Is that such a big request?
Only children, not a
alone.
big fan of eating where everybody else wants to eat.
No.
No, I'm usually pretty flexible.
Well, see there, you went into a Prince stage. That's good.
Yeah.
As long as the people talking about food.
And look, I watched Golden Bachelor last night, so I'm not all.
Yeah, but did you
kinda
watch it
like
because
it.
you wanted to, or have you felt pressured to? That's the key.
Yeah.
See,
It was in
but
me
what
on.
if the king don't care?
Well, that's
I
fine.
mean, can't the king not care?
You
Absolutely.
just sit there and watch it.
Whatever. I don't
Yeah.
care.
Well, that's another thing.
as long as I get to watch Big Bang Theory when I fall asleep.
Right. That's one of the things that women I don't think understand about men. I know y'all don't think it's possible to enter into any position where you truly don't care. Men, honestly, when we say I really don't care, we really don't.
Thank you.
care what
Thank
we
you for
eat.
saying that.
And we also can think about nothing. You
Nothing.
think we can't, but we can. I know y'all can't. Y'all thinking about
we
everything.
cannot think about anything.
Yeah.
Evidently, the prince stage has 3 stages. You got your early prince, middle prince, and late prince. The early prince wants to be a king, but he doesn't have the experience or the support.
Right.
The middle prince is in the midst of finding his vision, providership, and leadership prowess. I think I'm a middle prince, you guys. Pretty good.
I'll just say
You're
one thing.
pretty good.
This king lives to serve his queen.
Well, amen. Nothing wrong with that.
She's listening it.
Nothing wrong with that.
trying to
And
make
the
up.
So
king,
she's dialed in.
Yeah.
the king comes out of darkness
Hey,
knowing
it's
who
the
he
weekend.
is.
Oh.
Yeah, well, we
That
know
sound
who
like
we
a
are.
bunch of
Like I
hooey to
said,
me.
doing the show right now, I honestly have said that. I enjoy the show now probably more than I ever have because I know why I do it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not confused about what we're doing here. What are we trying to do? Who should I be? I'm not confused about any of that. And you were trying to figure that out at one time. But what I'll do now is say, I keep referring to it, and it really is. It's going over so well.
As the king.
Yeah, sure. Well, you need to watch.
King's not doing that.
I'm in king stage. Right?
Yeah, you heard.
It's good Rick, next time she counts your reps, say, the king's on 20.
Right.
When she says you've only done 17.
Not by the king's count.
I have a strong feeling that my attempt to get into the king stage is going to meet opposition.
Yeah, Rick.
But right now, I'm just having fun with it.
Yeah.
Let's go do that. I don't know. The king's not in that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we talked about. But, when a social media phenomenon goes out there, everybody must rush to do it. And this is called an aging app that is trying to give you some idea what you would look like as you age. And then it gives you other options to, a minute ago we looked at Helmsy with bangs, hipster. And so what Speedy's done is gone around and tried to take a picture of every member of the show. And then we're going to show you on YouTube if you're watching, and then we'll look at them and describe. People who've seen a little bit. One person said, I got a glimpse of old Rick, and it reminded me of the old man in the Disney movie Up.
Oh wow! Yeah,
and
I see that a little bit.
So I'm just okay.
The one of Greg, we need to do a split screen with him and your dad.
Unbelievable.
That's amazing.
Yeah, they look a lot like. So we're gathering those Adler's.
Here you are here.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yeah.
My bad.
A little John Goodman look to it, Rick.
Yeah.
I've gotten that.
He looks like John Goodman.
Yep.
I've gotten that one before.
Greg.
Yeah.
You look like somebody I know, and I just can't think who it is.
Yeah, well, this is, I've seen that look many times. There's Bubba.
That looks like somebody I can't think of who it is.
Yeah, that's
everybody's great granddad.
Well,
that's who that is.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, that's
the good news. I never make it that far. I know that. I'm not realistic about it.
Here's another picture.
I know
of
the
you, Bubba.
numbers here.
Yeah, and there's another Bubba. That's.
And now what's going to freak y'all out is Greg. It looks just like your dad.
I know it does, and I tell you got to see the Adler one.
I don't
too.
think Dad looks that bad.
Hold on, let's see. Here, go back. I don't think I sent that one to myself. Here's Adler here. Hold on.
Greg, I think Dad probably is aged better than you and I both. Yeah. And now
that's funny.
Here's the thing with Adler. We discussed it. I still live down in the hip part of downtown.
Yes, I'm still hanging on.
I got a studio that's struggling. Because I hadn't turned. I still tried to do a studio.
Oh, and you don't really know what he does.
Right,
does he do audio, video, take pictures?
Greg, I've never missed a doodah day.
No, right.
And
widespread panic. If they're close, I'm there.
Yeah, if widespread panic
or fish,
is anywhere around, I'm there.
Yeah.
And I cannot believe that Sloss Fest has been canceled.
I feel that way about all those things right now.
Yeah, I know.
You
doodah
do.
day.
That's right. You ain't missed a doodah day, have you? Hey, there ain't no weirdos there, are there?
No, Franklin loves doodah.
I bet he does.
I bet.
Even when he was injured.
I bet he does.
That's why it's on his calendar.
That's right. And so
here's a Helmsy here.
Helmsy.
Rick.
I'm still very active. You know what I mean? I'm still very active.
I'm a card.
That's right.
I'm on the over 60 tennis team.
Right. And I'm still coaching the youth team.
Sure I am.
You know, and I'm crazy involved at my mega church.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so that's hilarious.
Here I am here.
And Speedy,
Speedy, I don't even think
It didn't even change.
You didn't change the picture.
He just put his picture up.
Buddy,
Speedy, did you even hit the older button?
Everything's not a conspiracy, Greg.
Speedy,
There's no way.
Please look how I've aged versus Speedy. Come on, give me a break.
Speedy, here's the good news.
That looked like a picture from yesterday.
Speedy's was this morning.
It ain't my fault. Speedy, here's the good news and the bad news. Here's the good news and the bad news. The good news is you don't look any different. The bad news is you don't look any different.
That's true.
Yeah.
You want me to do it in front of you? Here we go. I'm gonna do it in front of you.
That's
so
just that.
Get it up
must
close
not,
like you get
I
ours.
think the bald head's messing the app up.
Bald people age pretty good.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
I think
because a lot of the
once you
difference
go
is
to
y'all's
that
hair.
level, you don't see a lot of difference.
And what are we worried about? You losing your hair? That's already happened.
Here's old. I'm not doing anything. It's not a conspiracy theory.
No, do that real old one, not just 10 years.
You said you got.
Well,
how did you get to
years,
How did you get to 85?
I think it's.
Oh, you guessed.
Rick, I don't know.
I thought you really could move it.
No, I just guessed.
You're just saying based on the way that
I'm
looks.
sure Caitlin doing it, she made me look as bad as possible. I don't know how many filters there are for that.
Gosh, Bubba, that is.
Yeah,
that's
that
doesn't even resemble
well,
Bubba.
I don't even. Well, like I said, I never get there. So,
So that doesn't matter.
How about Bubba and I have zero fear of how we're going to look when we're really, really old? You know why? It's not going to be a factor.
I wish that they could. Maybe they can on this app. They could take that face that it shows, and you can talk and it talk. And I want you to introduce Bubba and Bill, Bubba Bussy, and like y'all are still doing it. Did you a video of that with those two faces?
So did you put Greg up?
Did I?
I don't
No,
know.
you haven't yet.
It's pretty scary.
Because Greg looks a lot like Dad.
Yes,
I mean,
he
a lot.
does.
Except, actually worse than Dad.
No, Dad looks a lot better.
Yeah, Dad looks better than you do at 70, whatever this is, 78.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me.
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us today on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Yeah, as a matter of fact, you were talking about, because I know you were talking about your queen and your wife. You found out she was listening, and we could tell. But I actually had Sherry say yesterday. She said, "You know what? I think I probably need to keep up with the show better. I haven't been. I don't listen enough. I probably need to listen more." And I was like, "Oh, King says nah."
King says leave it.
I said, King says, I think you're doing fine. I kind of like the amount of attention you pay to it. There's no need to be concerned about it, baby. It's been a long time. Been a long time. Sometimes, for us to continue on, the King's going to have to get on there and talk about a few topics, So just,
the King's got to go and do King stuff.
All right, so let's look at number 12 here. I know we haven't played this. I don't think. I know.
It was on our rundown, but we did not.
Did we?
Play
It
yet.
seems like I've seen this though, but maybe I'm wrong. Because there's so many senators.
Well, I know what
John
you're talking
Kennedy.
about. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I remember that clip.
Yeah, is this it again?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
This
so
is new.
No, it shouldn't be.
Yeah,
this is
okay.
new. I think it's a
Hey, we'll repeat.
Oh, not much.
So
pretty good.
the Senator John Kennedy. This is him talking to Biden's State Department and Department of Homeland Security. Who doesn't seem to have any idea how many illegal immigrants. Now, we told you a minute ago, if you took the immigrants and made them a state, they would be our 13th largest state in the country. There's more illegals in our country now than the population of 38 of our states. So anyway, here is Senator John Kennedy, asking the people that are supposed to be on top of this, do they have any idea how many we have? Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Morant, since President Biden's been president, how many non-American citizens have come into our country illegally or on the basis of a claim of asylum?
Thank you, Senator. HSI, as an investigative agency, is...
Do you know the number?
No, Senator.
You're a senior member of Homeland Security, are you not?
That's correct.
Does anybody know the number? None of you know the number. Try 8 million. Now, of that 8 million, how many were children, Mr. Morant?
I don't have that number.
You don't know. Does anybody know? None of you know. Isn't that special? Let's assume half. Okay. 8 million is 4 Nebraskas. Right? 4 new states.
Yeah, add that, please.
Let's assume, I don't think it's as high, half of them are children. How many of those 8 million people are still here? Do any of you know? Okay. How many of those 8 million are claiming asylum? You don't know? How many of them claim asylum and don't show up for their hearing? Nobody knows? How many of them claim asylum, don't show up for the hearing, and President Biden has deported them? You don't know? How many of them have claimed asylum, shown up for their asylum hearing, and been denied asylum and been deported? You don't know.
You know, I know we're having fun with this, but that's troubling.
That's important. If you're Homeland Security, that is your. I mean,
that's funny.
You know, that's your area. You got to keep up with it. So one of two things.
You don't know.
One, they're either incredibly stupid.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't think that's the case.
Right.
I think they're intentionally not saying.
Right.
Which would be lying under oath to Congress because they don't want to be on the record saying those very numbers that he said.
Right.
Because they know it'll be used against them.
Right.
But again, I go back to why? What is the plan here? Why is the reason? Why are we doing that? Are we just dumb and don't know how to keep up with it? Or are we working a plan that's trying to get to an end?
That's the $25,000 question, isn't it?
It is the administrative state. See the podcast this weekend, folks. See the podcast.
Yeah.
And you know who's at
we
fault
talk about
and
that this
who
weekend.
ought to be blamed for this is Congress.
Yep.
Because they are not doing their job.
You're
They've
right.
passed it off to
You're
the
right.
administrative state to let them do the rules and regulations where they ought to have more hands on this.
Yep, you're right. Bubba, you mentioned it earlier. We didn't talk about it on the air yet. Tense moment. Chinese fighter jet comes close to colliding with American B-52 bomber by just 10 feet over the South China Sea.
We're in international waters. China doesn't like us in that part of the world. That's kind of tough stuff. Sorry about that. International waters.
Did you say tough stuff?
Yeah, just like they could fly in the
Club?
Gulf of Mexico. But Rick, look at this infrared, or this is actually thermal imaging of the plane. How close it is to a B-52. I mean, it's literally 10 foot off the wing of one of our premier large bomber that we have.
Yep.
And they'll come. I mean, they come up there and they just toy with them, which I think it's dangerous from an airplane standpoint because if you hit a little turbulence, they could easily bump into it and even crash you. But I'm very uncomfortable with our military planes letting another military plane get that close to begin with.
Yeah.
Now, this goes back to like the Top Gun thing. We can't shoot at each other, so we're going to mess with each other.
Right, yeah.
But I think we ought to have a policy. If you get within a mile, you're target. We put it on it and put you down.
Yeah, well.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so it's...
you can't let them get that close, guys. You just can't.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're right.
Listen, us, the taxpayer, paid for that plane. Let's remember that. That ain't Joe Biden's plane. That ain't Lloyd Austin. That's our plane.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want our assets being put in harm's way like that.
So the king didn't like it.
The king does not like it, and the king would say, I'd give them notice, guys. Look, you get within 1 mile, we're going to splash you. And if you want to fight, you just let us know. We'll meet you there.
Well, you're quite the little war hawk.
Well, let me tell you something.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
You gonna let a criminal come out there and sit on your front porch and just go, I didn't break in your house.
Yeah,
Can't
I mean,
do nothing about
you
it.
started a war with Iran and China today.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
You want to get over and dust it up with Putin?
You know what? If
he's not dead, they thought he was.
If I had been in charge in Korea, there wouldn't have been a Vietnam, and there probably wouldn't have been a few of these others we've had.
Look what you've done now, Rick.
I'd have took care of it.
Yeah, that's right.
Should have.
Got my corn cob pop and got my
button nose and 2 eyes made out of coal.
All right, we'll come back. If you leave us, enjoy the weekend. Don't forget, and we mentioned it, a lot of this is covered this weekend in Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, our interview with Richard Lyons. If you are staying with us and you desire to be part of the wonderful wheel of canned meat, after the top of the hour break, if you've got next hour, we will be doing that, and our guests in the golden ticket seats will be spinning on your behalf when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kind of freaky right here.
Look at that.
Wow.
It's just like
his eyes and his forehead and top of the head looks just like your dad.
Oh yeah, it really does. That's
something.
If I was shooting a bird, it'd look just like it.
It really, it truthfully would. It truthfully would. I mean, it really would.
Really,
because I got to see that picture throughout the entire Hall of Fame adventure.
Yeah.
Oh, anytime a camera
What
came
about when he said he wanted me to be sure, but I'm sure something when he got in his tux and he gave us a double. and really upset Mom.
I love how
too.
he sets it up.
That really
Here, I
upset,
want everybody.
really upset Mom.
Well, yeah, right.
Sure it did.
Sure it did.
Yeah.
She didn't think stuff like that's funny.
She really doesn't.
At all.
Right.
How long does it take to process the photos, Speedy?
Bubba, you're having the worst time with that app over there.
Bubba, the Chinese, all you're doing is giving it to the Chinese.
Yeah, Chinese, because somehow they're using your image to crack a code.
Yeah.
I kid you not. I did the picture of Bernie Sanders where he's holding up the basic economics book, and it doesn't look any different.
Well, no.
I told it to make him hold it.
He's already there.
It's there.
Petey's somehow cheating on him.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I can slide it back and forth. That's good. I like that.
Yeah.
All right, I've got something here. Hold on.
Rick Speedy somehow manipulated it.
What is your? You're so funny.
Well, like I said, the good news, bad news, it doesn't look
Well,
different. That's good and bad.
Hey, buddy, thank you. I knew you had to do that.
Hey, why don't we wait? Why don't you? I don't need a picture. By the time you're done selling this house, you're going to look different anyway.
That's true.
Yeah.
You're gonna look like
Wow. I mean, had a lot of good progress there, sounds like, huh?
Yeah, most definitely. It's lots happened in 24 hours.
Yes, it has.
No, I mean,
did we get a house update today? I mean, we don't have
we
to.
can, sure.
All right,
Right now, I'm trying to send this to myself, so y'all have got to y'all have got to see this. I did kind of a Brady Bunch kind of thing.
No, we're all in it.
Yeah.
Oh, I need that.
We got
I need to get that out on social.
Still, though, I can't believe I look like a mommy and Speedy looks like it's the picture from yesterday. I mean, it just,
I did one of me.
cheeks are a little red.
I did one of me not smiling, and it makes me look a little older.
Okay. Are you saying you have a youthful smile? We'll be back when we come back.
something about him.
Here we go.
I know that guy.
I think it's the look on his face. He did the
you know what he looks like? That guy. They said, "Here comes Sam." Everybody,
Here we go, guys.
I ain't moved for him.
And buddy, you think?
Thanks, guys.
But I'm
Here
sure
we
when you
are.
get older, you'll have everybody cornered. You're talking. You're real upbeat. Ah, there it is. Put that out on social media today, and all of you will see it. Hams will take care of that. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
866 We Be Big is our number as we make our way back. Today, 53 years of the real Greg Burgess. My little baby brother's having birthday today.
We as kids, you'd stick your finger in my cake and all that.
I miss all that.
Yeah, I know.
I'm like,
We need that picture when I was mad that time that lady made that cake
Golly,
for me.
Greg.
We've told that
is-
story.
That is so
It
good.
had some kind of peanuts on it. I didn't like it.
Yeah, Greg, this woman works hard to give Greg a cake, and this is such a jerk. He's sitting there as a little kid going,
Yeah,
"Oh,
the
look,
picture, everybody's smiling.
It has nuts on it.
I'm
Here we
trying-
go.
Check that cake out.
I was like 3.
Look at
Oh, the
Edgar's,
cake is awesome.
Edgar's Bakery.
It saved it because I wasn't going to participate until I saw the cake.
It has a picture of Greg with his new grandson, baby
right.
Ellis, on it. And so this
Pawpaw
is
Greg.
When Greg saw it, you know what he got? A better disposition.
I did. I quit insulting people.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Greg, baby brother Papa. Happy birthday to you. Greg, do that for baby Ellis. Did you do it for baby Ellis?
That's right.
And we'll cut that up today.
I hate to cut it.
Well, you got to, Greg. I mean,
We get a good picture.
you got that picture.
I got the picture, yeah.
You got that one too.
Look at that.
Bubba's been asking about that cake since 4:30.
I know. I was
I
like,
bet
we
he-
were cutting the cake.
All right, so he's got. What has it got on it there? I see
Says,
you.
happy birthday, Papa.
Is that the Braves A over there?
Is that Papa?
Yeah, we got
Poppy?
the Braves,
Papa.
Papa? It's got a football on it. It's got him and little baby Ellis, and their hats representing the high school team that Taylor, Greg's son, and baby Ellis's daddy coach for us.
There you go.
There it is. That's beautiful.
Yeah, they did a good job. That's pretty awesome.
Ellis.
He's just a smile. Listen, they sent me a video of him earlier jabbering for my
Really?
birthday with all that.
Well, how about that?
Oh, it was awesome.
He was wishing your birthday.
Did your
He
heart?
was trying his best to wish me happy birthday.
Did your heart go 3 sizes?
did.
That's so
It
good.
was really good.
Rick,
That is the picture
And on
we
the
need.
screen that they had put happy birthday, Papa.
We need that picture right there on standby to flash up whenever Greg's
That's the
getting
one.
out of line.
Well, Greg, there's a lot of people that want to wish you a happy birthday. Gerald Cates has called in.
Oh.
Hey, Cates.
Hey,
What's up, buddy?
hey, buddy, happy birthday.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, you know, another year's come and gone, brother. You know, they just come and go like it ain't nothing to it, don't they?
They do. It just seems like yesterday you were singing to me.
Isn't that the daggone truth? I probably was. I think I did sing to you yesterday.
You actually did. We did talk. No wonder it seems like it.
Hey, I don't think it was happy birthday, but I'm sure I sang something.
Oh, every time you call, you sing something.
Well, you got a beautiful baritone.
He does.
Well, absolutely. I tell you this, and then I ain't got a lot of time. You know, I don't get to sit around at Rockefeller Plaza and talk on the radio and in the nice, cool air conditioning. I'm going down here and do a little construction. And before I head over this mountain where there's no phone signal, I had to get in and tell you happy birthday. There ain't too many people sitting around you right there can say that they've been friends with somebody as long as me and you have and still talk, still get together, still do things as much as we possibly can. And I'm going to tell you something.
6 minutes past the hour. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, it is a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler here, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. You know, we only ask for a mere 5 hours each and every day.
Well, here's the wonderful wheel of canned meat. Here we go. Speedy is illuminating the wheel. And here come our golden ticket seat guests, ready to spin on your behalf. Everybody. We also have America's favorite house band, Rock and Roll City. Speedy's got the wireless mic. He's got the wheel lit up. And we got callers standing by and ready to go. Kristen will get us started. Kristen is out of Birmingham, Alabama. And, of course, spinning for her today will be right out of the golden ticket seats, Chuck Reynolds. Christian, what do you say to Chuck to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Chucky.
Go, Chuck.
There he goes. All right.
Chuck with a big spin.
Chuck letting it rip. Come on, Chuck.
Right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. Henry the horse.
Henry the horse.
Oh, what a spin.
It did not take long.
I know the caller didn't win anything, but Chuck, we appreciate it.
Thank you, Chucky. Here we go. Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Henry.
So earlier in the show today, you were talking about the 4 stages of manhood that men go through.
Yeah, sure.
And what is it? Page, knight, prince, king?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, the horses go through that too.
What's it called?
It's mule, jackass, stallion, and stud. Oh, yeah!
Well, what he did with his hoofs, I thought was inappropriate. Yeah.
If you think about comparing that to the man one, they're like opposite, right? They're inverted a little bit.
But I still say there's something to knowing what you're doing.
Yep.
Here we go. Up next, Sue Reynolds will spin, and she'll spin for Kyle out of Birmingham, Alabama. Kyle, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm great. Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Sue. Here she goes. Yeah! There
spin.
comes the spin. Let's see what happens here. All right, see if Sue can spin a winner for Kyle in Birmingham, Alabama.
Oh, yeah!
Blaze TV! Blaze TV! Well, congratulations, Kyle. Are you already a subscriber to Blaze TV?
I am not.
Well, you are now, thanks to Sue. So we'll put you on hold, and Blaze TV will get with you, and you'll start enjoying the incredible programming that is Blaze TV. How about a go for Kyle? Go! Everybody! Go! Go, 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 go! And we love it.
Y'all do the hand motion.
Brian Spann, James Spann's second cousin, makes his way to the wheel. We have David in Prattville, Alabama. David, welcome to the program. What do you say to Brian to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let
and
it
rotate.
rotate. Here we go, Brian. Yeah.
And a big spin.
Here we go. Who's the Tide playing this weekend?
Nobody. They're off this weekend. Okay. What is this one?
Is it a it's a cup.
Is it?
What do we do?
That's actually the glass. It's not a cup.
Glass?
It's a glass. It's actually that. Yeah. Okay. You want to
Be
say?
careful chanting the glass.
Yeah. Glass. Drink it. There you go. So you got the 16-ounce sweet tea glass. It's got the Rick and Bubba cartoons on it. You'll love this. Put your little sweet tea in that and some ice, and you'll be ready to go.
Yeah, that's we took a picture on Monday. Helms is in that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
is that going to be as many of those as you can get? Let's go to David. I'm sorry, David. David, I'm putting you on hold. Let's go to Ben in Louisville, Kentucky. Ben, spinning for you today will be Lawrence Key. Ben, what do you say to Lawrence to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Read me right, Lawrence. Oh, wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Lawrence.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Lawrence with a smooth groove.
Got a little motion going.
We'll see, Ben.
Get us right.
T-shirt. Wear it. You got the Rick and Bubba T-shirt of your choice. We will put you on hold. Think about what size you need, what style of Rick and Bubba shirt you want. There's a great selection at rickandbubba.com under the store. And in the break, Speedy will get on there and find out which one you want, okay?
I'll have a pleasure wearing it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ben. Wear it with pride, buddy. We continue back to Chuck Reynolds. Mike in Alabama is up. Mike, what do you say to Chuck to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Chuck. All right, here he goes.
Chuck with a big spin.
Oh, yeah. You can tell
he never looked like he was sweating, though, folks.
You can tell he's in the king stage the way he's spun.
Oh, yeah. That was a king spin.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Rick and Bubba. Mike, how about this? You get anything out of the Rick and Bubba store you want as long as it's in stock. It's yours. Greg, how about a go for Mike?
Yep.
Go! Mike, pick out what you want from the store and one item, please, and we'll send it right to you, okay?
Yeah. I'll do it, Miss Kathy's going to be happy.
Oh,
Thank you, boys.
good. Thank you, Mike. Let's go to Jason, also in Alabama. Jason, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Spinning I'm great. Happy Friday, guys.
Well, you too, in a rotate. You'll get Sue Reynolds spinning for you. What do you say to Sue?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Sue.
Sue with a big spin.
Oh, Susie Q. Let's see what happens here. Sue, will she spin a winner? Yeah. Rick and Bubba. As happens more times than any of us can explain, the same thing spun 2 times in a row. So anything out of the Rick and Bubba store you want, one item, please, and we'll ship that right to you. How about a go for Jason?
Thanks, guys.
Go!
Have a great weekend.
Go! Go! Sue, I like that effort. That was a much better effort right there on the go. Brian Spann gets up there again. JB out of Adiana. JB, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Brian to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. Let it reverse. Reverse. Brian.
Big reverse.
He does not have the star on his driver's license. He can't do that. So it goes back the other way here.
Check the website before you get to start.
There we go. You really become big government. I've noticed that. Here we go. Yo, my goodness. Oh. Topaz. Try it. Oh, JB, you were so close to Moultrie, but a nice runner-up prize, a shirt that will be a conversation starter. Have you tried a little Topaz? So we'll put you on hold. Let us know what size you got, and we'll ship that right out to you. One to wrap it up today. Jonathan in Florence, Alabama, WLAY. Lawrence Key, everybody gets 2 spins. Lawrence is spinning for you, Jonathan. What do you say to him to get him to spin that wheel?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. Let it rip, Lawrence. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Jonathan, looking for a winner here, buddy. Looking for a winner.
Be nice.
It would be.
Okay.
Bandana.
This bandana is for your pooch if you're one of those people. If you're not, try to get it on your own head. Jonathan, we'll put you on hold. It's got Rick and Bubba logo bandana, and we'll ship that right to you. How about a go for Jonathan? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! And there we go. The Wheel of Meat is done for another week. Rock and Roll City for YouTubers. They're in concert during the break. Enjoy that. Thanks to our golden ticket seat guests, Chuck, Sue, Brian, and Lawrence, for spinning today. Congratulations to all the winners.
All winners.
We'll come back and we'll work through more stories that are out in front of us, wrapping up another week together when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right.
It's good to be king until they cut off your head. And so it's good to be king until they chop off your head. I said it's good to be king until they chop off your head. And that's why Rock and Roll City don't have no king. Go, Greg! Welcome to Rock and Roll City, where we don't have kings, just elected officials only.
Appreciate your friendship. I love you. And happy birthday to you. And this is what I'm going to do for you. Happy birthday to Greg. Happy birthday to Sweet Willie G. Happy birthday, sweet William Burgess. Happy birthday to you.
Well done.
Yeah.
Hey, Kate's, Greg was just...
Listen to me. I hope you have a good day today. I love you. Hey, listen. Around town, all I hear is more Greg Burgess. So on your birthday from now on, I ought to turn the mic loose to Greg Burgess and Greg Burgess only. Come on.
Oh, my goodness. Kate's is funny because
Brother.
Greg was just mentioning yesterday how he was looking forward to hunting season at the hunting club with you.
Yeah. Of course, they yanked that right out from under us, but yeah.
It don't look. We ain't got to have a hunting club to go. You know, we'll find a place to go hunting. Ain't no doubt about it. We'd love to come with you, but I'm afraid to sign one of them waivers.
Gerald, that
No
was
waiver,
awesome,
no hunt.
No, I'm just funny with you, Bubba. Listen, I got to go. I love you, boys. Y'all have a good day.
I love you, brother.
Mona Lisa, men have named you.
Okay,
Oh,
Gerald
so
with a great
good.
rendition.
And he wasn't the only one that
now,
sang the
now
Happy Birthday.
Gerald's cousin Chris
Right.
Reeves, he's
Right.
another one of our buddies.
Yeah, this was
Look, this family can sing. They all can. Gerald, the microphone on the phone couldn't handle his volume.
Well, he's got a beautiful baritone.
But now Chris sang one this morning on my Marco Polo that's pretty impressive.
Yes,
I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
So you're talking about this one? Cates obviously has his own little thing he does for Greg because
Right.
it drives Greg crazy.
Yes.
Yeah.
He lives to drive Greg crazy.
But the pipes on, well, both of them got really good pipes.
Yeah.
But Chris sent me them this morning.
I've tried to pipe his phone through my channel, Rick. Let's see what happens here.
I want to send this to Greg this morning. Hope you have a great birthday. And it's 5:49, so it's going to be a little rough, but
I haven't
I
screened
don't
this,
want to
Greg.
forget.
Are we good?
I don't
Happy
think it does.
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Greg. Happy birthday to yeah, buddy, have a good one.
So that's
a singing family.
That
isn't
family
it?
can sing now. You get them together, you ought to hear them.
I got to tell Chris, if you're listening, will you send to my phone Beulah Land?
You think you can't bring Beulah home?
You think he can't sing Beulah Land? Oh, gosh.
Wow, that's two of them right there. That's some happy birthdays. Isn't it?
How funny that they're from the same family. And, and that's what you got from both of them.
Exactly.
That's that is the things that to watch Gerald and you know how you have everybody has their own. Gerald Cates is the Greg Burgess handler.
Oh,
Gerald literally wakes up and says, "What can I do to annoy Greg today?
Oh, yeah.
Or to mess with him or do something strange?" And
he told me yesterday, Gerald.
All right, we're back. 21 minutes past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being here. Glad you're here. Bubba, I know it will puncture a fun zone to talk about it, but let's face it, the times we're living in right now, it's important. It's important that you're secure. So nobody does it better than simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com. Go there right now. They just continue to be out on the bleeding edge of the technology and just taking the industry to places that we've never been before. And boy, this new one with the 24/7 live guard protection, and they've got the Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. And the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera is available with that Fast Protect monitoring plan. You install it yourself in about 30 minutes, or if you're like me, probably you need a Simply Safe expert to set it up for you. They'll do it either way. But here's the deal. It offers technology that those that will be monitoring your property, and nobody does it better than the folks at Simply Safe Bubba, so they can actually interact with the person that is breaking into your home. To deter them through the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. They can also alert authorities quickly. Let's say it's not an intruder, because I'd hate that. Let's say your house on fire. Let's say you got a flood. Let's say there's a medical emergency. It's all they can see it and interact live. So go to simplysafebubba.com right now. We'll get you 20% off a new system. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com you can find right there under our sponsors button. All right, so Bubba, one of the things we've been looking to do, and we've been very open about this, is we actually, because we are problem solvers, it's one of our many roles, and we want to help soccer be more entertaining.
Yes, we do.
We've tried everything we can do. Our country embracing this sport has led to our demise. We've been pretty clear about that.
It's been very clear.
It is
documented.
Right. It is a socialist plot that has worked, and so Greg, our dad, warned everyone about that, and now he looks around, and I remember when the first time he said, "Anybody owe me an apology?" But anyway, there are some things that we think can make it watchable. That's the biggest problem. I can't tell you the number of times I've tried to reset and go, all right, I'm going to give this another shot. A lot of people I know and love this sport, so let me try, and I'll watch it, and every time I'm annoyed even more at how bad this game is. Now, apparently, we have some of our Mexican brothers and sisters that have come up with a way to make soccer watchable. Now, am I correct that there's an obstacle course and people with whips and lassos?
Rick, they may be on to something.
Now we're talking. Now we got something here.
All right, here it is, y'all. I mean, it's just they run through an obstacle course, and then they have to run in between people with whips, and then the people with whips lasso them.
Oh,
and now they're trying to get through the whips to kick a goal.
Yeah.
Getting got by the whips.
Okay,
so they even got to the ball to kick it.
Yeah, where is the ball?
Oh, look at that.
They're coming up on it here. It's like a penalty kick range right there.
They missed it.
After all that.
Wait, there's a mascot playing goalie. Did you
Bubba,
see that?
What
It's
a day
fox.
for you. What a day
the
for
Mexican
you.
hats on.
Yeah, what does the fox say? This guy's struggling with the
bing,
obstacle
bing.
course a little bit.
He's trying to get through the whips again. And
Let me tell you, those lasso guys, that was good.
Watch when the guy gets through.
Uh-huh.
he got through.
Look.
Oh, there you go.
He scored.
Did he hit the?
I think he missed it.
Did he hit the bar?
I think he missed it because the mascot didn't make much of an effort.
Is the mascot trying to block, or is he just there cheering?
I think he's cheering.
Let me tell you, that
double
is
decker.
I love this guy. Great, thanks. He's going.
Big nasty.
Did you see him get his
last
leg?
leg. He thought he had it.
Oh.
See, I'm gonna tell you. Now that guy.
We need to find one of those close and us try it.
That guy there kicked it clean over the goal. I want to see the one that kicked it lower. I couldn't tell if it went in.
I think he hit the pole or something.
He hit the bar. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, listen.
I'm gonna tell you what. I'd buy a ticket to go see this.
Now, see, you do that.
This is some entertainment.
You do
bro.
that. I am in the stands, and I may even watch it on TV.
It did. It hit the bar. You're right.
Wow.
Okay.
It's wide. You make it through that, and you can't just
Well,
roll
Bubba,
the ball
think
in.
about the state that you're in when you get there. I mean, they're a little shook.
We need to get one of them lassos in here and see who can run by in the studio.
So,
I'm telling you, they were pretty good with that.
They really were.
We just run right through here.
Yeah, that was good.
What do they just do it hard enough that it wraps around the leg when it gets there?
Okay, I thought
it
it
like
was
a slip knot on it or something.
No, they do have lassos. I thought they were doing them like whip style, like Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
But
Are
they
they not?
actually have loops. Yeah. It's
these are lassos.
Yeah, these are
How about
lassos.
that?
Yeah, these are lassos.
They're pretty good. Like
Cowboy
getting
style.
the calf.
Well, and in this case,
that is the best
Caro.
one. The guy had made it
Caro.
all the way through, and it's his last leg behind him gets caught. That is the best one, by the way.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Look at this dandy here. Kicks it clean over the goal.
Yeah, really, just settle down. You made
pal.
it.
Son, you should have practiced maybe with chewing gum and walking before you got out there.
But what if we I know this is more of a promotion, but look, he'd love that. But what if we said the teams, like part of your team, you had, well, tell us how good are your Mexican Cowboys? They're pretty good. We lasso pretty good. That's our defense. And then we have the obstacle course in the middle field that all have to deal with. I'm telling you, you're starting to get my attention. And as you said, if you'll just set the ball on fire, I'm in.
Yeah.
That right there, I've watched that.
Yeah.
I'm wanting Adler to keep playing. I could watch it for 5 more minutes.
Yeah,
Just watch it. Every time I see something different. And the people with the lassos have the sombreros on and the dress attire.
You talking about the vaquero?
Yeah.
Mexican
Whatever.
cowboy?
Whatever.
What would we call it? Like
I am a vaquero?
like lasso, flaming lasso ball.
Let's just call it soccer.
I lasso the gringo, and down he goes.
Grande gringo.
I am the Mexican cowboy.
That's what they used to call me on Chandler Mountain.
All right, so we
It was
also
Gringo Grande.
yes, we also
Gotta
have
get it right.
Colorado Parks and Wildlife have released another video that we'll watch over and over again. A security guard attacked by a bear in a kitchen in
I
Aspen.
saw this.
Yeah,
That's
this is a
pretty
doozy
good.
here. Watch this. He
Who expects to see a bear here?
They've heard noise. Oh my goodness!
Look, he's on 2 feet and gave him a good shove.
Yeah, he did.
So the security guard,
watch old
somebody
black
says
bear.
we got something going on in the kitchen. Now he didn't know it's a bear.
No.
So he gets in there to try to investigate, but that bear that just went in there and is making the racket.
Finna come back out.
The security guard comes in, and that bear comes up and knocks him back. Does he fall back out of fear, or does the bear actually
I
hit
think
him?
it's fear.
I think a little bit of both.
Okay, so he's
Was he
coming.
got a walkie-talkie?
Got a
Who's
walkie-talkie.
back there?
Yeah.
Who is
Who's
it?
back there? Who's making all that noise?
Come out.
10-4, I'm back here. I don't see anything. I'm looking to see. I don't know if somebody's. Oh my goodness, it's a bear.
Oh, it's a huge
Y'all, the fact
bear.
that the bear's standing up, pushing him.
Wow.
I think the bear pushed him.
Yeah.
And then he fell over
Oh
that
my goodness.
Yeah, he looks like somebody in a bear suit at that point.
It really did. Can I tell you something?
Don't you know, too, they'd had a memo about leave the back door locked
Look at
because there's bears in the area?
Well, let's talk about this guy's effort. He just turns his shoulder to the bear like, well,
Well, what are you going to do?
Hope you don't
Rick,
eat
he's
me.
holding a walkie-talkie.
Yeah,
what are you going to do with it?
Throw it. Do something. I mean,
I think
use
it catches him
I wish we
totally
had the
off guard.
audio of him talking on the walkie-talkie.
So, I mean, it is.
Evidently, there's no audio. It's like a security camera or something.
Yeah. I don't know, man. There's something. He's so lazy, too. He just woke up. He's
Hey,
been sleeping.
Unit 4 to base, we got some noise back here.
Probably a rat.
How does it sound? Something like that.
Rick, it's on him so quick, he has no choice.
What,
I mean,
what
that's,
kind of effort is that?
look, he's thinking,
I mean,
he's lucky.
Hey,
Look.
he actually knocked over a substantial moving cart.
He did.
That bear was on him, 0 to 60,
I mean,
buddy. He had no choice.
You know
No
he
chance.
screamed like a
Did
woman.
you see how easy he pushed a grown man like it was nothing?
Threw him like a rag doll.
Like a rag doll.
The bear was captured and euthanized. So
Why? He didn't bother nobody. He
Wow.
was trying to get something to eat in the kitchen.
a fed bear is a dead bear. Don't feed the bears, y'all.
Adler, did you learn fed bears, dead bears? Did you learn that back when you were earthy?
From Smokey the alive bear.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
He does construction work, but he's a fireman too. And he's like, I'm 53, he's 52. And he's a lot older than a lot of the younger ones there. And they told him the other day, they said, Gerald, I've never seen a 52-year-old that acts like you.
That's true.
And it's true. I mean, he's he's unique and he's
Right.
funny and he's just
Well,
every
that's
day
a
is a
compliment,
wonderful.
isn't it?
Yeah, it is a compliment. Every day is a wonderful day.
a perfect example for those of you that don't understand the wacky, weird world of Gerald Cates. There's so many examples I could give, but the time that he was working and he literally assigned a nickname to a person that had no reference whatsoever, and like somebody started working there and said, talking to him, said, well, why is your nickname Trucker? And the guy says, my nickname is not Trucker. And he says, well, Gerald said everybody calls you Trucker. He goes, nobody calls me Trucker. And he's like, why is your name? He goes, I have no idea.
Yeah, he does that.
He just declared that somebody's nickname was Trucker.
Yeah, and it stuck.
He does. He'll go, why so-and-so call you that? And they'll go, I didn't know he did. And then it just spreads.
Right.
He did the same thing with it's actually a friend of Taylor, graduated with Taylor, that's a fireman with him, did him the same way. His name's Eric, and he said, well, why does everybody call you Denny? He goes, I didn't know they did. And he just left it with him. And because he asked me, he goes, Greg, let me ask you something. What's wrong with Gerald? And he told me the whole story about that.
Yeah, Coach says, well, why does everybody call you Denny? Nobody calls me Denny.
But then he thinks they did. And he was like, well, I don't know why. Well, he's just Rick. He's something else.
If you could have been with me,
and Chris is just like him, and they both can sing.
If say we had been like on a trip and it was long and everybody was ill and tired and ready to get home, he would literally like stop the vehicle. I mean, you'd be a half hour from home.
Yeah.
And Greg be back there all fouled. He'd go, Greg, let me just tell you this right now. We're not going the rest of the way home until you do this. Look, and Greg said, I ain't doing that. Well, we're going to sit here all night, man. We're not going another way.
Or maybe sing something.
Yeah, or make Greg sing something. Greg, we're not going to move any forward till you sing Oop, there it is.
That's it. Back again.
And, of course, Greg, for some reason, would always fight it. I'd be like, just give in to it.
I know. I don't know why.
No, we'll sit here all night till I hear it.
Yeah.
If you don't give me one of these, and I'm like, who does that? How weird is that?
It's pretty weird.
He lives for it, doesn't he?
Oh, Greg.
Weird and good way.
Who will he mess with today? Anybody?
Whoever's working with him.
Yeah.
Whoever, he'll make up something.
Well, there they are. All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 53 years of the real Greg Burgess. Much more to come right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, some updates. Speedy's house is for sale. Is that official now? I mean, we talked about it.
It goes on the market officially tomorrow, and so
hey, coming events. What is it you call it? Coming soon.
Yeah, the coming soon. By the way, Jason Secor, who is the agent that we've endorsed for years in the Birmingham market and is selling the house, he did have a message for you. If you ever want to relocate, like you come back to Birmingham, come to Birmingham, he'll only triple the agent fee.
Oh, okay, well, that's not bad. Thank you, Jason, for thinking of it.
He just loves you so much.
So it's our update.
I just needed somebody to explain it to me.
Now 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll get more of your phone calls before we leave today. and we'll run down. We got a number of headlines I'll just kind of row through here. Be sure we got them all. Carshield.com/Bubba, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. If you have an automobile that is out of warranty and there's an issue with it, it's real simple. You're going to pay for it. And nowadays, you're going to have a hard time finding anything that's less than $1,500. So here's the key. If you don't have a warranty, go get a protection plan from CarShield, and you can have things like 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere, coast to coast. You also can have courtesy towing. Don't have to worry about that because your protection plan, you said, I know what's happening now. How about a rental car while yours is being repaired? All of this is available to you, and the plans start as low as $100 a month. So they have one to fit any budget. So why don't you stop worrying about the unexpected and just be prepared by going to carshield.com/Bubba. We'll save you 20% off whatever plan you pick. That's carshield.com/Bubba, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, find that link under the sponsors button, and you can drive with confidence. All right. So, Bubba, some headlines. Let's just run through them. Number one, I don't mean this bad, and you and I talked about it a few hours ago. We love Larry Elder, love what he stands for, love how he fights the good fight.
Does a good job.
Did
TV.
Did not know he was running for president.
I didn't either. There's a story out today that he's pushing pause on his campaign and he is going to support Trump. But like you, I knew there were quite a few people running on the Republican side, but I had no idea he was in it.
I didn't either, and apparently not many people do, which may be why he's pausing it and is now endorsing Donald Trump. So there you go. Bubba, I failed to wish you a happy Intersex Awareness Day. I
don't know that I need awareness of that.
I don't know that this is a big uphill climb. I'm not even sure I fully understand the group, but I certainly have nothing against them. And maybe
I didn't know what that meant, Rick, because I know what an interstate is.
Right.
And
maybe I was
a little different.
Maybe there needs to be more awareness.
Into that wrong.
Maybe there needs to be. It's an advancement of the human rights of it's. So I don't fully understand that, but I certainly have compassion for those who may be struggling. NASA, Bubba, where was this today?
Where?
We got such a good picture of Jupiter. It looks like somebody's face.
I know.
Have you seen that? Have you seen that Jupiter
That's
picture?
Weird looking in it.
I thought you might like that.
Some of the clouds.
Bubba, did you like that?
It looks like a smushed up face. It's just the clouds, swirling, but it does look funny.
Yeah. Are you excited about NASA's Juno mission?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was a good one.
Juno.
It's been a good
Look at
one.
that.
Okay.
Yep.
Looks like Greg pushing up against the window with
It
his
really
face.
does.
Again, it
looks like Greg's face when he finds out we have production after the show.
Yeah.
it just shows you the scope of how big everything is out there. Jupiter is so big.
Oh, Jupiter's a big boy.
And again,
the big one.
We talk about intelligent design
large.
on things.
Mm-hmm.
Jupiter is exactly at the right place and has the mass and the gravity that it works like a protector to Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Bringing in asteroids and comets and pulling them away from a possible connection with us or a collision with us. So it's just cool.
Okay, wait a minute. I think that's going to get a Shatner.
Yep.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
And then the other one.
How close is that to Uranus?
There he goes.
Very.
There he goes. I was moving to
Well,
another
I wanna be
topic.
consistent.
I was moving
People
to
like Greg, they're going to change the name of that planet because of people like Greg.
No, you're exactly right.
They're really going to change. They just
I
don't
thought
know
was
what they're going to change it
I
to.
thought we had made it when he let Asteroid go.
Right.
Yeah.
But I thought we were in safe harbor.
Yeah.
I'm incorrect.
You're never in safe harbor.
No.
Now, there's the great big dark spot on Jupiter. Is there a dark spot?
All right. Okay. You couldn't even do it, could you?
Can't even get through it.
Adler,
It looks like there's a face on Jupiter.
Adler, this is now the third time I'm going to say it. Your time you're spending with Greg, cut it in half.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Cut it in half.
You realize that red spot on Jupiter is a giant storm that is big as planet Earth. I mean,
Speaking of
300
storms.
mile an hour winds.
Rick, speaking of storms,
Right.
I know last time
what about?
I'm trying, but I want you to know that. I know you're so close.
Tell you what you don't want.
Right. Especially, well, you don't want a red spot, I'll tell you that. So, see what y'all have done? You see what y'all have done now?
Read it now.
Now y'all got me in it.
Yeah, I'm laughing.
It's the most juvenile thing in the world, but I can't.
Of
get
course
it.
it is.
I can't quit laughing.
Sure
at
it
it.
is.
I can't.
King just kind of wanted to do it.
Tried to. King failed and went with it.
Israel has killed Hamas commander
Mm-hmm.
in one of their airstrikes, and they say they will reveal all the evidence, even though it won't matter to all those that are protesting them, especially those that are now going to be boycotting Starbucks. They're going to reveal evidence that this the terror group is exploiting civilians in the Palestinians that are trying not to be in this. But we all know they do that, and the people who you're trying to tell they do it will never hear you and still hate you.
Yeah.
But I appreciate your effort. You just need to go win the war. Bubba, you remember the Brits that thought they were being sharp, never wanting to return to the office because, COVID or some variant or something's going to get them? Well, that was until it got real cold, and now their heating costs have gone through the roof. Now they're coming back to the office for free heat.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what. It is the equation that you talk about when you have no way out. And so I thought I was going to stay home because I didn't want to be burdened with having to go to the office until I was paying my own costs. Now I want to go to the office so somebody else will pay for my costs. Isn't that something? Bubba,
anything other than working.
Yeah, ACLU.
They're defending somebody you probably didn't expect them to defend today.
Yeah, they're standing with and defending, you heard it right here, Donald Trump.
Today, I'm very proud of myself.
The ACLU says the way he's being treated by the D.C. judge is unconstitutional.
Watch out.
Now, when the ACLU comes to Trump's defense, you really need to look at what you're doing. Okay, I mean that's a red flag. Of course, this is the judge that has put this ridiculous gag order.
Yep, and that's what they're mad about.
On Trump. You can't take someone's rights away.
Right.
Just because you don't like what they got to say.
Right.
And that's the whole concept of free speech.
Right.
And a judge means you're a judge to rule in a case. You're not the dictator of everything he does.
ACLU standing with Trump. Did you ever think you'd hear that?
The only time it may have been stranger is when they stood with Rush Limbaugh.
Well, that is true. That is
in
true.
one of his cases.
That is true. Bubba, good news. I want you to know that a Biden-appointed prosecutor who has admitted that he declined to prosecute Hunter Biden for tax crimes. He didn't do that because he was covering for the Bidens. He did it because they were short-staffed.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what he should have done?
Right.
Bar some of the people that were prosecuting Trump because apparently they got plenty of them.
Bubba, it's not that we're trying to cover for the president's son.
Not doing that.
We just didn't have staff. If we'd had more staff, we probably would have gone after this. We understand that there's no doubt that he needed to be prosecuted, and we just couldn't get around to it. We didn't have enough people.
Yeah, they were all out investigating. I mean, they've been at that since he came down the elevator.
Bubba, and we know when the Democrats...
What's the budget on that, guys?
Bubba, and we all know when the Democrats are in charge, they always have small staffs.
Yes, they're big on small.
They love to grow that government, don't they?
Mm.
And then before we go to the break, how about number 6 here, video 6. So, Trump said that that Attorney General, is it
Letitia
James, he called her a racist.
Yep.
And of course, everybody went crazy. But then you hear this chant they have going. Here we go.
Stand up to an administration which is too male, too pale, and too stale.
Too pale.
I want to tell that guy he's got his flashlight on his phone.
Too pale and too stale. Too male, too pale, and too stale. And we will not go away silently.
Well, we got that.
We will not be silent.
How would you like for this to be the district attorney looking over your case?
How about that?
Can I tell you a funny thing about
That's a
that
gathering
clip?
of ugly women.
Go back, show that again, Adler. The guy on the right here, who is a white guy.
Yeah, what is he doing?
Look at his face when she starts that chant of being too pale. He's like, wait a minute, that's me.
I'm pale. I'm really pale.
Hey,
It's like, wait a minute.
Do they see me?
Did she say male and pale and stale? Wait a minute.
What's next, honky?
Well, I mean, to Bubba's point, Trump said, "You think this person's going to give me a fair shake?"
Yeah.
See, I'm male, I'm
already-
pale, and
See,
Evidently,
to
I'm
me,
stale.
this was when she was campaigning.
Right.
Okay.
Good night.
And she ran her whole campaign was, "I will get Trump. I will get Trump." So to me, that disqualifies her. The case ought to be thrown out on that alone. And they used to in the old days.
Well, that's typical from a male pale.
Yep.
Pale male.
Stale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Stale pale male.
Yeah.
If you said that about any other race,
Reverse what she's saying and just chant it a little bit different. And how far do you get with that?
I don't care what your politics are. I don't care what your skin color is. I care what your politics are.
There you are.
I said it in reverse on accident, but you get what I'm saying.
Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. Light them up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I thought because this stuff on the floor and claiming that if we have the audacity to say that people should not be here illegally, if somebody has the audacity to say the good thing about our country, if you do hate it, you can stay here and try to make change, or you have another option, you can leave. Those things in and of themselves, I'm not sure how they're deemed racist, and I don't think you can make that case, but because I know people of every walk of life that think this country's horrible, and I know people of every walk of life and every culture and every ethnicity that think it's great. I don't believe that there's a skin color tie into illegal immigration or those who don't like the country. But I know that I'm not a politician, so I'm basically taking away any chance to use that. But if you want to get down to this thing that's being pushed right now, oh my gosh, we have children in cages. And my wife and I were talking about this yesterday, and I said, well, you have to understand this issue has been going for a long, long time. And, of course, I went out and tried to search anything that would just give me the history. Mm-hmm. And most of the things you find are acting like that Donald Trump's the only person that's ever been in this situation in the history of America. And they're leaving out our history. I found an article. Now, let me acknowledge this, that it comes from Peter Van Buren and the American Conservative. So I acknowledge that.
Van Buren?
But I will tell you this as you read it, and you can make your own decisions when he gets to the part that's commentary. He really doesn't come down casting either political party in a good light when it comes to this situation. And he goes back and says, in the title of the article, and we'll put it in show notes, is called How We Ended Up with Kids in Cages. And he put that out in, I think, the 12th of this month. So it's been out a few weeks or a few days. And it's called, how we ended up with kids in cages. And he says this, which drew me to the story: hysteria will not solve anything. We have created a politicized immigration system, and we need to fix it. And he says both parties have done that. And he goes back to where it started, and I hate to break everybody's heart. It started with President Clinton. It then was passed on to Bush, who tried to remedy the situation and ended up making it worse, okay? Then it got passed down to Obama, and now it's been passed down to Trump. So there's 4 administrations that have had this problem, and all of them at points have had what we are calling kids in cages. And there's a reason for that, and some of that we have played some sound bites. But he goes on to say this is the history of this situation through 4 presidents and 2 political parties. Nobody has solved it, and the attempts that all these presidents have made have not solved it, and Trump is yet to solve it. And so he's the one. It's almost like, all right, you're up. Can you solve this? But to say that this situation was created by Donald Trump just isn't historically correct. Now, we can certainly critique him on how he's addressing it, whether we think he's addressing it right or not right, but Donald Trump did not put children in cages. This idea about detention centers and trying to vet people out at the border and claims of asylum and all that, this started with a man who said he was going to solve it, President Clinton, which I applaud him for that. I agreed with his assessment. I agree with Obama's assessment. I agreed with W. Bush's assessment, but not his solution. His solution was bad, and it only made the situation worse. And I agree with the assessment from Donald Trump, and we'll see whether it can be assessed properly. But this article, if you just say, give me the history, and once the history leaves, and this writer starts giving his commentary, you can just stop in the article and you don't have to read the rest of it, nor do you have to agree with him. But you do need to read the historic part because that's actually factual. And that's just American history. That's not politicized. It's what has happened from Clinton down on this topic. So I would just be educated on it, and then you can decide how you feel about it.
I would say the problem goes back much further than that.
Right, but he's saying
Reagan tried to fix it by giving everybody a pass and saying, "All right, now we're gonna just let everybody here become a citizen. We're gonna lock the border down now," and it didn't work then either.
Yeah, well, you're right on that exactly,
it's been going on.
And it didn't work. But what he's taking on is, if you want to know where this kids in cages and detention centers started, that started with Clinton.
Right.
And then it has been kicked like a can down the road. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show phone call standing by. Let's say hello to the golden ticket seats, really again, because you met all of them when they spun the wheel of meat, but let's officially do it. Golden ticket seats today. Chuck Reynolds is in the house. Sue Reynolds is there with him, and so is Brian Spann and Lawrence Keith. All here in the golden ticket seats today, and somebody is going to get a $50 American Express gift card from our friend Thomas Dudney, who's already been in this week. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 4.
Wow, that's a big area to choose from. What about number 2?
Number 2, we say congratulations to Brian Spann. Brian Spann, there it is.
Yep.
$50 American Express gift card, and we congratulate you, Brian. Thank you for being here, buddy. And it's and bringing all the information you did and helping Bubba with his question a minute ago. That was very helpful.
Yep.
Yeah, he wanted to be clear.
At least I think they've admitted on that show that they need help, Rick. They're fed up with everything they've had to do.
No question. To the phones we go, and if I had to do that show,
I would.
My goodness,
yeah, that would have been the first hour. Right?
How about this? My nickname would be Mule. Let's go to Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
Salutations, and for a couple of years, I keep trying to get into the wheel of meat because I just want one thing. I want to get on there. I want to hit Jaws to where I can say the phrase, "Wow, we're going to need a bigger wheel."
That's good, Brian. You know what? You got to do it. You're right. It didn't feel the same without the wheel, but that is a good one. Brian in Alabama, another Brian. Brian, how you doing? Go ahead.
Well, how you doing this morning, man?
We're good. Wish you sounded a little better. I don't know if you got us on a speakerphone or something, but any adjustment you can make would be huge. But go ahead.
Oh, let me try.
There you go. Yeah, that's better. Good right there.
Much better.
Gotcha. Hey, earlier in the week, Speedy had bought his mama some lunch meat and considered it buying her dinner. And last night at the ball field, I bought my mama some M&Ms. I wanted to see if that qualified on Speedy's scale for buying her dinner.
Yeah, that's a good son right there.
I ran into somebody yesterday, and they said they about wrecked when Speedy was bragging about the fact he bought his mother's lunch as a proof he's not cheap.
Right, and it was lunch meat.
It was double stacked too.
Oh, it was.
It wasn't single.
That's right. Let me tell you, you out buying your mama lunch, lunch meat. And Greg's new endeavor on Instagram, and it's just this thing of Lisa trying to convince people she's Greg and she went too far this time. Like Greg said, over-adjusted what she put up there
today.
today.
Did you do a reel now?
Yeah,
no,
a
story.
Did you do a story? You didn't do a story. Who did the story for you? Speedy. I knew
we walked through it.
I knew better.
His finger was shaking when he hit upload. But he did good.
Chester in America. That's what
hey, y'all spoke about the stages of marriage. I'm going to tell you about the 3 rings in marriage: the engagement ring, the wedding ring, and last but not least, the suffer ring.
And if you don't believe that, ask my ex-wife. We continue. Let's go to Alabama, where Bones is standing by. Bones, go ahead.
Hey, y'all said something yesterday talking about discipline, and I remember in old school church, all the women wore hats and gloves, and you never wanted the preacher to call you out and say, "Go sit with your mama." And but we had a preacher's wife, had a little boy named Timothy, and he would be he needed a whipping. So his mama would not take him out of the service. She would bend him over her knees and wear him out with a songbook. So it was high entertainment.
That is good.
Boy, I tell you, you won't sing Amazing Grace.
I bet the other kids straightened up.
I bet they did. Tony in Tupelo, Mississippi, the birthplace of the king.
The king.
Tony, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Mac. Hey guys, I've heard a sermon in the past about the size of heaven. Some people say heaven's not that big enough to hold us all, but you talked about that earlier in the week. Is it my understanding that heaven is also 1,400 miles high?
Yes.
As well as wide? There's plenty of room if you go up 1,400 miles. That's pretty big.
Well, keep in mind, you're talking about the New Jerusalem, though. That's not even all of the new heaven and the new earth. These measurements you're talking about is the capital city of the new heaven and the new earth. And it is about from the Canadian border down to the Gulf of Mexico going north and south, and then from Colorado to the Atlantic Ocean.
It's roughly the size of about 2/3 of the U.S.
Yeah, and that's just the city. That's not even the...
And going up high. Up high. The space station's what, 200 miles?
Yeah, 200, 250.
Yeah, those are some large walls.
Yep.
That's a big place.
Well, I don't know about you, though. I'm around people a lot. You really think that we need a lot of room in heaven?
No, you're right.
I don't think we're going to have a room problem. I really don't. I think
right.
Are we going to need binoculars to see somebody?
I think it's going to be pretty spacious.
Yeah.
Even Jesus himself said few. Brian in Memphis. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Hey, Brian.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I didn't know if y'all already covered this this week, but Cooper Union College in New York, and how they had a protest and a bunch of Jewish kids were locked in a library for like 20 minutes.
Yeah,
I did hear about that. Yeah,
they took cover. They felt threatened.
That's because they were Palestinians chasing them.
Yeah, and even the campus security guards wouldn't let the New York Police Department in to do anything or anything like that. I sent you guys a link to the story. I didn't know if y'all talked about that.
No, we didn't talk about it. If they did, they might have done the kickoff hour. I don't remember talking about it, but I'm familiar with the story. And then, of course, we do this all the time, and I know it's nothing new, but let's now reverse that. What if there were a bunch of Palestinians or any Muslim, any Arabs running for their safety because Israelis and Hebrews were chasing them? Can you imagine the story, or anybody chasing them?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, can you?
Same thing the Fox News anchor said, what if that would have been some neo-Nazis banging on the door?
Oh, yeah. I mean, skinheads, anything like that. It would have been
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and it should be a big story, but it should be a big story every time, not sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, and then they even reported that one of the college professors was in with the protesters banging on the door.
Yep.
Well, look, there's some loons out there that have gotten the job as professors, and we talk about that this weekend in Rick and Bubba University, the podcast too. When the left took over the educational system, you realize how rare it is if you go to just your normal run of the mill, as Bill Maher's already said, especially in an elite university. The odds of you sitting in a classroom with anyone who's not a raging far left professor is, it's almost, I would say a tiny percent that you would get somebody that wasn't, right? Small. So when we send them there, there's just an indoctrination is all it is. And when we let the Department of Education form, that was a huge error. Huge. Should have never let the government get involved in education. That was a huge mistake. And, so you have to be careful, but to have professors involved in that doesn't really surprise me at all. Mm-mm. And so just know that, it's kind of like, when people start talking about if you're parenting, be sure you're talking to your kids about the things you think is important before somebody else does. If you're sending your kid off to a college, you want to check in a lot, ask a lot of questions, find out what's going on, because unless you're a far, far leftist, whatever you taught them and however you raised them, when they go onto that campus, it will be under attack immediately and the entire time they're there. Mm-hmm. And so hopefully they'll be prepared, but just understand that, an all shucks attitude may come back to haunt you. So top of the hour, if you're leaving us, I hope you have an outstanding weekend. Looking forward to getting the opportunity, Lord willing, to come to Leeds, Alabama on Sunday morning. Valley View Church, I'll be there. Kicking off Man Church Sunday night in Clanton, Alabama at First Methodist. So if you want to be there with us, enjoy Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, and Lord willing, we'll talk to you Monday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.